For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding. So they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind,
Yeah.
actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it,
Yeah.
that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about.
That's correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, I'm probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually
didn't say
pretty
that
good.
wrong.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said, "Mission accomplished."
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. I think, and it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years. But figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, go home, we love you. Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history, and information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we've saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, Americans supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE. But doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. there's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
About how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons, so they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did, and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, oh, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache, I mean, not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in. And
it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him were promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted in the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle
During
of a pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. Then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump, but it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is a thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion, right, but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority of conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too, there's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately people, the conspiracies from that side of politics, were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and 150? 250 other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years. which makes me wonder, how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, yeah, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get a third that are good at their jobs, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign, or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies. And
I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also in turn be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic task force, is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future. All right. Let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do for a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much. And I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out, and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing, because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there in his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come. But I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 127, Teens and Perfectionism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and dedicated and somewhat limping co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
Limping.
Limping indeed. What is wrong? Why are you limping?
I had a bit of an incident yesterday at practice.
Yes. Full contact marching band this week.
I mean, it was before we actually started, so
You learned to tackle the pavement, right?
yeah.
So you had a spill during warm-ups. You scraped up both your knees. One of them's banged up pretty bad and bruised. We had to go get x-rays today and stuff. But fortunately, knock on wood, you didn't have any breaks or tears or anything serious.
Yeah.
So you should be back on your feet normally in about a week. But in the meantime, we've got you here for the podcast.
Yep.
So we're talking perfectionism today and the malicious cycle that it can lead us into. We'll talk about how we determine if someone is a perfectionist and the signs to look for. We'll then evaluate the causes of perfectionism and some of the negative consequences of it. And finally, we'll look at how to address perfectionism and what parents can do to help. But before we do that, I would invite folks, our listening and viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Podbean, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also encourage you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Give us your suggestions for shows. We're always looking for input. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. So is your teen a perfectionist? Now, of course, I'm going to ask you that after I read my part here, but let me read my part first.
Okay.
So this comes to us from a website called SciComm.net. Sounds like a government conspiracy site or something.
Kinda.
They say it's perfectly reasonable for teenagers to have high standards and to work hard to meet their personal goals. Disciplined behavior can cross the line to perfectionism, however, when it interferes with social, emotional, or occupational functioning. The idea of being perfect can actually preclude teens from reaching their goals because it affects their learning process, both in class and on the field. Here are some common symptoms of perfectionism in teens. They become dissatisfied with a standard of work others view as acceptable or even exceptional. They procrastinate until 100% sure of what to do or how to earn a high grade on their assignment. They avoid answering questions in class for fear of being wrong. They're very risk averse, avoiding taking any risks at all at times. They avoid starting tasks for fear that they'll not be able to do them right or well to their own standards. They often get very upset when grades are lower than anticipated. They struggle to cope with mistakes. They don't take criticism very well. They take it personally. They work slowly to avoid mistakes, and sometimes they fixate on neatness and appearance of work. And finally, they start over repeatedly to get it right. So before we move on with some of the causes, let's kind of focus on these a second. So my first question to you is, do you think you're a perfectionist?
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this on the podcast multiple times, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm a perfectionist.
And why do you think that?
I don't know. I've just had a lot of moments where I've not been happy with work that you guys have been happy with. I'm overly critical about myself. I think I kind of fit the textbook definition of what a perfectionist is for the most part.
So let's go down the list real quick here and pick out a few of these and see. You kind of touched on the first one here. You're dissatisfied with a standard of work that others view as acceptable or exceptional. And you've pointed out the fact that Mommy and I have thought the stuff that you've done. You know, you had a situation where you had a quiz recently and you scored a 94 or something on it. And it was still an A. It was a low A, but it was still an A, which for our perspective is perfectly fine. But you were dissatisfied with that. Why were you dissatisfied, and how do you reconcile that?
I guess I was mainly dissatisfied because I felt like when I learned the answer to the question I got wrong, I'm like, man, I really should have gotten that right. I kind of felt as though I should have gotten that right, and my brain kind of makes me feel like I should have gotten that right, and thus criticizes me for it.
Well, and I can understand that. There are times that I make seemingly silly mistakes that I should know the answer, or I should know how to do something, and I'm distracted. I'm not really thinking clearly that day or something like that, and I make a mistake. We all make mistakes. So being overly critical of yourself for that is probably not the best thing. But one of the things that we kind of try to strive for here is it's not about being perfect in what you do. It's about accomplishing what you need to do, but in learning in the process. Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things that I'm fond of saying, and I've mentioned it several times on the podcast, is you learn more from your mistakes than you do your successes. So beyond that, do you exhibit any of these other characteristics? Like, for instance, do you find that you avoid answering questions in class because you're afraid that you're going to have the wrong answer?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
And what happens if you get the wrong answer?
Well, they kind of they try moving on, being like, okay, well, I like your perspective, but at that point, I still realized I got it wrong, so, but they kind of move past that and don't try to, put too much, attention to it.
Right, so they're not going to browbeat you over it.
Yeah.
How about coping with mistakes? How do you do with that?
Not as well as I'd probably hope.
Okay. How about taking criticism? Do you take criticism overly personal?
I try not to in a lot of cases. Your criticism, I definitely try not to take too personal. For the most part, I don't really try taking too much criticism personally. It's just, there's one specific example where, like, it's kind of hard not to take it personally, and that's probably with marching band, because a lot of times, like, when you make mistakes, the band...
Like I'm doing right now. I'm trying to fix this camera angle so we get the lights out of the camera shot.
Anyway.
But we're not gonna draw too much attention to that.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, basically that's like the only time where it's kind of hard not to take it personally because they're kind of constantly like saying it to you, and they say it in a tone that makes you feel like, okay, I'm screwing up. I don't like.
But do they
this.
single you out individually, or are they doing it to everyone?
I mean, they do it to everyone, but like there are certain things they single us out on, but otherwise we're all kind of like that.
Well, and I could understand in that situation because there's a synchronization that has to happen, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you've got 20 kids in a class and they're all doing their assignments differently and they raise their hand to answer questions on the assignment. If you've got 20 kids and those 20 kids all have to move in sync together, and one person is out of sync, you can't not single them out for it.
Yeah.
Like I'm the type of person from a manager standpoint that when something happens at work, when somebody does something they shouldn't do, for instance, you got a lion under the table or something?
No.
Oh. Like for instance, if somebody sends an email that they shouldn't send. It's unprofessional or a personal email, and they send it out and they use the system incorrectly. Instead of targeting that specific person, I'll send a general email out kind of reminding people what the policy is. And I find that probably 70% of the time, the offending person sees that, understands what they did, and they correct their action. But there's that 30% of the time that they don't, and then you have to kind of go and address them directly. But when I do that, I try to do it one-on-one. I try not to like have a company meeting and then point the finger at someone in the company meeting. With marching band, that's different because everybody is really trying to do the same thing and work together as a team.
Yeah.
So I could see how there would be difficulties with that. What about working slowly to avoid mistakes or to starting over again if you think you didn't do it right? Do you find that your performance, the time it takes for you to do something, is impacted because you're working slower or starting over?
Probably has to do, that can probably kind of be part of what I do with my art, because a lot of times, especially when I'm trying something new with my art, it takes me a lot more time to kind of get used to it, and I actually kind of procrastinate on it because I'm like, okay, I have no idea how to draw this, maybe I'll just wait it out and see, and like it doesn't get done for a while, and then when I finally do try and do it, it takes me a lot of time because I still have to figure it out because I still haven't figured it out because I didn't actually try.
Right. And honestly, we've talked about this numerous times in the past. I do think you exhibit a number of perfectionist traits. Your results tend to be along those lines. I mean, you have straight A's, so you're fairly successful at being a perfectionist. But as you get further along in your academic and even your professional career, it's going to become progressively more difficult to achieve those high standards that you set for yourself. So it's one of those things that I think we kind of have to address now, and we have to solve some of those things now. And there's a lot of kids out there, a lot of overachievers out there. There's a lot of pressure on kids, especially around your age, to achieve a lot now, do a lot, get a lot under your belt, because colleges are looking for a lot of those things, a lot of sports and extracurricular activity and social things and charities. A lot of kids are trying to get all this stuff in, all the extra classes, the advanced classes. And there's a lot of pressure that colleges and the schools and the coaches and the parents put on these kids. And then that kind of pushes kids into that perfectionist mode, and they start putting that pressure on themselves, but it very quickly escalates to an unrealistic level. So let's take a look at some of the things that are causes of perfection. Why don't you tell us about those?
Okay, so this part of the segment comes from a website called teentherapycenter.org. So, a person does not become a perfectionist overnight. Perfectionistic tendencies tend to sprout earlier in life. Those with these tendencies start to correlate the approval of others to their own accomplishments. This results in drawing his or her own value based solely on the acknowledgement of others. Thus, their self-esteem starts to be based largely on external standards. This leaves perfectionists vulnerable and excessively sensitive to the opinions and criticism of others. In an attempt to protect themselves from such disapproval, they may decide that being perfect is their only defense.
Let me pause you there for a second and ask you, do you feel that you tie your own self-esteem or your own self-worth to some of these external standards?
I mean, sometimes, because I do want people to, still like me and think that I'm a decent person to be around. So in some cases I do kind of feel that I would, kind of worry about the opinion of others to my own self-worth. Kind of another example of marching band is just like, hey, I feel like I really need to do good to impress all these people and to impress all the judges and to make sure that we're all doing good and everything like that.
And that makes sense. I mean, you're literally doing an extracurricular activity that you're judged on. So there is a certain expectation there, but do you find that you get an excessive amount of criticism for your performances in marching band?
I mean, we haven't really heard too many of the judges' tapes yet. And I mean, they do criticize us. We're obviously not perfect.
Sure.
So I'm guessing we would probably get a decent amount of criticism. A lot of the times it's actually from the band directors, Mr. Porco mainly.
Right.
Kind of just about our performance because he knows the judges will notice. So.
Right. Well, and that's kind of his job. His job is really to get, because he's not out there performing with you, right?
Yeah.
So it's his job to get you guys to the point that you can score high with the judges. And fortunately, he's aware of what the judges are looking for. And I can almost guarantee you, he's been doing it long enough, and he knows what each individual judges are looking for. And he probably gives you guys little hints or preps you for each competition that you do, knowing what they're going to be looking for, or knowing what some of the other bands are doing so that you guys can kind of counter some of that in your own performance. So it's one of those things where that criticism is really a wealth of information to draw on, because it's not just making you better, it's making you better in a way that's specific to what you're about to walk into. So criticism isn't bad. Criticism makes you better. And, we've talked before. I'm not the type of person who just showers you with compliments. If you show me something and you ask my opinion, I'm going to give you my opinion, because if I don't, then I'm doing you a disservice. And Mr. Porco and all the other adults that are involved with band coaches and stuff like that, it's their job to make you better. And sometimes that requires pointing out the flaws, because that's the only way we can fix them. Mm-hmm. What else do we have?
Okay.
I know I threw off your rhythm there, didn't I?
Yeah. Several of the following negative feelings, thoughts, and beliefs may be associated with perfectionism, such as the fear of failure. Perfectionists often equate failure to
Slow down.
Perfectionists often equate failure to achieve their goals with a lack of personal worth or value. The fear of making mistakes. Perfectionists regularly equate mistakes with failure. In orienting
In orienting their lives.
In orienting their lives around avoiding mistakes, perfectionists miss opportunities to learn and grow. Fear of disapproval. Perfectionists often fear that if they let others see their flaws, they will no longer be accepted. And finally, we have all or nothing thinking. Perfectionists frequently believe that they are worthless if their accomplishments are not perfect.
So the one thing that's worth kind of touching on here is we talk about fear of disapproval, where perfectionists are afraid to let others see their flaws. And we screw up on this podcast on a regular basis. I mean, multiple times, to the point that we started doing read-throughs of the script beforehand, just to make sure we've got pronunciations down and we know what the cadence of the reading is and stuff like that. But even doing that, we still screw up. And I joke around saying, I'll fix it in post, but I never do. And you know why I never do? Because those mistakes are us. You have to own your mistakes. And then you come back next week and you try to do a better job. We're always going to make mistakes. And if we eliminate those mistakes, then we're really eliminating a part of us. Especially when you're reading from a script, the way that you read that script, the pronunciation, the cadence in which you read, the emphasis you put on certain words, that's your fingerprint. That's your personality that you're injecting into the words that we've written. And when you make mistakes because you're trying to inject that in there, that's part of you too. And there's nothing wrong with that. When we do stuff like this and we make a mistake, we'll joke about it. We'll go back, we'll reread the line so that everyone understands what we're trying to say. But we don't hide our mistakes because we learn from our mistakes. Perfectionists tend to perceive others as achieving success with minimal effort, few errors, little emotional stress, and maximum self-confidence. At the same time, perfectionists view their own efforts as unending and forever inadequate. Anxiety, insecurity, and fear of disapproval may all lead to perfectionist behavior. So we're going to come back, take a little break, come back, and then we're going to talk about the malicious cycle of perfectionism. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we're talking about teens and perfectionism. And now we're going to talk about the malicious cycle of perfectionism. Perfectionistic attitudes set in motion a meticulous cycle.
No.
Perfectionistic attitudes set in motion a
malicious, not meticulous.
malicious cycle. Okay, I can't.
That's okay. Own it and run with it.
Okay. First, perfectionists set unreachable goals. Second, they fail to meet these goals because the goals were impossible to begin with. Third, the constant pressure to achieve perfection and the inevitable chronic failure reduce productivity and effectiveness. Fourth, this cycle leads perfectionists to be self-critical and self-blaming, which results in lower self-esteem.
It may also lead to anxiety and depression, which we've talked about on this show numerous times. Now, perfectionists may give up completely on their goals and set different goals thinking, this time, if I only try harder, I'll succeed. Such thinking sets the entire cycle in motion again. Perfectionism is fueled by and fuels anxiety. From the outside, it may look like your teen is lazy or unresilient, lacks a work ethic, or simply doesn't care. But on the inside, a teen struggling with perfection may be fighting a daily battle against nerves, anxiety, and an intense fear of failure. The most important thing to remember is that perfectionistic teens are actually worried kids. Anxious, well, okay, let's try that one again. I got 4 different versions of that word in my mouth right now. Anxious thoughts are driving their perfectionistic behaviors, and when results fall short of expectations, they experience even greater anxiety. It can be a difficult cycle to break.
Consider the role of external factors. It is no secret that teens are under increased pressure today. The expectation to succeed, both in academics and in extracurricular activities, puts an enormous amount of stress on them. Surrounded by constant evaluation and aware of the value society places on high achievers, teens often have no choice but to be driven by perfection, often to the detriment of the learning process. When teens strive to achieve, they are invested in the learning process. When teens strive for perfection, they become paralyzed by the fear of not measuring up in some way.
Perfectionism comes with stiff consequences, such as low achievement, inability to focus on and finish tasks, anxiety disorders, feelings of helplessness, depression, and even social isolation. And I think one of the things that's worth mentioning here is that if you catch this early and you can break the teens out of this and make them understand that perfectionism is not a healthy cycle, it will be much more beneficial in the long run. Because what's going to happen is you're going to run into situations later in life where you can't succeed. You're not meant to succeed. A lot of times you're giving tasks in college, in high school, and to a certain extent, but lesser extent professionally, you're given tasks that can't be accomplished, at least not the way that you think they can be. And the test is not about you completing the assignment successfully. The test is how you complete the assignment and how you handle the fact that you couldn't successfully complete it. Have you ever thought of that?
Not really.
Because a lot of times it's a test of character. I've done that. I've given people an impossible task. And you might think, well, that's not fair. You shouldn't do that. And the purpose of it was not to humiliate them or to frustrate them or to make them feel like a failure. The purpose of it was to teach them how to handle failure and to see how they react to it. Now, when I have a conversation with people, I'm always testing people. I'm always seeing what buttons they have to push. I'm always deliberately trying to get a reaction from people. And I'm sure a lot of people find that very annoying about me. But I do that so that I can see how people react. And I can see when you're under stress, you react intuitively. You don't necessarily react logically. And one of the things that I want to see is how someone is going to just react normally, without even thinking about it. If I don't give you a chance to think. And when you put people in those stressful situations, that's when you really get to see that. So there are other people out there that do that. College professors will do this. College professors will deliberately fail you as a professor to teach you how to be self-sufficient.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't realize that. So they think that, I got a terrible teacher. Well, no, the teacher's being terrible deliberately to try to teach you how to basically learn without having a crutch of a teacher there. So understanding those elements early on now, where it's not always about success. It's about that journey to get to that success. That's the important lesson to be learned. And that's where you get a lot of the knowledge and experience that leads you through the rest of your life. That was all we had for segment 2. It was a quick segment. We knew that. We do have a lot more coming up in our next segment. So stay with us. We'll be right back after this. And we'll be talking about what to do about perfectionism.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and perfectionism. So what do you do about perfectionism? Well, the first step in changing from a perfectionist attitude to a healthy mentality is to realize that perfectionism is undesirable. Seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? Perfection is an illusion that is unattainable. The next step is to challenge the self-defeating thoughts and behaviors that fuel perfectionism. Some of the following strategies might help you.
One of these strategies is setting realistic and reachable goals based on your own wants and needs and what you have accomplished in the past. That was a really long title. This will enable you to achieve and will lead to a greater sense of self-esteem. You should also set successful goals. As you reach a goal, set your next goal one level beyond your present level of accomplishment.
Experiment with your standards for success. Choose any activity, and instead of aiming for 100%, try for 90% or 80 or even 60%. This will help you realize that the world does not end when you are not perfect. Focus on the process and not just on the result. We talked about this already. Evaluate your success not only in terms of what you accomplished, but also in terms of how much you enjoyed the task. And I'd even go so far as to say how much you learned from the task. Okay. Recognize that there can be value in the process of pursuing a goal. The next one we have is to ask yourself the hard questions. Confront the fears that may be behind your perfectionism and ask yourself, what am I afraid of? What is the worst thing that could happen? And I tell you that all the time. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen if you get a B on this test? You'll bring your overall grade down a few points, but then you'll have an opportunity to get them back up. What else do we have?
We also have mistakes or opportunities for experience. Recognize that many positive things that can only be learned by making mistakes. When we make a mistake, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? More specifically, think of a recent mistake you have made and list all of the things you can learn from it. The final one we have here is avoid all or nothing thinking in relation to your goals. Learn to differentiate the tasks you want to give high priority to from those tasks that are less important to you.
So let's look at how parents can support their perfectionist children and teens. I know it can seem daunting to want to help your child yet not know where to start. So here's a few things you can do to help your child make their perfectionism more manageable. We might not get rid of it entirely, but we should be able to at least manage it. Educate your child about perfectionism. Talk to your child about it. Help him or her understand that perfectionism makes us overly critical of ourselves and others. This may make us unhappy and anxious about trying new things. Perfectionism makes it difficult to finish tasks and can be frustrating for everyone in the family. For younger children, you might not want to label it as perfectionism, but instead make up your own name that's a little more easy for them to understand. But for teens, call it perfectionism in case they want to find out more about it on their own.
You should also teach positive statements. Perfectionistic children and teenagers often have rigid black and white thinking. Things are either right or wrong, good or bad, perfect or failure. Help your child see the gray areas in between. Encourage your child to replace self-critical or perfectionistic thoughts with more positive, helpful statements. Have your child say these statements to him or herself whenever he or she starts to be self-critical or upset about not doing something perfectly. Suggest writing these statements down somewhere handy, on the home screen of their phone, a post-it, etc. Even if he or she doesn't believe these statements right away, enough repetition will turn positive thoughts into a habit and help quiet the negative self-talk, or it'll just annoy them. There's also that as well.
There is that. You can help your child gain perspective. Perfectionistic children and teens tend to catastrophize. Mistakes or imperfections are seen as more terrible than they really are. They focus on the possible negative consequences of failure. In most cases, these feared consequences are unlikely and much more drastic than the reality. Understandably, catastrophizing increases anxiety and interferes with performance. Help your child recognize that one mistake does not equal failure, and that one bad performance does not mean that he or she is worthless.
You should also praise effort. It is important to praise effort regardless of whether or not your child was successful. This is especially true for a perfectionist child or teen. Instead of praising the achievement, praise the effort and quality of character that was shown. Also, praise skills that are not directly related to achievement, such as sharing with others, remembering something important, playing well, or congratulating a winner.
Create realistic schedules. Help your child by breaking down larger tasks into manageable steps. On a chart or calendar, write down the goal or deadline and work backwards, setting mini goals along the way. Build in rewards for reaching these steps. Also encourage him or her to decide in advance how much time to spend on a task. Remember, the goal is to complete the task, not to make it perfect.
You should also set priorities. Perfectionists sometimes have trouble deciding on what to devote their energy and effort to. Encourage your child to prioritize by deciding which activities deserve maximum energy and which require less. Let him or her know that it's okay to not give 100% on every task or activity.
And finally, gain balance. Perfectionists tend to lead narrow lives because it's very difficult to be very good at a lot of things. The goal should be to not invest more effort than is necessary to do a good enough job. Reassure your child that it's good to take breaks and take time to do things they enjoy. This will allow more time to enjoy with friends and on other activities and hobbies. It's also important to remember there's nothing wrong with setting high standards, but they need to be reachable with effort. It's all about being okay, human, not superhuman, among the best, if not the best. Perfectionism can be a curse, and perfectionists can carry criticism both of themselves and others. By setting standards at the wrong level, they're condemned to never achieve them. So with all that said and done, has any of this helped to give you more perspective on your own perfectionism?
Well, I guess I'll kind of go down the list here because we have a nice section list. Educate me about my perfectionism. I mean, we're technically doing that with the podcast.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm learning more about it now. Teach positive statements. It's good to make mistakes as long as you learn from them.
Right.
You kind of give me slightly more positive statements about like, hey, it's okay, you don't have to give 100%, you're still doing good. And your motto is, as long as you put in your best effort, like, you achieved, you're good, basically.
Right. I cannot ask you to do more than your best. And sometimes if your best isn't 100%, that's okay. The world doesn't revolve around 100%. It's very infrequent that anybody gets 100% effectiveness in the real world. And you kind of need to accept that and move on.
Help me gain perspective. Yeah, you've definitely tried to teach me that, just because you make one mistake doesn't mean that your entire career is completely gone. Like, with some of my quizzes, when I don't get 100%, you say, hey, this won't really affect you that much in the long run, you're gonna be fine.
Right.
So you definitely try to give me that. You also do praise my effort. You do still praise my achievements, but you still also praise the effort that I put into, like with marching band. Like, you know I'm not perfect on marching band, but you still praise the amount of effort I've been able to put into it.
Yeah, and it's hard work. That's why it was very important for us, with this injury that you're going through right now. Mommy and I are trying very hard to make sure that when you're able to perform in marching band again, you can, because you put so much effort into it. You might get out on the field there and you might not march as well as you were before until your leg's 100%. But you've worked so hard for it that you should be entitled to it. Mm-hmm. So, absolutely.
Set realistic schedules. You've been helping me with that. Helping me reach goals in a much more realistic fashion. So, any goals I do want to achieve, you always make sure to help me reach them in a realistic fashion. Set priorities. Yeah, there are certain things that I should probably prioritize more. A lot of the times with schoolwork, like, prioritize, like, certain things of schoolwork over others. Kind of like how I do with my homework.
Sure.
And then gain balance.
With the Force.
Yes. Gain balance with the Force. You definitely try to help me balance my perfectionist ideas with, like, just doing a overall good enough job.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think for the most part, you've got a lot of the fundamentals down. You've got a lot of the how to do it down. You break things down into smaller tasks. You're very good with scheduling things and prioritizing things. So you've got all of these tools available to you. I think where you probably need to have a little bit more practice is the mental part of things, not being overly critical of yourself, not having to be 100% effective all the time, and understanding that that's okay. I think if we can get to that part and you can use all the tools that you have at your disposal, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think you're doing pretty good. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up the business of the podcast. We'll be right back. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that perfectionism is definitely something that is a malicious cycle, and I know from experience how difficult it can be to handle it. There are definitely ways to help manage it to something that's definitely dulls it down. Of course, it's not going to completely go away, as we would have hoped, but we can at least, quiet it for the most part. And if you ever feel like you're one of the only people that's like this, don't worry. This is one of the podcasts where I can actually relate to you, so yay.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you.
Well, before we go, I do want to once again remind folks that if you want to subscribe to this podcast, you can get the audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things, and we're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Give us your suggestions for show notes. Give us your stories, like, the stuff that we talk about on the podcast here. Do you find that you're a perfectionist? Do you have perfectionist kids? Write in, let us know. We'd love to include it as part of the conversation during the podcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can actually get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a monthly free Twitch subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of this podcast can be found at podcast on the web. They can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get all of our videos on Facebook. We do stream on Facebook as well at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can also find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. A husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 127, To Boldly Go. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and colorful co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. So we skipped a week last week.
Mm-hmm.
We had a very busy schedule. We had a lot of marching band stuff happening last week.
More of it to come.
Yes, we had a lot of very fatigued people around the house thanks to marching band.
Yep.
And we just didn't have the energy to do the podcast last week.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we did get a new camera. So
Yay.
we're running with a new wide shot here on our camera 3. So it's for you viewing audience out there.
There you go.
So this weekend we do have a busy weekend ahead of us as well. So hopefully we'll have the energy to throw a podcast together next week.
We shall see.
Yeah. We're coming up on the apex, I guess, of marching band.
Yeah, this is probably the busiest weekend coming up.
So we may be going to an every other week arrangement probably until November when marching band events are over.
Yeah.
and then we can pick things back up. But we'll see. We're trying to get them out there, but it's a rough schedule.
Right. We need downtime, as well.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. Well, plus we're producing
True.
for band now as well. I've been roped into.
You've been voluntold.
I've been voluntold to use my video resources to now
to help out.
Record video and audio for the band, and we're putting director's cuts videos together and stuff like that. So that's even more time consuming for me at this point. But anyway, moving right along, we are talking entertainment today. So today in our Disney Detective, how a villain avoids breaking character, plus 50 years after opening, and these workers never left. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, the Galactic Star Cruiser is getting its own comics, and just how dangerous would a Darkside Luke actually be? And in our entertainment news, William Shatner is finally reaching for the final frontier, then a touching moment between Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga during his final performance. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and a few remaining afterthoughts. They're dropping off rapidly as we wane on through the year, but there are a few left to still talk about. But before we do that, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things, and we can be found on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, etc., etc. Pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite folks to write in, give us your feedback, give us your shows that we can talk about. If there's other comic book shows, toy shows, pop culture shows we can plug for you. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So, as many people know, Disney refers to their employees as cast members, even if you aren't playing a popular, known character. But for those who do face characters, there are significant challenges to the role that other than just learning the lines. So for one dedicated Disney cast member, possibly the biggest challenge of their acting career may have been when they were facing off against a pint-sized version of themselves. Posted by TikTok account Bad Parenting Moments, Maleficent's hilarious exchange with her tiny doppelganger garnered over 20 million views and nearly 10,000 comments. So in the video, a very in-character Maleficent is put to the test when a villainous toddler approaches her. "It's awfully small," the evil queen sneers at the tiny tot, who then promptly blows her a sweet kiss. Maleficent asks the toddler's mom, "Is it blowing me a kiss?" who smiles, standing while watching close by. And the true test of Maleficent's acting skills comes when the toddler touches the villainess's gloved hand, forcing the queen to turn a stony face and then look off into the crowd. So while the evildoer never officially broke character, many TikTokers feel that the actress's face betrays just how desperately she just wanted to hug the toddler. Thousands of TikTokers shared their reaction to the sweet moment in the comments. One said, "I love how they just don't break character. I would have totally broken character. She was just way too cute." Another one had said, "Oh my God, her face, it's so precious." Another person had said, "You can just see how hard it is that she's not breaking character because she's just so cute." And then, of course, at the end, she's trying so hard not to smile and just hug her. And another person said, "I would have melted like ice on a summer day." So thanks to dedicated performers like this talented Maleficent, Disney World continues to be a place of magic and joy for kids everywhere, and obviously the kids at heart too.
So let me guess. This is your attempt to fight my bashing of Disney to find every cute little kid story at Disney to put out there now.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's it.
This was cute. Unfortunately, when I pulled up the article, the link wasn't in there.
Right.
To view it, because it is a really cute video to actually
Yeah, and
watch.
it's really short. It's not very long, but you can tell, at one point Maleficent kind of turns her head,
Right,
because if she
right.
had any more interaction with the toddler, she would have completely lost it and wanted to just love on her. And that's what I think is so great about the Disney characters, especially the villains, how they work almost extra hard
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
be bad, to be mean, so from the evil stepsisters to even Gaston. There was an article, from a couple of months ago where this, 20-year-old
remember that
woman
one,
was
yeah.
like flirting with him, and he was just kind of like,
Well, I
Whatever.
remember we did the one character meal. Where was it? We did the one character meal, and it was
the Grand Floridian.
that one. Yeah, that
So
was
it was
where
the stepsisters,
Yeah.
the evil Cinderella's
And-
stepsisters.
And the one stepsister came around, and she was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
But she was hilarious in character.
Right.
And she did it in such a way as to be entertaining for the adults,
Mm-hmm.
but also entertaining for the kids at the
Yeah.
same time. So it
Yeah.
wasn't like adult humor, but it was the sarcasm. It was the dark humor type
Right,
stuff.
where kids probably wouldn't have understood what
Exactly.
she was
Exactly.
insinuating, but the parents did.
Yeah. Yeah, so they do a fantastic
Mm-hmm.
job with it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we always have the one famous incident where we had the camera break on us,
Right.
and they weren't face characters;
No.
they were costume characters,
Mhm.
and they were running around like crazy, playing hide and seek
And
and duck
Duck,
duck
Duck,
goose and everything else, just to keep one little girl occupied.
Yep.
When they could have very easily walked us outside and put us back in the line and told us to wait till they got a new camera.
Right.
So kudos to them for that.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been doing it there for 50 years now.
50 years.
50 years. And some people have never even left. So they've been trapped there for 50 years, right?
They get put in Tupperware at the end of the night, and they don't get let out.
Tell us about the veterans that have been there for that long.
So, applying to be one of the first workers at Walt Disney World, high school graduate George Kalogridis made a split-second decision that set the course of his life. He picked a room where prospective hotel workers were being hired. Chuck Milan got a tip about a job opening from a transplanted Disney executive whose new house he was landscaping. Erlene Anderson jumped at the chance to take a job at the new Disney-themed park in Florida, having fallen in love with the beauty of Disneyland in California during a trip she had taken 2 years earlier. At the time, the three were among the first 6,000 employees who opened the Magic Kingdom at Disney World to the public for the first time on October 1st, 1971. Now, they are among about 24 from that first day who are still employed at the theme park resort as it celebrated its 50th anniversary the beginning of this month. Over those decades, Disney added 3 more theme parks, 24 additional hotels, and grew to have a workforce of 77,000 employees as it helped Orlando become the most visited place in the U.S. before the pandemic. What never changed was the original employees' devotion to the pixie dust, the dream machine created by Walt Disney and his Imagineers. Disney has been my love, and it still is, Erlene had said recently before starting her shift in merchandising at a Magic Kingdom hotel. She said, "I love Disney." The employees who make up the 50-year club say the theme park resort has allowed them to grow their careers and try on new hats. George worked his way up to become the president of Walt Disney World and Disneyland in California. Chuck went from a warehouse worker to a buyer of spare parts for rides and shows. Forrest Baruth joined the workforce at Walt Disney World in January of 1971 as a show director, responsible for staging and choreographing parades and shows. He was given the opportunity to help open other Disney theme parks around the world over the past 5 decades. He said, "There are people all over the world who get to go to work, they're unhappy about it, and they don't really like their jobs. But as you can tell from us, there's an enthusiasm. We are privileged to be at a place where we love what we do." There were no guarantees that Disney World was going to be a success 50 years ago. Walt Disney, the pioneering animator and entrepreneur whose name graces the Florida resort, had actually died in 1966, just a year after announcing plans for the East Coast Disneyland. The company had quietly acquired 27,000 acres of scrub land outside of Orlando for about $5 million via secret land purchases using fake names and shell companies. The job of shepherding the project to opening day fell on his brother, Roy Disney, who, with other company officials, convinced the Florida legislature to create a quasi-governmental agency that would allow Disney to self-govern when it came to matters of infrastructure and planning. Roy died almost 3 months after Disney World opened. Just weeks before opening, construction on the Magic Kingdom was controlled chaos, and it seemed impossible that it would all come together in time. It was like an army of ants. Everything was under construction, interiors were still being put up, roofing was still getting put on top, Forrest had said. Things were, there was painting and landscaping, things were arriving by the moment, it was like trucks going everywhere. Forrest had rehearsed performers throughout the parade choreography down Main Street, which cuts through the center of the Magic Kingdom and resembles the turn-of-the-century small town from Walt Disney's childhood. Even though he was a busser, George was drafted to lay down sod outside the hotel that he was working in hours before Disney World's grand opening. 2 things have stuck in the memories of the longtime employees from that opening day. The first was the photo. It was an image of thousands of Disney World cast members standing in front of the iconic Cinderella Castle with Mickey Mouse and other costumed characters holding hands in front. 2 weeks later, it was featured on the cover of Life magazine. They brought all the characters up, staged them first, and then they tried to keep all of the different workers together based on the color of their costumes, Chuck had said. The second was the parade. It featured a 1,076-member marching band conducted by Meredith Willson, who was the composer of the Broadway show The Music Man. There were 4,000 Disney entertainers marching through the theme park, a mass choir, and trumpeters from the United States Army Band. Hundreds of white doves were released in the air, and less environmentally friendly were thousands of multicolored balloons. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen, Forrest had said. But only around 10,000 visitors actually showed up that day, which at today's much larger Walt Disney World would represent about 90 minutes worth of visitors entering. They had said it wouldn't be until Thanksgiving of 1971, almost 3 months later, when Disney executives had an answer about whether their new resort would be a success. That's when cars trying to get to the Magic Kingdom stretched for miles down the interstate. It was very clear after that first Thanksgiving that the public definitely liked where they were going. That first Thanksgiving, that was the moment.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, just to think of being anywhere for that long is astonishing to me.
Absolutely.
I can't picture myself being at any company for 50 years.
I'm at 22.
You're getting there. I get to around, what do I get to? 7
or
years, 8
yeah.
years, something like that.
Right.
And then I'm kind of lost at that point in time.
Yeah. And speaking of the Life magazine, one of my Disney possessions happens to be, it's not a very good copy. There's some tears and stains on it, but this is the photo that they talk about that they took on opening day and
Right.
ended up getting published.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool when you know, all right, let's take a picture.
Yeah.
Everybody get together.
Hurry up, get together for a picture. Right.
Okay,
yeah.
everybody color code. What costume are you wearing? Okay, you go over here, you go over here. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
That's pretty cool. So anyway, 50 years. Do they get to retire at some point in time?
I don't know. Some of them might want to. Some of them, you know.
They're still pretty young looking for, you know.
Yeah, well, you figure, you know, if you were in high school, you know, you were not even 20,
Yeah.
you know, so maybe
I
it's
guess
one of
it's,
those, or, you know, you just kind of work part-time, or, you know, I don't know.
Not a bad job if you can get it.
No,
Right?
not at all.
So that was it for our Disney Detective. We'll be back in a minute after our quick break with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser gets the Marvel treatment. StarWars.com writes that the voyages are the greatest of all Star Cruisers. As the legendary Halcyon embarks on a momentous cruise, the ship heads towards a confrontation with the First Order. But what secret from the High Republic era can help the passengers and crew all these years later? And how did Jedi Nibs and Burry fend off a Nihil attack on one of the ship's first ever voyages? Well, the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser Halcyon is ready to launch, and you're invited along for the ride. Star Wars Halcyon Legacy is a new 5-issue comic book miniseries from Marvel debuting next year. Sorry. I should just read it the way it's written, right?
Yeah.
Written by Ethan Sachs, who penned the recent Star Wars Bounty Hunters run, with art by Will Slinney, whose work includes Star Wars: The Rise of Kylo Ren and others. The series reunites the creative team behind the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge comic series for a new adventure that ties into the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser experience opening at Walt Disney World Resort in March 2022. In a recent interview with StarWars.com, Sachs recounts, "In the summer of 1977, my life was forever changed as a 4-year-old boy by 2 experiences that have seared themselves into my brain for all these years. Seeing Star Wars in the movie theater and visiting Disney World for the first time. The chance to contribute to the lore of both with Halcyon Legacy, the tale of the ship that will be an integral memory for so many fellow fans, is an incredible honor. And to re-team with my Galaxy's Edge co-pilot, artist extraordinaire Will Slinney, makes it extra special. I promise we'll bake that joy into every page of every issue as we take you on a journey across 275 years of epic adventures, from the High Republic through the time of the First Order. You're going to enjoy this ride. With a story that spans centuries, readers can revisit the iconic ship at different points in the Star Wars timeline, reunite with familiar faces like the ultimate scoundrel pairing of Lando and Hondo teaming up for the first time, Travel the stars with a featured tale that leads into the events of the Walt Disney World experience taking place between Star Wars The Last Jedi and Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. Marvel Comics editor-in-chief C.B. Cebulski adds, "As a lifelong Star Wars fan, I'm thrilled to be a part of the team helping to bring Halcyon Legacy to life. We've all been able to experience Star Wars in so many ways over the years, from watching the films to playing with the toys to reading the comics to even visiting Batuu and drinking in the cantina. But now Walt Disney World is taking things to the next level with this immersive, interactive experience. Our series will get you up to speed on this important part of the galaxy far, far away as you prepare to put on your cloak, pick up your lightsaber, and blast off in Orlando."
And spend $5,000 for 2 nights.
So, yeah. Since this article came out, we also got the pre-order available for DVC members.
Which in less than a day and a half had sold out.
Which is painfully encouraging for Disney. Because it tells Disney that no matter what they charge, people are going to pay the rates.
Right. Now, this preview, it wasn't just for DVC. It was also annual pass holders as well were part of that as well. So, yes.
So, how many points was it for the 2-night stay?
I think it was going to be around 600 or so per person.
That's reasonable, right? How much is a cruise?
Less than 600 a person.
Yeah. A 5-night cruise?
5-night cruise, maybe it's about 4 or 5, maybe 6, depending on the stateroom you have. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We've never actually priced out a cruise.
And this is bottom line prices.
Right. This was like the cheap room that sleeps 5. So, So,
still very disappointed at that. But you left me feeling too good with our
So you had to put a dig.
Yeah, I had to put something in there.
So, hey, read all this story and get really hyped up about a real ship that you can go on that you're never going to have enough money to
But make sure you get a deal in the comic so you can save your money for the actual trip.
There you go. Disney.
Anyway, moving right along.
So what other happy Star Wars news do you have?
So we also are talking about how dangerous a dark side Luke would be. This one comes from our friends at Screen Rant. Finally, Star Wars has revealed just how dangerous a dark side Luke Skywalker would be. The Tatooine farm boy with a thirst for adventure who learned he was the son of a Jedi Knight, Luke would prove that one man can change the history of an entire galaxy when he shot down the Death Star, and again when he successfully redeemed Darth Vader, leading the Sith apprentice to turn on his master. Luke is a legendary figure, renowned for his strength in the Force and his unshakable belief in the possibility of redemption. Naturally, Star Wars fans have always wondered just what would happen if Luke Skywalker ever turned to the dark side. The old expanded universe toyed with that idea in the Dark Empire comics, in which Luke bent knee before a resurrected emperor, but even then it didn't last long, with Luke himself redeemed by the love of his friends and family. That story isn't even canon anymore, with Disney declaring the expanded universe, quote, legends, when they acquired Lucasfilm in 2012. The question still feels relatively unresolved, though. Amusingly, the Star Wars special Lego Star Wars Terrifying Tales actually provides an answer, albeit a non-canon one. It features an account of the Death Star's destruction by Darth Vader's twisted servant Vinay, who turns the original Star Wars story on its head by telling a tale in which Star-Lord, in which Luke Skywalker joined the Empire instead of the Rebellion. Power-hungry and eager for fame and celebrity, this version of Luke proved himself a skilled pilot and even earned the attention of Darth Vader himself. He became Darth Vader's apprentice, training in the ways of the Force, and it was clear he had even more power than the man he did not know was his father. Ironically, Luke's story ended in the same way when he fired a stray shot during the battle over the Death Star and accidentally obliterated it. No doubt in Vinay's version, Luke joined the rebellion in order to claim he'd intended to fire that shot all along. Of course, this is just a tall tale told in a Halloween special, but the really striking thing about the account of Darth Vader's servant Vinay is how easily it could have happened. Viewers tend to forget that Luke Skywalker's dreams of seeing the galaxy were originally leading him to join the Empire. And in fact, in the first film, he fought with his uncle over whether it was time for him to enlist. Luke's heroic journey really began when Imperial stormtroopers gunned down his aunt and uncle, giving him a personal reason to oppose the Empire. Things could have easily turned out differently. Lucasfilm is increasingly diving into non-canon Star Wars stories, most notably with the Star Wars Visions animated series, and it's possible these can give viewers a better glimpse of a dark side Luke Skywalker. For now, though, LEGO Star Wars Terrifying Tales suggest he would be a force to reckon with. And we haven't, full disclosure, we haven't seen it yet.
Right. We were going to watch it this weekend, but we just never got our
We had so
it.
much other stuff to watch in our sloth-like states this weekend.
Yeah.
So much so we even missed one of the toy shows we wanted to go to.
Yeah, exactly. Not that we weren't talking about it for like 2 months.
I know. We plugged it all this time and it never even went.
Oh, crud, we missed that.
But yeah, I remember reading the Dark Empire comics, and they were really good. In fact, they have put out a limited edition series of figures, which I have all the figures from it as well. And the artwork is gorgeous in it. So if you get a chance, go back and read it. Even if you get the digital versions of it, it made for a very interesting take on what an alternate version of Darth Vader's story could have been too, which was really good. And it also lends a little bit of credence to the Rise of Skywalker and the resurrection of the Emperor. And you can kind of see where elements of that storyline for the movie came from the expanded universe.
Okay.
It was executed in probably the worst possible way imaginable. Had they just stuck with the story from the comics, it would have been awesome. But they didn't. So anyway, Dark Side Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
And that's it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So William Shatner can now say that he's gone boldly where no man, his age, has gone before. He's certainly not the first person to visit space, but as of today, Wednesday, the Star Trek veteran is now the oldest. At 90, the actor joined Blue Origin, founded by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos in 2000, for its second human spaceflight. Shatner and 3 others were launched in a New Shepard rocket from the aerospace company's West Texas launch site just before 11 a.m. today. The crew safely landed back on Earth several minutes later when Shatner could be heard saying that the experience was unlike anything they had described. All 4 passengers on board gave a thumbs up to the recovery crew upon landing to indicate that they were okay. Bezos greeted the passengers with a double thumbs up outside the landing capsule, followed by the passengers' family and friends who cheered and applauded. Shatner told Bezos, "In a way, it's indescribable. Not only is it different than what you thought, it happened so quickly. The impression I had that I never expected to have is the shooting up, and there's the blue sky." And then Bezos sprayed him with a bottle of champagne. Everybody in the world needs to do this. Everybody in the world needs to see it, Shatner continued. It was unbelievable. The little things, the weightlessness, but just to see the blue color of the sky whip you up, and now you're staring into blackness, and then it's gone. It was all so moving. This experience did something unbelievable. Bezos, he had said to Bezos, "What you had given me is the most profound experience I can imagine. I hope I never recover from this." Shatner is obviously best known as playing Captain James T. Kirk in the Star Trek franchise, and he had said in a press release on October 4th they had heard about space, for a long time now, and he was taking the opportunity to see it for himself. But Shatner also admitted to being very nervous to go up into space. He said, "I'm terrified," during New York's Comic-Con last Thursday, according to Space.com. He said, "I know. I'm Captain Bloody Kirk, and I'm terrified." The launch had actually been scheduled for Tuesday, but forecasting high winds prompted a delay to the following day. Blue Origin announced prior to the launch that it would only last just about 10 minutes, with the fully automated capsule reaching a maximum altitude of about 66 miles before parachuting back into the desert. Along with Shatner, the spaceflight passengers in Blue Origin's second human spaceflight included Blue Origin's Vice President of Mission and Flight Operations, Audrey Powers, a former NASA engineer and tech entrepreneur, Chris Bawaizen, and the founder of a clinical trial software company, Glenn DeVries. The latter 2 passengers paid for tickets on the flight. Blue Origin has not publicly disclosed the price of the tickets, though Bezos has previously said the total of tickets sold were nearing $100 million.
So this is cool, okay? I'm not going to take anything away from Shatner for this. I mean, the man's 90 years old, and he just got shot into space on a rocket.
Yeah.
Now, it's important to point out, this wasn't an orbital shot.
Mm-mm.
This was a ballistic trajectory up and down.
Right.
Which in and of itself is impressive that we can do this with common regularity now. When you think at the beginning of the space race, we couldn't even manage something like this.
To get anything up.
Right.
Let alone come back down.
Right. And it's funny you use that terminology given what the rocket looks like.
And I'm sure everybody that's listening knows what it looks like.
Yeah, we didn't show a picture.
We didn't need to show pictures.
But this is a gimmick. This is doing absolutely nothing for space tourism. It's doing nothing for space exploration or technology advancements. Nothing. We've been able to do this for quite some time now. And these little jaunts up and down are they're attention grabbers. That's it.
Oh, absolutely.
What was impressive was when SpaceX put its first tourists up into space into orbit at an orbit higher than the International Space Station for 3 days.
Yeah.
It was the furthest humans had been away from Earth since we went to the moon.
Right.
That is significant.
Absolutely. This was kind of just this was like the Disneyland version of Mission to Mars. Like, I've been on a centrifuge now, so I can go into space.
So in this, because they don't have to achieve orbital velocity, which is 14,500 miles an hour, I think it is, the acceleration is much more tame. You hit maybe 2G, 2.5G
Right.
going up, which is roughly what you get on an amusement ride.
Right.
So the rigors on the body are not nearly as
Right. The fact that
significant.
you don't have a specialized suit, you don't
Right.
have to wear any sort of helmet. You're basically just, the whole thing literally took 10 minutes from.
The closest thing I
Start to
can
finish.
equate this to is you have the plane, the vomit comet,
Yes.
where the plane itself flies ballistic arcs up and down.
Mm-hmm.
And during the down arc, you are weightless.
Mm-hmm.
That is essentially the same thing as what they did. They just
Mm-hmm.
didn't accelerate to the top of the arc as fast.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't go as high. They don't go as high in the plane.
Right.
So, yes, this is cool. Captain Kirk finally made it to space.
Right.
I really wish we would stop giving so much attention to this stuff, though, and at least force Bezos and Virgin Galactic to do something more with this.
Right.
To do something more creative, something that betters humanity. This is essentially a balloon ride,
Right.
and it's doing absolutely nothing. It's $100 million in tickets for what? To shoot a bunch of rockets up?
Right. Now, I will say it was very cool to see it go up because basically, they didn't have much training because there's nothing for them
Right,
to
'cause
do
it's all
because it's all, automated. But that's what's I think that's what was fascinating more to me, the fact that it went up and then when the capsule split, the main body came back down. Okay, I'm done with what I had to do. I'm going to come to and had this perfect landing.
Right.
That to me was like, wow,
Yeah, that
that's
is
pretty
impressive.
freaking cool. That's where I would love to see them advance it more. Like,
Yes.
okay, now that you can get people up and this part can come back, now you need to do other stuff out in space.
Yes.
Like, go beyond the whole, okay, cool, you've been in space now.
I'm
And,
totally with you there.
yeah, great. This is something everybody should see. Okay, when it's not millions of dollars.
Right.
And people, I don't think I would ever want to do it because I'm not a fan of flying in
Right. No, I'm with you.
So part of me's going, okay, well, it's only 10 minutes, You figure when you take off in a plane, it takes about, 3 or 4 minutes to get to the altitude, and then by the time you're coming back down, I don't know, that landing was kind of, woo!
Yeah.
That was a little jarring too.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah,
one.
yeah. So,
But yeah, I mean, I think it was cool, and I'd like to see more of it, but I like to see it be a little bit more advanced.
mm-hmm.
So moving on with our geriatric portion of the show here.
So Lady Gaga was thrilled that Tony Bennett had recognized her during the pair's final performance together at Radio City Music Hall in August, according to a 60 Minutes interview on CBS. The 95-year-old singer has been battling Alzheimer's disease since 2016. Both Bennett's family and Lady Gaga had shared details of his battle with the debilitating disease during a CBS special which aired the other week on 60 Minutes. The special included a one-on-one interviews and clips from Bennett's final performance. Lady Gaga revealed that during the first few weeks, the two had spent time together since COVID-19 pandemic had begun. Bennett referred to her as sweetheart, and she was unsure if he actually knew who she was. But then she walked out on stage during their final show together, and it was heartwarming to see that he recognized the singer. When Gaga walked on stage, she greeted him with, "Hey, Tony," as the crowd cheered, and Bennett exclaimed, "Whoa, Lady Gaga!" She appeared incredibly delighted by his response, bent over in laughter before twirling around on stage in a golden dress, after which he added, I'd like that, do it again." So Lady Gaga continued to twirl before approaching Bennett for their duet. She said that was the first time that Tony had said my name in a long time. Unfortunately, Memory loss is a key aspect of dementia, and Alzheimer's is the most common cause of dementia and affects an estimated 60 to 80% of all people with dementia. Despite his diagnosis, Bennett continued to perform and sing and remembered Gaga for his final show. I had to keep it together because we had a sold-out show and I have a job to do, but I'll tell you, when I walked out on stage and he said, "It's Lady Gaga," my friends saw me, and it was very special to me, she had said. Bennett doesn't let his disease get in the way of performing and making music that everybody loves. When that music comes on, something happens to him. He knows exactly what he's doing, and what's important for me, actually, is just to make sure that I don't get in the way of that, Lady Gaga had told CBS. The two have a strong relationship and first collaborated on Bennett's album Duets 2 and then on their co-album in 2014, Cheek to Cheek. They recently joined forces on what will be Bennett's last album, Love for Sale, according to People. Bennett's wife, Susan, also opened up about her husband's Alzheimer's battle during the special. She says, "He recognizes me, thank goodness. His children, and we're blessed in a lot of ways. He's very sweet. He doesn't know what he has." Backstage during the show, Susan was seen watching Lady Gaga's set with Bennett and reminded that he was going out to perform that evening as well. But as soon as the curtain rose to reveal Bennett on stage, he seemed like his old self again. Once he saw the audience and he raises his hands, we knew everything was going to be okay because he became himself and it just turned on like a light switch. To close out the night, Lady Gaga asked Bennett if she could have the honor of escorting him off the stage. "Just simply being the woman that got to walk him off stage was enough for me." Viewers then watched as Lady Gaga was fighting through tears, told Bennett that he was so amazing and spectacular during the final performance.
And it is amazing that given the condition that he has, that he can continue to perform the way he does.
Yeah, and when the original airing of the show of the 60 Minutes piece aired, I actually had missed it. I knew it was coming up and I ended up missing it, so I found it online, and when I saw the article talking about it, I wanted to watch it, and it was just... It was so sad in a way because you saw him just sitting there like kind of in a trance because he didn't know what was going on. And then in the next room, his musical arranger is sitting there playing at the piano, and he just it's like a light switch literally came on, and he just walked in and didn't have anything in front of him, didn't have any music in front of him, and he starts playing, and they played for an hour and a half straight of all these different songs, and he didn't, every now and then might have missed a beat or something, but for the most part you would have not known that he was as sick as he was.
And a lot of people might look at that and say, "My God, why are you making this man continue to perform?" Until you realize that it's that performing that brings the man back out.
That's exactly what they were saying, is that, at the time when they had talked about and I guess they were doing 2 nights for this concert, and they're actually they had taped it, so the concert is actually going to be played I think later this year on CBS as a special. And when they had booked it, they had actually booked it before the pandemic, and he wasn't as sick. And of course, as time went on, it was like, well, do we cancel it? Do we not? What do we do? But they kept rehearsing with him and he seemed to be okay. And that's when Lady Gaga was talking about how they got together and he would call her sweetheart. He never called her by name, where he always knew her name beforehand. And they kept rehearsing. They finally got the dates. They were very, very nervous. Hi, kitty. They were very nervous about it. And and his wife, was talking about, she's walking him on stage, where you're going, right? And he didn't really know. But as soon as the music came up and the curtains open, again, it was that light switch came on where...
his brain was just so hardwired over so many years of performing that's the pattern that he falls into when the music starts.
Absolutely. And
you almost hate to see that taken away from him by not performing anymore.
And that's what you kind of see with some Alzheimer's patients or patients with dementia. There's that thing that
like there's almost like there's a groove in the brain that you fall back into.
You find music happens to be a big trigger for some of them, where a favorite song or something, or if they were an artist, you give them a paintbrush and they kind of that part of their brain still function. It's just that everything else is just so clouded, around it, the disease. And I saw the clip where, Tony says, there's my friend Lady Gaga. And you can tell she was ready to just burst into tears because it was like, oh my God, he actually knows, who I am. So I'm looking forward to, to seeing the special.
Yeah.
So
good story. That's it for our entertainment news this week, which is good because it got a little too emotional there. Let's move right along. We still have a show to finish up here ourselves. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick happens to be the new Muppets Haunted Mansion special that is on Disney Plus. So the great Gonzo, world famous daredevil artist, has done it all, seen it all, survived it all, but on Halloween night, the fearless Gonzo takes on the greatest challenge of his life by spending one very daring night in the most grim, grinning place on Earth. The Haunted Mansion. I can't do it as well as you. Inspired by all four of the iconic Disney Haunted Mansion attractions located across the globe at various Disney parks, the Muppets Haunted Mansion includes many hidden Easter eggs for Disney fans and Muppet-sized sets and props that help immerse viewers in the storytelling experience. This marks the Muppets' first ever Halloween special and features 3 original songs: Rest in Peace, Life Hereafter, and Tie the Knot Tango. A star-studded Muppet cast, celebrity cameos, and spooky fun for families to enjoy together. Now, this was something I was looking forward to for months when they had announced it. You were kind of like, all right, we'll watch it. So this was definitely on our watch list because it dropped on Friday. I was like, we are watching this on Saturday. Come on, let's all be happy. And we all enjoyed it. You not being really a Muppet fan, were very entertained by it. I was a Muppet fan as a kid, so I grew up with it. And obviously, being a Haunted Mansion fan on top of it, this was like my two worlds, my childhood kind of coming together. So it had a lot of very classic Muppet Show tributes, as well as a lot of Haunted Mansion tributes as well. Excuse me. Getting all choked up. Just a lot of inside jokes. If you're a fan of the Haunted Mansion, you probably got all of them the first time around. And who doesn't love a screaming goat? So yeah.
You didn't bring it up.
No, I didn't. I should have.
Brought it up. Anyway, good pick. I did like it. It was very good.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. So my pick this week is an interesting documentary. How to Become a Tyrant on Netflix. I was inspired by recent political things. Ruling with an iron fist requires an aspiring dictator to know the playbook for absolute power, as history's despots prove in this sardonic docuseries. A 6-episode political documentary series narrated and produced by award-winning actor Peter Dinklage explores what's needed to be a tyrannical leader based on history's best examples of tyrants. Each episode explores a specific aspect associated with successful dictators and cites specific examples from Hitler to Stalin. Interested in becoming a tyrant? There are rules, and the playbook for a rise to dictatorship starts with one of history's most brutal, with Adolf Hitler. Once you've secured your place at the top, now the challenge is maintaining power, which means watching your back. Nobody did that better or more ruthlessly than Saddam Hussein. But dictatorships are about controlling the population. When keeping your population under control, is it better to be loved or feared? Idi Amin certainly thought he knew the right answer to that question. The truth can often get in the way of a tyrant, which we learned under our previous administration, which is why controlling the truth and any information supporting that truth is key. The series explores that aspect of tyrants as well. Through public relations spin, revisionist history, and censorship, Soviet autocrat Joseph Stalin found a certain flexibility with the truth useful. Civil liberties are another impediment to dictators, something else we saw in the last 4 years. Free speech, right to assembly. Rebel-turned-dictator Muammar Gaddafi realized that civil liberties had to go when reshaping society, but he got soft. The ultimate goal, though, is to rule forever, or at least to have your dynasty rule forever, which we saw in the last administration, too. Seizing power is hard, but keeping it is harder. In North Korea, the Kim dynasty unlocked the secret to ruling forever. They just declared themselves gods, which we almost saw in the last administration. So the show is really the ultimate in dark humor applied to politics. Much of the lessons are tongue-in-cheek looks at history's worst leaders and how they were able to muster and maintain control of their countries. The most disturbing thing of the documentary was the similarity in tactics exposed by so many other monsters in history and what we saw in our own country with the political rise of Donald Trump. By the end of the first episode, it's clear that this series is a cautionary tale of modern times and today's questionable political leadership told through the eyes of a historical retrospective. It doesn't take a university professor to see the point the show is driving home, that the United States lived through our own brush with a tyrant who exhibited most, if not all, of the traits associated with history's worst tyrants. It's an entertaining and educational look at all the warning signs to avoid another Trump presidency and should be shown to every classroom in the country. The sad thing is, as dramatic and realistic a call for help that it is, there's still a segment of the population that will still blindly fall in line behind the next wannabe tyrant, just like so many other countries did with the subjects of this documentary series. I didn't get too political there, did I?
No, not at all. I didn't think at all.
I thought I was pretty neutral there.
No, I think you were. Totally.
So that is my pick for this week, How to Become a Tyrant on Netflix. And we'll be right back. Oh, you're going to have to explain that because it sounds like I'm torturing someone. So what is that?
So this is our screaming goat.
Okay, so why is the screaming goat so significant? Give us a walkthrough.
You're going to have to watch the Muppets Haunted Mansion to know.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. So once you
hold up to the mic.
So obviously this isn't the goat from
Right.
it. It just happens to be something that we picked up at Dave & Buster's, and we had a good laugh with it because we knew, the significance of it.
Maybe next week we'll come back and we can explain the joke.
Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
Anyway, so what do we got now? We got closing thoughts because we're done learning how to be a dictator, right?
Right.
We can move right along.
So, October 22nd through the 24th in Oaks, Pennsylvania will be, I guess, the last Monster Mania for the year.
Well, the year's almost over, so it's
True.
okay.
Yeah, so it's okay. This is the first time they've ever been to this location. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go that weekend. So if anybody that's listening does go,
You know, this
drop us
marching
in.
band thing's really starting to cramp our style when it comes to conventions.
Sorry. So let us know how it is. What it's like, because obviously we've been to numerous things at that location, but never Monster Mania. Also that weekend, if you are in the Baltimore area, Baltimore Comic Con is back, and it is October 22nd through the 24th as well, located, not too far from the Inner Harbor area.
Beautiful area there, by the way.
Beautiful area. Definitely a much more comic-centric.
Right.
Whereas like Monster Mania, there's monster stuff, but there's lots of vendors and things like this. With Baltimore, when we went, of course, it's been many years.
Been a long time.
It was definitely much more artist centric.
Yes.
And then in December will be Ocean City Comic Con. So we got multiple states here. And that'll be, it's a one day. It's December 11th from 10 to 5. And that is in Ocean City, Maryland. So
Technically, Ocean City and Baltimore are in the same state.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, forgot. That,
Geography, not our strong point.
Well, whatever. It's been a long week.
I think that's all we had, right?
Yep, that's it for now.
Before we do go, I do want to once again encourage you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. Available on Apple Podcasts, Pandora, Spotify, Castro, Stitcher, Google. Stitcher's on there twice. I got to take that off of there. What else? Podbean, Buzzsprout, etc., etc. Anywhere you can get a podcast.
Right.
And we would also encourage you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. Which list are you going to look at here to read? We'll see. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us at Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can get audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find video versions at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
You can also get high-res versions of our shows on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Twitch at twitch.tv /insightsintothings, where we stream 5 days a week.
When I think of it, yeah.
We stream
if
whenever.
I'm in the office, it's,
Whenever.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay faithful to it, but 5 days a week pretty much. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that is it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group we're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, the Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it.
Yeah.
And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of this show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at Insights into Things, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And I'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks, and this one company, E Corp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is, currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with, we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly, and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued," and then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account, but your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that it is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain. I
Hence,
get
blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger, which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is. The entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this like terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain, because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these, because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. Yeah. So my only thing is like, how does this translate into actual value? Because like, I understand how you get it and how it's made, but like, is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much, it's that there's so little. So for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost like, think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, you know that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it and then
exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot in colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth like $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to coinmarketcap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion, according to CoinMarketCap. And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And
Yeah.
like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, you know, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works, it all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company. And its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, you know, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So for instance, you know, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, you know, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff? But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that that might not be the investment that you want because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
It's the buzzword, yeah.
Incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, you know, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, $900 some billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it, but ultimately it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you can have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought like, Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, like when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but like it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in, and with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider trading and that things are done on the up and up. You have the Federal Reserve that sets interest rates. So with a traditional economy, you have a lot of outside influence. It's not just the market value. A lot of it is the government trying to control the money. Part of that's inflation. When the economy is bad, the government puts more currency into circulation, which devalues the currency but increases spending. And with a cryptocurrency, they don't have that control, which is one of the reasons why Russia had banned Bitcoin, because Bitcoin could really come in and take over an economy because the government has no control over it. So a lot of governments don't understand crypto yet, and those that do and have kind of a good understanding of it are kind of afraid of it, and with good reason. Yeah. One of the other things that we talk about here is the encryption associated with it. Well, that encryption allows you to hide transactions. So right now we've got a big push in the United States where the federal government wants to have access to encrypted data on your phone, in your email, through your social media, because they claim that without that, then they can't do their job from a law enforcement perspective. So the federal government wants access to your encrypted information on your phone, so if they get a warrant for a search warrant, they can execute it, where they can't do that now. Well, they'll never be able to do that with cryptocurrency. They can't go to a manufacturer like Apple or Google and say, put a backdoor in or we're going to put you out of business. There's no central authority for Bitcoin. So they can't exercise that control. And as a result, it's very appealing to a lot of people who want to do international transactions. You know, when we do transactions with a company overseas, there's a conversion rate that happens. And that conversion makes money for someone. Some money broker somewhere skims off the top, like you talked about with Robinhood. With Bitcoin, it's traded at face value. Nobody skims off the top. Nobody makes a profit off of it. And generally, when no one's making a profit off of a transaction, people have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So you can't have that man in the middle who's doing things. But again, cryptocurrencies are speculative. There's nothing tangible about a cryptocurrency that says, okay, well, I see that Tesla put out 20% more cars this year than they had forecast, so their value is going to go up. There's nothing like that with crypto. It's literally just made up as it goes along. And that's something that scares off investors. So what you get is a completely different class of investors that go after cryptocurrencies. As an investor myself, I'm very risk averse. You know, I will invest money in a guaranteed 8% return any day over the possibility of a 15% return with a 50% chance of loss. That's just the way I am. I'll always go for the sure thing.
I mean, like, I've been investing a little bit. Like, I don't, as I've made clear by this show, I don't really understand how a lot of this stuff works. So I've been using Robinhood, and they got in trouble for kind of gamifying it. But I like that personally because it makes it a lot easier to understand. And the way I've been trading it is like gambling, where if you're putting money in, like, you have to be okay to lose it if you mess something up, or like you're okay having it sit there for a long time. Cause you know, a lot of stocks are, like you talked about with the Disney example, a long-term thing. So I haven't been doing it enough to understand how I do it. But at least with the crypto stuff, I was doing it daily, trying to get like just the smallest amount of value out of it. Where it's not a set 8%, you know, a guaranteed 8% return like you were talking about. So it is weird seeing the comparison of, you know, play it safe long term, but with crypto, it's play it now and hope for the best.
Absolutely. So I guess the real overriding question is, are cryptocurrencies a good investment? So like we said, cryptocurrencies may go up in value, but many investors see them as more speculations and not real investments. And the reason for that is that just like real currencies, cryptocurrencies generate no cash flow. So for you to profit, someone has to pay more for the currency than you did, which is called the greater fool principle. Yeah, I love that one.
That's a funny name.
And it's a legitimate theory for investing. But if you contrast that to a well-managed business, which increases its value over time by growing the profitability and cash flow of an operation, experts note that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin may not be that safe. And some notable voices in the investment community have advised would-be investors to steer clear of them. Because it's gambling.
Yeah, it's just gambling.
You hit the nail on the head. You're probably better off going to Vegas and betting, you know, $5,000 on black at the roulette than you aren't putting it in to cryptocurrency. Of a particular note, Warren Buffett compared Bitcoin to paper checks, saying, quote, it's a very effective way of transmitting money, and you can do it anonymously and all that. A check is a way of transmitting money too. Are checks worth a lot of money just because they can transmit money? And I think that really boils it down, because in order to do anything with Bitcoin, you either have to generate them through very complex, very costly computational efforts, or you need to buy them. So if you invest the money to buy them, you've paid somebody money for money. Really.
Yeah.
And you're paying that conversion rate.
Mm-hmm.
If you generate it, then you're paying the money to actually, it's not free. Like a lot of people think that, and that's part of the problem, is that people think that, oh, well, cryptocurrency, I can generate that, I can quote unquote mine that on my computer. Well, I already own the computer, so it's costing me nothing. If I can mine 3 Bitcoin, that's a fortune. Well, you're not mining for nothing. You're paying the electric bill. You're paying to cool it, because it generates so much heat to do these computations. People have actually turned mining computers into heaters for their homes.
Oh, wow.
You know, what they've done is they build a computer with 5 or 6 graphic processor units, high-grade graphics processor units, and they channel that heat into their house, and that's how they heat their house.
That's insane.
I saw one person who lived out in Colorado or something like that, and he actually funneled the heat from his cryptocurrency computer to a chicken coop, and that heats the chicken coop outside.
Well, there you go.
But that's no different than, because you're still paying to use that power. One of the latest trends now is they're putting a lot of crypto mining farms in Alaska so they don't have to pay for the cooling costs. So they're just pulling,
Put them in the ice.
yeah, they're pulling outdoor air in, and that's cooling these machines off.
Yeah, I know there was this was a while ago, probably like a year ago, but the Nintendo Switch had a thing, the gaming console, where people couldn't figure out why when they played this one game, it was like some cooking game, why their Switches kept overheating. And it was because they were using it to mine Bitcoin in the background for the game. So people's Switches would overheat and turn off, and they couldn't figure out why, because it's not like, the Switch is like that big. It's not like it's a PS5 or something.
Yeah.
So people were like, what's going on here? And they looked into it, and they were mining Bitcoin in the background when you played the game. It was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It really is.
Yeah.
For those who see cryptocurrency, such as Bitcoin, as the currency of the future, it should be noted that a currency needs stability so that merchants and consumers can determine what a fair price for goods is. So let's take the instance of Tesla. So they're going to be selling a car, and they're going to price the cost in Bitcoin out to what the equivalent dollar value would be. So let's say, for instance, you buy a Tesla for $80,000. Let's say that's, for the sake of easy math, that's 8 Bitcoin. All right. Say Bitcoin's at $10,000 each. Well, if Bitcoin drops in value at any point in time while you're still paying for that car, then you just got, like, if it drops to 5,000 per Bitcoin, you just paid half price for that car. What merchant is going to deal with a currency that's that volatile and that prone to have them lose money? Like, it just, for Tesla to go that route, I think puzzled a lot of people.
Do you think that it's going to end up becoming regulated if enough businesses get involved? Do you think it's just going to sidestep the government and they're just going to regulate it themselves? Especially if they have the majority of it, like a Tesla or another big corporation?
Well, and that's actually a very interesting proposition. You can't regulate it. You can't, because of its decentralized nature. So even if you own the majority of it, like owning the majority of a company, you control that company. If you own the majority of Bitcoin, you can't dictate the price of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is only worth what the market will bear. So if Tesla owned 60% of the available Bitcoin out there, they could ask whatever they want. But if nobody wants to pay that value, then it's not worth that, right? Like, think of selling on eBay. Oh, I can put my Star Wars figures up on eBay and ask $5,000 for them. Doesn't mean they're worth $5,000 if nobody's going to buy them. And that's what you're looking at with Bitcoin, is that you can't deregulate. So I don't know why at this point in time someone like Elon Musk would get into it, if for no other reason than just for publicity.
I'm pretty sure he had an SEC filing the other day where they have to call him like Crypto King now or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which one of my friends, it was half joking, but he was like, well, that's so they don't have to say he's a CEO. So when he does dumb stuff like this, he can say, well, I'm not CEO, I'm the Crypto King.
Right.
It's different.
Right. But I don't know. He does things like, this is the man who sold flamethrowers to promote his boring company, his mining company. So
we could do a whole show on him if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Stark, but not as cool.
But as we said, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been anything but stable through much of their history. For example, while Bitcoin traded close to $20,000 in December 2017, by 2020 it was trading at record levels. It dropped as low as $3,200 later that year. That's 70% of your value. That's ridiculous. to have a drop like that. And then by 2020, it was back at record levels again. So the price volatility creates a conundrum. Hence the title to the show.
Hey-o,
See, you
full
made fun of me
circle.
for the title.
I did make Greg. It was funny.
If Bitcoins might be worth a lot more in the future, people are less likely to spend and circulate them today. So I'm going to stop buying pizzas with my Bitcoin. I'm going to hold on to them, making them less viable as a currency. So think of it almost like a commodity, like gold. So gold rarely drops in value. And what happens is a lot of people buy gold and they hold on to it because it's a good investment because it doesn't drop in value. Nobody deals in gold as a currency anymore. It's not practical to deal in it. But because it's stable, people are going to hold on to that and use that to back other ventures. Because this is volatile and could drop or increase dramatically, people don't want to spend that because they don't want to spend $20,000 on a pizza. Even though it may only be $20 today, to, a year from now, it could be $20,000. So it doesn't lend itself to being used to transmit money. And finally, they say, why spend a Bitcoin when it would be worth 3 times that value next year? And that's exactly what they're saying. It's more an investment gimmick, I think, than it is a real currency.
So then do you think it will go by the wayside eventually? If people adopt this line of thinking that it's not worth the effort to spend it?
I think Bitcoin has a very limited lifetime to it. I think cryptocurrency in general does. I think blockchain has other practical applications that can be used for more realistic things. I think what we're seeing right now with crypto is probably a fad because it's just too unstable. Yeah. Investors don't like instability. So you're going to find that it's going to probably lose its widespread adoption pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll look at what we do think of what the future of cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking cryptocurrency. And as we said earlier, cryptocurrency is not new. It's been around since roughly 2009 when Bitcoin was first created. But in recent years, it started to have a more significant impact on the world. Cryptocurrency has done this by changing the way various industries operate and opening up new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike. The creation of cryptocurrency also introduced blockchain technology to the world, which is, I think, the most significant contribution that we get from crypto. According to Statista, revenues from the technology are expected to reach more than $39 billion by 2025. From these figures, it's clear that cryptocurrencies and the technology that surround them are having a major impact. Here are some of the examples of how cryptocurrency is changing the world. Why don't you tell us about these?
Sure. So alternative international financial transactions, which we kind of talked about earlier with it being a borderless currency. Businesses are always keen to find a way to complete international transactions in the most secure way possible. So cryptocurrency-based solutions like Ripple can help with this. Ripple operates on an open source platform and it enables the seamless transfer of both cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin and fiat money like USD and Yen. I don't know what fiat money is.
Fiat money is national currency.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a term for it. And then finally, the main process of Ripple is payment, settlement, and remittance that is similar to the traditional SWIFT system, which is used by financial institutions. What is the SWIFT system also?
Well, Swiss system we're not going to go into today.
Okay.
That's a lot more complicated.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get an economist next time to break that down for us.
Yes.
Second, more options for secure online payments. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can make it easier for people to make online payments. Blockchain wallets store private and public keys that enable payments to be made securely and quickly. Also, many sites in various industries accept cryptocurrencies as a safe way for people to send and deposit money. So, for example, online gambling sites that accept cryptocurrencies are popular among young adults and in general with players due to the added security that is provided. The worldwide online payment system PayPal has also recently announced it is going to start allowing customers to buy, sell, and hold cryptocurrencies in its online wallets. PayPal was Elon Musk, right? He invented that?
I believe that's where he started.
So yeah, another Elon, he's back. Another mention of him. Revolutionizing supply chains. So Bitcoin, the global economy, is reliant on secure and efficient supply chains. This makes supply chain security a major concern. The blockchain technology that enables the use of crypto can also be used to improve the security of supply chains thanks to its transparency and decentralized nature. Certain currencies like Walton Chain and VeChain, or VeChain, are specifically aimed at improving the safety and speed of supply chain operation. Providing a platform for creatives, it can often be difficult for professionals like musicians to sell content without interference from middlemen like producers. So they can use crypto like XRP to allow them to sell content directly to consumers. This is because consumers can access the content and pay for it using a real-world payment solution. That's an interesting note. I never thought of that, of how it can be used to actually help people that might be, scammed by a producer or something like that. Changing the way NGOs deal with money. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, engage with crypto as a way of getting currency to underprivileged areas of the world. During the current crisis, the Red Cross in Italy has also started accepting Bitcoin donations from people in order to boost its fund and help it provide the support that people need. So using it for more humanitarian efforts.
Sure. And the other thing we kind of have to make note of here is that we talk a lot about Bitcoin because that's in the news a lot. And Bitcoin's a form of crypto, but it's obviously not the only version. Crypto in general can be used for other different things depending on how it's generated. Like, for instance, we talked how Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that you can ever get out of the blockchain. But other currencies like Dogecoin, it's unlimited. So you can continue to generate Dogecoin, which is why the value never really soars, because there's an infinite amount of it out there. But it's also a legitimate form of currency because it is digitally signed through a very strong encryption. So something like that, you can easily use that to do electronic transactions back and forth online, or to transfer large sums of money, or things like that, where you want to have secure, borderless transactions. That's not to say that Bitcoin's the best crypto for that, but crypto can be used for these things. It does away with that decentralized bank. It does away with these conversions. It does away with the regulations that you get bogged down in. One example, which is probably not a good example, is North Korea. Okay, so North Korea is under all kinds of sanctions. They can't trade, tea at this point in time without having some kind of sanction slapped on them. But they can trade crypto because it's unregulated.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop that.
I didn't even think of that.
Now, that's a bad example of that, but the good example of that is if you're in a oppressive third world regime that you're trying to fight for the freedom of the people there and the government is oppressing you. You can fund those operations through cryptocurrencies and still manage to get the funds that you need.
Yeah, it sort of cuts out the red tape and the middleman and all that to just get the currency where it needs to be.
Exactly. I think personally moving forward, cryptocurrencies themselves are going to be more of a medium than they are an asset or an investment. They're going to be used for transactions. Like a lot of business transactions use EFT fund transactions now. And you get a lot of hands touching that type of stuff through the banking industries. And I think cryptocurrencies eliminate a lot of that stuff. So I think there's a future for cryptocurrencies. I think it's very different than what we see today. I think we're going to see them take on a different role. I think we're going to see them be used by different people for different reasons. I don't think they're going to be a viable investment anytime in the near future just because of the volatility. But one of the things that we are seeing crypto use for, and again, this is a different use of blockchains, is something called an NFT, or a non-fungible token. And these are a type of cryptocurrency created on smart contract platforms such as Ethereum. And they're unique digital objects that can be cool to own or even profitable to trade.
Like it's World of Warcraft or something.
Similar to that. And I mean, you joke,
Really?
but it's similar to that. But for instance, Elon Musk's girlfriend was just in the news because she put up $8 million in artwork as NFTs. The NBA is involved in this. You can purchase an NFT, a non-fungible token of an NBA highlight, and you own that highlight.
Like the footage?
No, just the rights to the highlight.
Okay.
This is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Think of it as, let's go back to the analogy of baseball cards. All right. So as a kid, I would buy baseball cards. You'd go out to the store, you'd buy a pack of them, you'd open them up and you'd see what card you got. And if you got a rookie card of somebody that you knew was good, you held on to it and it had value. I could take that to a trading card store somewhere and sell it. This is sort of the same type of thing, but you never get the card. So, for instance, you pay for an NFT, and that NFT happens to be for, I say Ricky Henderson because that's the only valuable baseball card I ever owned. So you pay for a token, a digital token for Ricky Henderson's rookie card. And that card stays in the store in the window, and everyone can come by and they can look at that and they can gawk at it and they can ooh and ah and everything, but nobody can have it. They can just see it. You own it. Now you can trade it to someone else. You can sell it to someone else. You can sell that right to it, but you never actually own it.
That sounds lame. Why would you want to do that? Especially if it's like Grimes' artwork. Wouldn't you want to hang artwork like in your house? You just have a thing that says you own the artwork. You don't own the art.
Well, and that's like, you can have copies of it, but you own the right to that item itself. So no one else can own the right to it.
It seems like a pyramid scheme or something.
And that's how it's been described.
You own
by
the
a lot of
idea
people.
of art.
That's how it's been described. So what is fungible and non-fungible?
You're asking me.
Yes.
Oh, well, conveniently enough, we have a very well-produced show notes. Cryptocurrencies can be fungible, meaning all the currency's unit, i.e. tokens, are the same and equal, like grains of rice or dollars. Non-fungible tokens are the opposite. Every cryptocurrency unit or token is unique and cannot be replicated. This, quote, non-fungible property can be used for many things, even certain types of currencies. But the current NFT craze is mostly fueled by digital art and collectibles, kind of like we talked about. People have figured out that a unique digital object can be interesting, cool, and even have a significant monetary value. It's why the space has recently blossomed, encompassing thousands of projects involving artworks, gaming, and sports.
So how do NFTs work? So it really depends on the platform, right? So given the vast majority of NFTs that are created and traded on Ethereum, let's focus on that. So NFTs created on Ethereum's blockchain, which is immutable, meaning it can't be altered, like we've talked about all blockchains. No one can undo your ownership of an NFT or recreate the same one. They're also, quote, permissionless. So anyone can create, buy, or sell an NFT without asking for permission. So if you're an artist, you can create your own NFTs. You don't have to license it through someone else.
So how does that work with like the NBA?
So the NBA creates their NFTs for these highlights.
Okay.
And they're the only ones that can create their NFTs.
Right.
They're the authority for it. Every NFT is unique and can be viewed by anyone, just like that card in the window. Anyone can walk by the window. So again, it's like the analogy I gave you with having a card that's forever available for people to use. I don't know why people would do it.
Yeah.
People are doing it. There's a huge budding industry, which is why I threw it in at the end of the notes here, because it kind of was an afterthought in my research in doing this. But I wanted to put it in here as another example of how blockchain itself is being used without it being technically a cryptocurrency. And I guess, let's take a step back and talk about where we think it's going to go. So we're going to take a quick break. Our last break, we'll come back and we'll talk about what the future of cryptocurrency is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Investopedia.com says that the economic analysts predict a big change in crypto is forthcoming as institutional money enters the market. There's the possibility of crypto will be floated on the NASDAQ, which would further add credibility to blockchain and its uses as an alternative to conventional currencies. Some predict that all crypto needs to be a verified exchange-traded fund, an ETF. An ETF would definitely make it easier for people to invest in Bitcoin, but there still needs to be the demand to want to invest in crypto, which might not automatically be generated with a fund. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to go with crypto based on the discussion that we had here? What do you think its future is?
Well, I didn't know a whole lot about it going in, and I've definitely learned a lot today. So I said I'd probably agree with a lot of what you're saying, is that it seems like it's the blockchain element of it seems like it's useful and can be used for lots of other things. But breaking it down in terms of the actual reasons to invest in it, and there not really being that many, and the volatility of it too, I think unless there's a change in that and how that works, which I don't know how you do that, it seems like, the best thing we're getting out of this is the blockchain technology.
Right. Yeah, and Investopedia looks specifically at the outlook for Bitcoin, and they say the future outlook for Bitcoin is it's subject to much debate, which we kind of agreed on here. While the financial media is proliferated by so-called crypto evangelists, Harvard University professor of economics and public policy Kenneth Rogoff suggests the, quote, overwhelming sentiment among crypto advocates is that the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies could explode over the next 5 years, rising to $5 to $10 trillion, which is, astronomical. The historic volatility of the asset class is no reason to panic, he says. Still, he tempered his optimism with that of the crypto evangelist's view of Bitcoin as digital gold, calling it, quote, nutty.
Yeah, that's the official economist term.
That is the official term, stating its long-term value is more likely to be $100 than $100,000. Rogoff argues that unlike physical gold, Bitcoin's use is limited to transactions, which makes it more vulnerable to a bubble-like collapse. Additionally, the cryptocurrency's energy-intensive verification process is vastly less efficient than systems that rely on a trusted central authority like a central bank. And I think that's really a great place to make that distinction, is that the value or the viability of a Bitcoin is in its computational authority, whereas the value of a traditional currency or stock is in its institutional authority. And being decentralized with no institutional authority, you have to rely on that encryption to know what the value is and to know that it's a legitimate transaction. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, even this guy that we just quoted, he starts off with towards the more optimistic side, saying, you know, it could be trillions of dollars in the next couple of years. But then once he thinks about it, it seems like he tempers it, being like, well, it's also very volatile. And, you know, he'd say the word bubble. And that kind of got me thinking of like, maybe this is a bubble. Maybe it has the chance to collapse. And especially with it being like so nebulous too, that it might even lend itself further to a collapse. Like, you know, .com and things like that back in, what was it, the 90s, right, when that happened?
Late 90s, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe, I mean, I hope that doesn't happen because it seems like it's, you know, it's interesting technology. I hope that it doesn't completely collapse, and if it does collapse, maybe it can come back in some way. But yeah, it just seems like overall it's better to just be safe than sorry.
Sure, yeah. I think, you know, we both agree that there's probably a lot more scrutiny to be paid to this. Bitcoin's main benefits of decentralization and transaction anonymity have also made it a favored currency for a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, drug peddling, smuggling, and weapons procurement. This has attracted the attention of powerful regulatory and other government agencies, such as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the SEC, and even the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. In March of 2013, when this was an infant state here, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued rules that defined virtual currency exchanges and administrators as money service businesses, bringing them within the jurisdiction of government regulation. In May of that year, the Department of Homeland Security froze an account of Mt. Gox, the largest Bitcoin exchange at the time, that was held at Wells Fargo, alleging that it broke anti-money laundering laws. New York's Department of Financial Services issued subpoenas to 22 emerging payment companies, many of which handled Bitcoin, asking about their measures to prevent money laundering and ensure consumer protection. So these are very real cases out there that the government, fearing what you can do with this cryptocurrency, and they're fearing it under the guise of illegal activity, which is legitimate, but their fear goes a lot deeper than just illegal activity. Their fear goes to a lack of control, a lack of regulation. I mean, the federal government does not like things it can't regulate. Yeah,
and it seems like they're most likely going to use the crime angle to get their foot in the door, right, for increased regulation.
And they're doing the same exact thing with encryption on your personal phones. And even the encryption on your phones, they're taking it even a step further, and they're hammering home this whole idea of child pornography and child exploitation. And that's why, you know, let's do it for the children.
Think of the children, yeah.
Right. And that's really what they're hammering home to try to crack your encryption. But we're looking at the same type of thing here. So I think unregulated currencies like Bitcoin that are speculative and have a potential for high value are much more likely to come under the scrutiny of the government than a transactional thing like Dogecoin, where people are using it for legitimate things, and it doesn't have enough power behind it to really warrant being used for illegal activity. Right. But again, in the end, I think it's really the technology that comes out of this that's going to be the winner overall. I think cryptocurrencies, I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon, but they're not changing the economy anytime soon. Governments just aren't going to allow it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be that simple, right? They could just say no.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on cryptocurrency?
Well, I definitely learned a lot about it today. That was kind of nice. And I hope that our viewers learned something too, if they were as clueless as I was. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as future-proof as, you know, some of the jokes about it might make it seem like. But, you know, blockchain seems like it could be used for a lot of really good things, and hopefully good things. And I'm curious to see where governments take it in the next 5 to 10 years. If we do end up getting, that $1 trillion level that economist was talking about, how governments are going to respond to that and how they're going to take it seriously or, try to outlaw it or ban it and, around the world and how that's going to affect it. All that is interesting to me. So yeah, it's just a matter of, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a wait and see attitude is probably the best. I think we should not let Elon Musk, people of Elon Musk's nature lead the charge on this. Between selling flamethrowers and launching his Sportster into space for media gimmicks and stuff like that, I don't really think he's the authority that we want to use in this case here. I think it's probably best to, if you're interested in investing in it, I would suggest you do so very cautiously. I would not liquidate your 401k and dump it into Bitcoin, that's for sure. But, it's speculative. There's a chance that you could make some money off of it today. Why not get in on it like everyone else does if you do it smartly? So, but that's all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think we did it.
All right. I think that is it. Before we go, I would ask folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found as Insights into Tomorrow, video versions as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you get your podcast feeds from. I would also ask you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 6 days a week on Twitch when I don't have technical difficulties like this week. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly. We would love it if you sent that our way. Helps us to keep the lights on around here. And we have a lot of really bright, hot lights around here we have to keep on. We don't use it to mine Bitcoin. I promise you that. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at insightsintothings. You can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 128, Teens and Procrastination. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and dedicated co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm very tired, and we've been very tired for quite some time now. I guess I got to fix that camera angle there. Look at that. See, I changed the camera angle, and I didn't bother to double check it, and shame on me. Let's fix it that way. Let's fix it that way. There we go. That's much better.
Yay.
I don't like having the bars on the side.
Yeah.
So anyway, we almost didn't do a podcast today, or this week, I should say. I was planning on getting back on regular schedule this week. We took a week off last week because we had a lot of stuff going on with marching band. And then we were just really tired this week. A lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So we're back. We're off schedule. Today is Friday. Usually we record this podcast on Thursday, right?
Yep.
And we do our entertainment podcast on Wednesday, which we haven't done that yet. We'll be doing that this weekend. And we got one more band event coming up. And then after that, we should be back on our regular schedule.
Yep.
So that means we got to get cracking on show topics.
Yep.
But today we are talking about procrastination because I've been procrastinating doing show notes on other shows.
Yeah. This is probably one we're all going to relate to.
This is one that even the adults can probably relate to. So yeah, we're going to be talking about what is procrastination and what are some of the downfalls of it, what causes procrastination specifically in teens, and then we'll discuss all this and how parents can help their teens overcome procrastination. But before we do that, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast. I really wish I knew what that beeping was. That tells me that there's another UPS that's about to fail around here somewhere because I already replaced one of them. Anyway, you can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and you can get video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. We are always looking for new show topics that we can research and talk about here on the show and help folks out with. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook, which isn't Facebook anymore. It's Meta now. I have to update the show notes for that. But you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is procrastination? This definition comes to us from a website called barronnews.com. They say procrastination is a given side effect of being faced with work at any point in your life. It's the common behavior that leads teenagers into putting off homework, studying, or any other responsibilities for as long as possible. Little bouts of procrastination here and there are perfectly normal and acceptable. But when it reaches the point of being a genuine distraction, it can become costly. Teens typically use little distractions to put off their work to the point of denial, and once time actually reaches to get the project done, they rush to get everything accomplished in time. This constant cycle of delay and denial is one of the more common mindsets that teenagers put themselves under when it comes to procrastination. Ultimately, the deadline is a major factor in how much people procrastinate. A faraway deadline, as well as the need to avoid work, can lead to a natural reaction of putting off the assignment. As the deadline comes closer, the sudden threat of a due date is what sets off the stress to motivate yourself to finish. It's the deadline that gets people to get the urgent sense of motivation, but when procrastination gets too far, it's easy for the work to end up in poor quality. So let me ask you right off the bat, do you think you procrastinate?
Well, it's kind of an interesting way how I procrastinate. Because I feel I procrastinate on everything except schoolwork.
Okay.
Which is probably the opposite of what most people would normally expect of kids who procrastinate.
Explain that.
Like, I'm the type of person, we already went over the fact that I'm a perfectionist.
Right.
So, the thing is, because I'm a perfectionist, I normally prefer to get all my work done. Especially considering the fact I'm in band now, and a lot of the time, I don't have a lot of time. So, I normally try to get my schoolwork done as soon as possible. So, one, I don't have to worry about it, and two, I get it done before I have band, when I actually have time to do it.
That makes sense.
And of course, being the perfectionist, I always know that it might take me a bit longer to do these kinds of assignments, so I try and get it done as much as I can, and as soon as I can.
Right.
So I definitely wouldn't say I procrastinate on schoolwork, but everything else, pretty much, yeah, I procrastinate.
And I'll be honest with you, I procrastinate too. Most of the stuff that I do, I procrastinate on, but it's done kind of with a different mentality. I prioritize things, and I'm big on lists. So I'll have the things that I do on a routine basis. Let's stick to work for right now. So there's certain tasks that I have to perform at work on a regular basis. And what I prefer to do is to batch tasks together. If I know that I'm going to be pouring through help desk tickets and cleaning those up and sending reminders out, I'll do all those at one time rather than pick them off here and there. And then I'll break that time up by going through and doing other things. So I'll deliberately put things in little containers and then put them aside, knowing I have to do them, but knowing that there's a certain order that I'll do them in. Where I run into problems is when that schedule of containers gets upset by an emergency that happens, or somebody interrupts me, or the phone call comes in. Then I find myself trying to rejigger that little system I have to try to get everything back into order. Like everything gets planned out, and it doesn't all just get done at once real quick, and then I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Everything's done. I'll work on one container. I'll take a break and do something else. I'll work on the next container. I'll take a break and do something else. And it allows me that chance to mentally recharge between complex tasks. The problem is, somebody will walk in my door and tell me the server's down. And all of a sudden, all my containers get kicked over, and I can't work on any of that because I'm dealing with an emergency. So that's just one of those things that I kind of have to deal with the system that I have. So tell us about the problems with procrastination.
So, these problems with procrastination comes from a website called counselingtoyou.com. And they said that there are two types of procrastination. There's resistant procrastination and refusal procrastination. Resistant procrastination is delaying a task until later, which often ends up being the last minute, but still finally getting the task done. Refusal procrastination is putting a task on permanent hold, pretending later will never come, and never completing the task. While many people practice the former from time to time, both forms of procrastination can be costly. For example, the delay caused by simply putting off what one dislikes or fears, only lengthens the time one has to worry about getting the task done. Thus, procrastination creates more anxiety and stress than relief. The goal of procrastination may be to escape an immediate obligation, demand, or need to work. But there's a trap.
It's a trap.
Anyway, even if the task gets done in the end, procrastination adds to the stress and pressure of ordinary demands and causes them to take much longer than necessary. In the worst-case scenario, teens and adolescents can get into what is known as catastrophic functioning. Catastrophic functioning is the use of delay and avoidance to create last-minute crises in order to motivate oneself to do whatever it is that must be done. In short, creating stress to enable accomplishment. And when catastrophic functioning becomes routine, discomfort, fatigue, burnout, and even breakdown are likely to follow.
And that's a very good point, is that when you get into that point where everything's a crisis mode, it gets brutally exhausting because you're always doing some kind of fire drill and you can't get into that routine that you need to get into where you can conserve your energy and work smartly. So that's one of the biggest problems with procrastination. And I find that I run into that around the house. Normally around the house, if there's something that needs to get done, like I've got a UPS that's sitting under the desk here that I have to replace the battery on and put it back into place. I'm dreading having to do that because I'm going to have to completely rewire the area that I have to work in. I got to crawl around on the floor and it's, exhausting and it's a pain in the butt to do. And it's one of those things that it's an unpleasant task that I don't want to do. So it's one of those things that I will naturally put off as long as possible. Now we're sitting here now in the studio and one of the other UPSs is beeping. So that's going to be my crisis. That other UPS over there is probably beeping to let me know that the battery's probably getting ready to go. So instead of me being smart and putting the replacement battery in the one that I have here and replacing the one that's beeping, I'll wait until that one dies. Then that whole side of the studio is going to go out. Then it's going to be a crisis for me to do the work and get it done. That's with the motivation that I would have to have at that point.
Ugh.
And it's not the smartest thing to do.
Yeah.
But knowing your limitations, I think, is an important thing in this case here.
I guess.
So I think we've explored that about as far as we're going to get on this subject here.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk about what causes procrastination.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today, we are talking procrastination, and considering this is episode 128, I think we've procrastinated long enough. So what causes procrastination? Procrastination is not a behavior that's limited to teenagers. I'm a great example of that. I just admitted to that in the last segment.
Yep.
But why do both teens and adults procrastinate? So here's a few common examples of why we all procrastinate. We often delay tasks when we don't understand how long they take. I'm guilty of that. I'll start on a task and, realize that it's going to take a lot longer than I originally thought and understand the mistake that I made. Those who suffer from anxiety or perfectionistic tendencies, which we talked about last week, often procrastinate as a means of coping with stress. A simple lack of motivation to start a task and being either unaware of or not caring about the consequences of inaction can lead to procrastination. Most parents of teens are all too aware of their teens' increased attempts to achieve self-empowerment by resisting parental authority. These efforts to resist parental authority take both active and passive form, active being argumentative and passive being a delaying action. What are some of the underlying reasons for procrastination?
So psychologists suggest that the reasons for procrastination stem from 4 major underlying reasons, which include the following that come from a website called psychologytoday.com. And the first we have is anger.
Hulk smash.
The most common cause of procrastination is anger. Teens who resent the authority of parents and teachers can get even by delaying work or making a half-hearted effort. For adolescents who feel powerless, open rebellion is not an option because the consequences would be too great, and deep down, these teens want to succeed. This form of revenge is manipulative and passive-aggressive, but also highly effective because it takes authority figures' power away and drives them crazy. Never mind that it is also self-sabotaging. A teen typically cares more about their autonomy than their grades. In essence, the opt-out is saying, "You can't tell me what to do. I will work when I'm good and ready."
The next we talk about is self-doubt. Oftentimes, beneath the anger and resentment is an individual consumed with self-doubt. Kids don't often start out feeling hopeless. It takes years of questioning their own skills, wondering whether they have what it takes. This is especially true of kids who have attention deficit hyperactive disorder or learning disabilities. Opt-outs often did better in school when they were younger. However, when school became more challenging, as it always does, rather than step up to the effort, they took their foot off the gas pedal. This is because they thought if school stopped being easy, it meant they were not smart enough. Trying was never an option because it involved the possibility of failing and then uncovering their perceived inadequacy.
Playing the victim. Even though the procrastinator is imprisoned in a jail of their own making, they see themselves as the victim of those who set expectations and call the shots. That was a hard sentence. It was perfectly fine when I was first reading it, but now it isn't. Anyway, they feel trapped in a no-win situation. Doing their work brings on uncomfortable feelings, but so does not doing it. Though just not now. The victim approaches homework feeling that they have to do it, never that they want to. The pattern goes something like this. Your child dislikes chemistry, but it's hanging over his or her head and freaks them out. Since they haven't acquired skills in it, they can't do the assignments, so why try? Also, there's a test coming up, and he or she must do well on it, except they know they can't. Suddenly, everything seems terribly unfair. The class is too hard, and the teacher angers them. He goes too fast. He doesn't like me.
Hey, that was a good whiny voice.
Thank you.
In your defense, it's difficult to read this the way you are because I don't write these to be gender neutral. And you, in your infinite wisdom, want to portray them as gender neutral. So you're actually changing the script on the fly in your head. So I give you total props for that.
Thank you. Especially when, you have, hasn't, and hasn't
Right.
doesn't work with there. So I'm like, orange.
I know you did a good job on that one.
Thank you.
Your English teacher would be proud of you.
Thank you.
So the next thing that we talk about is perfectionism, which we
Hey.
talked about.
That would make a good podcast.
Yeah, we talked about that in our last podcast. A perfectionist may postpone starting a project because he feels overwhelmed by the sheer amount of energy it will take to do something perfectly. I don't feel obliged to make it gender neutral. I'm just going to read it the way it's written.
Okay, sure.
They will refer to words. They will refer to work with words like ought, must, have to, and should. You probably don't think of your teen as a perfectionist. If anything, they're the opposite. However, most perfectionists suffer from deep feelings of inadequacy. Their desires to make everything absolutely perfect may mask problems of self-esteem and self-confidence.
And you saying you're not turning it gender neutral.
All right, well, I'm trying, all right?
Okay,
You're rubbing
cool.
off on me. High standards are great. They give us something to aim for. Perfectionism takes hold when the failure to meet these expectations becomes unacceptable. Perfectionists who procrastinate set unrealistic expectations and then avoid work to rid themselves of the anxiety it causes. Though many adults procrastinate, for some teens, it's a sign of immaturity. Getting down to work involves postponing pleasure until work is done and being able to tolerate the anxiety and frustration that accompanies learning something new. You can hear your teens' low frustration tolerance when they say things like, "This isn't fair," or "It's too hard." That was my whiny voice.
It could be whinier, but
Yeah.
overall it's not too bad.
I'll have to whine more, that's all. So let's just take a real quick second to look at some of these underlying reasons. Do you think any of these are what motivates you to procrastinate?
Well, I definitely don't think I would relate to anger because I really don't go against anyone. I'm never really frustrated with the authority that people have over me, so
Okay.
probably not that. Self-doubt is probably one of the ones I relate to more. Take for instance my art. That is definitely something I procrastinate on. And the assignment for the not super secret because I'm pretty sure we mentioned it on the podcast.
Well, yeah,
before.
we have every year the podcast does a holiday special. And this holiday special, we're going to be treated with custom artwork that Madison's going to be doing if she stops procrastinating and actually gets it done.
Okay, leave it be. Now I can hopefully explain why I feel like procrastinating. So, the Grinch's style is what we're going to be doing, and I'm kind of trying to base my art somewhat off of that. Dr. Seuss's style is very different from my own, considering the fact it's a lot more cartoony, there are a lot less colors with it, and overall, it's a lot more busy than I would normally have my own drawings, because I normally draw self-portraits, just characters, just stuff like that.
Right.
So, I honestly got a lot of limitations for this. Colors was the main one, but honestly, that one I can kind of fix. But having to kind of work some of the caricatures in was definitely going to be a challenge. For one, there are a lot of full body images, and I'm normally not used to making full body images before. So that was something I kind of had to get used to and try doing.
Right.
Also drawing backgrounds. I don't really draw backgrounds all that much, so that's a new challenge. But the good thing is most of the backgrounds are kind of... Well, Dr. Seuss doesn't really draw too many backgrounds.
And they're usually not terribly detailed.
Yeah, so that was at least something I could avoid. But some specific examples were like a side portrait of the one image that I was going to do, where basically where the Grinch is looking down. I've never drawn a side portrait before. I've only ever drawn people looking front. So it was kind of interesting to kind of draw that, and that was actually kind of easy. But the one I'm holding off now is kind of a very busy image. It's one of the images of, like, all the Who's together.
The town shot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's not really a town shot. It's just like them all playing with these weird toys because Dr. Seuss makes up a lot of weird toys in order
Yeah.
to, fit his rhymes. And I'm only really used to drawing characters, and it's gonna be kind of hard to draw like all these weird like toys and such while still having to draw the caricatures. It's
Well, let me ask you this: you've not procrastinated on the whole project. You've made progress on it.
yeah.
In doing what you've done so far and being challenged to do what you've done, has it helped you to expand as an artist and get better, or
Well-
has it just been so challenging that you're just gritting your teeth to get through it?
Honestly, it really has helped me. For one, I'm gotten slightly like more comfortable with full body images now, which I never thought I'd be able to do because I never usually like drawing legs, and now I feel like I might be able to draw legs more often. Backgrounds, I've started getting slightly better at them because I have tried using backgrounds and they haven't really gone all that well. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, the side portrait. I actually really like how it came out. It's like the first ever time I even tried that, and I honestly think it looks really good and like is one of my favorite drawings right now because it just looks really good.
So has the success that you've found and the challenges that you've tackled helped you to be less likely to procrastinate on the rest of the project?
I mean, maybe I'm still, procrastinating on it, but I started gaining, the new skills, and I definitely think if I do have to draw like more full body stuff or more backgrounds or like more side portraits, I'd have a bit more confidence in myself to to feel I could be able to draw it.
Well, and that makes perfect sense. So the success that you've run into has helped to improve that level of confidence and really overcome some of that self-doubt. So this stuff does work. Wow. We're not just over here making it up.
Yeah. Playing the victim, I don't think I've ever really done that. I don't really think playing the victim.
You're not much of a victim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfectionism.
Yeah, I think we hit the nail on the head on that one.
Yeah.
And I think your self-doubt plays into your perfectionism too. We kind of talked about that in the last podcast.
Yeah.
So I think if we seem to be making progress on the self-doubt one with successes, little bits of success here and there. And I think with that, that'll lead into your ability to address the perfectionism side of things.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure we'll be able to overcome a lot of what we're talking about here. So let's take our last break, and then we'll come back and talk about how to help your teen.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and procrastination. I almost said perfectionism. I apologize. Luckily, I had enough sense to not.
Good for you.
Anyway, now we're going to be looking at how to help your teen with procrastination. Most of us first learn to procrastinate as a part of our attempts at self-empowerment and resisting authority during our early adolescence. But it's a behavior that becomes more costly the longer it is practiced. Come late adolescence, routine procrastination is no longer about rebelling against parental and other external authority. It becomes an act of rebelling against one's own authority over oneself and results in either taking forever to do what one tells oneself to do or never getting it done at all. It can lay the foundation for much unnecessary adult lifestyle stress.
Parents often try to help teens overcome procrastination by using a system of rewards and punishment. But thanks to the underlying reasons behind procrastination that we've already covered, these solutions rarely work as well as parents hope, leaving both teens and parents confused and frustrated. So how can you help your teen to stop procrastinating if that's something he or she wants to do? Well, the first step is to recognize the problem. So you help your teen overcome procrastination by recognizing it, obviously. So pay attention to your teen's behaviors, especially when it comes to how they go about getting done what needs to be done. If your teen knows something needs doing but seems to avoid it altogether, they're procrastinating. Does your teen feel guilty? Are they exhibiting any signs of anxiety, stress, or depression? Procrastination can be both a cause of and a crutch for dealing with all of these feelings.
Help your teen practice time management. As we discussed, one of the most common reasons for procrastination is simply not understanding how long tasks will take and how to budget our time accordingly. Help your teen prioritize his or her time so that it is as productive as possible, and include time for play. This may include helping them break down large or complex projects into manageable tasks, making use of a calendar or planner, and setting objectives as goals each night for the next day. You need to make sure the goals are clear and come from your teen. Teens need to take ownership of their goals and want to achieve them in order to get to the work done and not procrastinate.
Look for personal difficulties. If helping your teen learn time management skills isn't enough, there may be something else going on. Remember, those suffering from anxiety and perfectionistic tendencies often procrastinate as a means of coping with stress. Peer pressure, low self-esteem, divorce, a death in the family, alcohol or drug abuse, ADHD, financial problems at home, and a whole host of other issues may result in your teen's procrastination. If your child is experiencing anything or exhibits any personality traits that may underlie their procrastination, support them and help them overcome those things, including seeking the help of a teen counselor or a psychologist.
Help your teen find their motivation. Motivation comes easily when a person is doing something that's important to him or her. And if your teen isn't motivated to complete a task, procrastinating that task is a likely outcome. This is the one place where rewards can be helpful. If the task a teen must complete isn't important, work with your teen to create a reward for completing the task that your teen wants.
Let your teen experience the consequence of procrastination. If all else fails, let your teen fail. Now that sounds counterintuitive, I know. Though it may be hard to do, allowing your teen to experience the negative outcomes of procrastinating may be the best way for him or her to learn a valuable lesson and become more responsible. Letting your teen suffer the negative consequences of his or her inaction may be just what they need to recognize that what their behavior is and it needs to change.
Each time your teen procrastinates, just begin the task a little sooner than normal. Instead of fighting the habit, start a new one. Let him or her procrastinate only slightly less than normal by moving up the starting time. As the old habit of procrastination is slowly worn away, your teen will be able to practice better time management, be more productive, and experience less stress and more free time. And as they do, be sure to ask them how they feel and help them reflect on their newfound peace of mind, which is actually something I've never really heard of doing, and it actually sounds kind of interesting.
There you go. See, this stuff does work. Teen procrastination can be a vicious cycle and a difficult problem to solve. However, with persistence, patience, and support, you can help your teen take ownership of both his or her successes and failures, overcome procrastination, and move forward into adulthood with self-confidence and optimism. So what do you think works best for you to overcome your procrastination?
Let's see. I guess a lot of the times it's kind of just finding my motivation. That's kind of how I do with a lot of my creative stuff, like with the drawings. A lot of the times it kind of takes me a minute to like motivate myself to actually want to do the drawings. Like there's like some spark in me that goes off like, oh hey, maybe I should be getting this done. Like I have ideas or something like that, or like this is how I want to represent this, or like I come up with an idea and that's kind of what my motivation would be. Thus that motivates me to get my idea and basically complete it.
So your solution really is a self-initiated form of motivation then?
Most of the time, yeah.
Are there any external forces that motivate you? Is it deadlines? Is it mommy or daddy breathing down your neck about it? Is it your teachers? What from an external perspective tends to motivate you to get things done?
Well, deadlines are definitely good motivators for me. You guys breathing down my neck is also a pretty good motivator because, like, you know, whenever you say I probably should be doing something that, like, okay, you know, maybe I should get this thing done.
But do they serve are they more reminders or are they motivators to you? They almost sound more like they're reminders. That beep's getting angrier and angrier.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the time, they may be reminders, but I tend to use them as motivators for the most part.
Okay.
Like deadline, that is a reminder that I need to get it done, but knowing that I need to get it done, I use that drive to motivate me in order to get it done so that I can meet that deadline.
Okay, that makes sense. Whatever works.
You guys breathing down my neck about something is a reminder that I should probably get that thing done because I don't want you people annoying me about it.
Aha, see? Me being annoying is constructive. I knew it.
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Whatever it takes to get it done, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, parents can help their kids out with this, with calendars, with subtle reminders, with providing the technology needed to track things. By helping you out, you know, I love doing projects with you. If you get school projects and stuff, I like doing that, and maybe that's a good motivator. Anything, you know, but I think it's one of those things that parents kind of have to instill that in their kids at an early age. So I think that was about it. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and finish up the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
Be right back.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just want to say that procrastination is entirely normal. I'm pretty sure most people go through it, and although it is definitely a very annoying problem to have to deal with, it can be fixed like most problems. As long as you're able to get the drive in order to help you succeed, whatever it may be, I definitely would recommend finding some type of motivation or find some way in order to help you stop procrastinating. And if you do procrastinate once in a while, that's totally fine. As long as you don't make a habit out of it, you should be fine.
All right. Sage advice as always, and I'm cutting my head off there now. Look at that. What is going on with that? Like it keeps moving around. It's weird. Anyway, I think that was it. Before we do go, I would once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon Music, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. We are looking for show suggestions, feedback on how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, or you can get us on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. Got to remember what show this is.
It's all a blur.
This is episode 128, DeVito, Delays, and Disney Plus Days. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and wonderful co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. So we are on the eve of All Hallows Eve, right?
Yes.
And you are dressed for the part.
This is really kind of more like an everyday outfit.
not
I really
unusual.
don't.
Not that unusual.
Yeah, I'll still be wearing Haunted Mansion attire even after Halloween season.
I am dressed in my standard
Hawaiian shirt.
Middle-aged, retired, fat guy Hawaiian shirt.
Hey, let me just say, the band kids notice, when you don't wear a Hawaiian shirt, because you are now known as the guy that's always in a Hawaiian shirt. So
that is true.
Yeah.
We did have a fun event this week. We did our trunk or treat with them this week.
Yeah, and this was our first time ever participating. We've gone to trunk or treats, and we've always wanted to participate in one, and we never really had the opportunity. But as part of the Band Parent Association, they all did one for the kids after their practice on Wednesday. So,
and we did ours up as, surprisingly, Haunted Mansion.
Mm-hmm.
We Would have never guessed that, right?
Right. I think next year we should do like a Star Wars theme.
I definitely think we should.
Yeah, I think that'll be cool.
With ships and stuff.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
No, we're not?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, today in our... you trapped a cat in here. I think she's freaking out.
Nah, she's fine.
She's panicking.
She's good. She can get out.
Today in our Disney Detective, Danny DeVito will be visiting the mansion, plus delays and more delays in store for Marvel and Disney movies. In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, maybe that galaxy far, far away isn't as far as we thought. And Boba gets a special for Disney Plus Day. And for our entertainment news, we're finally getting History of the World Part 2. Mel Brooks promised it decades ago, but we're finally getting it. And Monster Mania in time for Halloween. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. Before we do that, though, I would want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Apple, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. Give us show suggestions. Give us your, we like to talk about the various toy shows and pop culture conventions that are going on. Give us your suggestions. What's going on near you? We'll talk about it and plug it on the show. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insightsintothings. On Facebook, which isn't Facebook anymore, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all of those wonderful things, plus more, on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Let's go.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first story comes from The Hollywood Reporter, and it seems that now Danny DeVito has joined the cast of Disney's Haunted Mansion, which is based off of the company's signature theme park ride. So DeVito's last big screen appearance was in 2019's Jumanji: The Next Level, boards a project that has already mentioned that Lakeith Stanfield, Tiffany Haddish, Owen Wilson, and Rosario Dawson are on the call sheet. Now, I don't remember hearing about Rosario Dawson being added to the list, so we might have missed that somewhere along the way. So she's part of the cast as well. So obviously the details of the story and the script are still being kept deep in the bayou, as they say. So the film, from all that we really know right now, is that the film follows a mother and her son who come across a mansion that is more than it seems, being orbited by various characters key to undressing the spooky mystery. What we do know, DeVito will play a smug professor. Dan Lin and Jonathan Elrich, who produced Disney's billion-dollar grossing live-action remake of Aladdin, are producing this via their Rideback banner. Obviously, for those who don't know, DeVito is a veteran comedic actor who has more than 100 credits, ranging from his seminal 1970s TV series Taxi to major roles such as Romancing the Stone, Batman Returns, and appearing for the last 15 years in the long-running comedy It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing the career that he's had. Mm-hmm. And to see the range of talent that he's displayed over the years.
Yeah.
But it's kind of exciting, I think, to see him on this project here because of what he brings to everything that he's a part of.
Mm-hmm. And he's already part of the Disney family. He voiced Phil in Disney's Hercules animated.
Oh, right.
So
yeah,
he's already part of Disney lore. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what crazy character he, is. Is he a ghost, or is he, someone that's helping to find these ghosts, or, figure it out. So
he's such a versatile actor. He comes in, and every part that he plays, he literally becomes that part, and he's so convincing in everything that he does. So I'm excited to see him in this one here, and hopefully the story itself is going to, keep my attention, I guess.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're trying, and especially when you have the production crew, that they've been having hit after hit, and I think they know that the first one wasn't what they wanted it to be. Mm-hmm. They're hoping to turn it around for this one. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
All right. What else we got?
So our next story comes from Variety.com, and it seems that Marvel fans will now have to wait a bit longer to see Doctor Strange, Thor, and Black Panther Returns in the theater. So Disney has now delayed the release plans for several upcoming films. So Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness was supposed to be coming out March 25th, and now that has been pushed to May 6th. Thor Love and Thunder was supposed to be May 6th, and now that got pushed to July 8th. Black Panther Wakanda Forever was supposed to be July 8th, and now that gets pushed to November 11th. The Marvels has now been postponed till early 2023, so no date yet for that. Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania has been bumped from February 17th now to July 28th of 2023. So along with, all of these Marvel delays, Disney has also moved the 5th Indiana Jones installment back nearly a year. So the still untitled film starring Harrison Ford as the fedora-wearing, swashbuckling archaeologist will open on June 30th, 2023, instead of July 29th, 2022. So that's almost a full year that one's being pushed out. So the major release date shuffle comes after Marvel Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings cemented its place as a pandemic-era box office hit ahead of Eternals, the MCU's entry, which is scheduled to be released next week. The scheduling overhaul is related to production and not box office returns, according to sources at Disney. The next The next Black Panther entry, for one, is still filming in Atlanta, and since Marvel has become an interconnected and meticulously planned universe which spans dozens of films and several new TV series, any production delay causes a domino effect for basically the rest of the franchise. So because you have a delay on one, everything else kind of gets pushed back. So as for Indiana Jones, the 79-year-old Harrison Ford sustained a shoulder injury on the set back in June, requiring the actor to take a break from filming while he was healing.
That was when the Millennium Falcon door hit him, right?
No, that was years ago.
That was a different one. Okay.
So even though they were able to still continue filming certain things, there were limited amount of things that they could do without him. Since then, he has obviously recovered and has returned on the set. So that kind of hurt the project being pushed a little bit forward. So now there were 4 untitled 2023 movies from Marvel, 20th Century, and Disney Live Action Division that have now been removed from the calendar completely. So while one untitled Marvel movie was relocated from December 10th to December 3rd of 2023. So a lot of shuffling going around because they made this whole thing. I guess it was during the summer where they had these are all the things that are coming out from Marvel, it almost sounded like there was something like almost every other month that was coming out. And now it's like, oh yeah, none of that's coming out. We're just kind of pushing everything back. So obviously COVID-19 has shaken up the way studios release their biggest movies, with many major tentpoles bucking tradition to land simultaneously in theaters and on digital platforms. So after putting Black Widow and 101 Dalmatians prequel Cruella and Raya and the Last Dragon on Disney Plus the same day as the theatrical release, the studios, basically reaffirmed the commitment to the big screen for now, because there are a lot of studios now that don't want to do that. You still have HBO Max that's been releasing things the same time as the theater, but I think Disney now has kind of stepped back from it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, going forward, if more delays are going to happen or if they're going to be able to stick to these schedules.
So I'm curious if this was a product of just an overly ambitious and aggressive schedule, a change of storytelling, because, like we all know, the Marvel cinematic universe is laid out in really interacting chapters.
Right.
And it almost sounds like maybe that story that they originally came up with, that would be the long running one for, what are we on, phase 4, I think.
Right,
now?
right.
Maybe that phase 4 story has changed, because I know Eternals landed and kind of got a lukewarm reception. People weren't all that excited about it, and that was supposed to play a significant role in phase 4. And maybe some of the stuff that they're running into is a change of story. I have to assume a good chunk of it has to do with COVID-19.
Oh, I'm sure. And I think people, maybe when they came up with the timeline of everything, they were hoping we'd be further along.
Yeah.
The pandemic wouldn't still be as, I don't want to say relevant, but wouldn't be still
as impactful.
Yeah. That things would kind of be a little bit more normal at the time when they were planning it. Because you figure, when they start doing a movie, it's been written for so many years, and, to hire the cast and to get your location and everything, so it's so planned out. It's not like, hey, what are you guys doing tomorrow? Let's go make a movie.
Well, and that's the other thing with Disney and Marvel's, that you've got the same talent that are appearing in multiple,
right, that are
shows.
crossing over from
crossing
thing to
over
that.
movies to movie, TV shows and stuff like that. A lot of it's probably timing issues. A lot of it's transportation issues.
Yeah.
I have to think a good chunk of it is probably part of the production release philosophy these days now too. When they started releasing things during the pandemic on Disney Plus, nobody thought that was going to be an outlet.
Right.
Disney Plus was always going to be that either direct to DVD style market or that post
after it's been
release.
Right.
So that kind of changed philosophies. The lawsuit with Scarlett Johansson and Black Widow probably changed things as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's really a combination of all these factors, and it's almost like Disney's kind of leading the way in trying to figure this out, but it's almost like they're making it up as they go along at this point.
Yeah, really. That I think they are.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, you don't want to push Indiana Jones too long. I mean, Harrison Ford's kind of getting up there in age,
79. You figure at this rate he'll be 80 by the time
it's released. Yeah.
It's released. So hey, great that he can still do all this stuff at 80, but
I mean, how much of it's stunt work and how much is it, I mean, they can de-age him and make him look like he's, 25 again if they want.
Sure.
The technology.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was it for our Disney Detective. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Today in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Star Trek icon William Shatner shares a sweet exchange with Star Wars' Mark Hamill about going to space. Cinema Blend tells us that Star Trek legend William Shatner's voyage to space has come and gone, as the actor spent a whole 11 minutes in outer space with a small flight crew recently. Following the short but memorable trip, Shatner shared a sweet exchange with Star Wars' Mark Hamill about going up in the future. William Shatner was first announced to be going into space aboard Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin last month, and he even shared another sweet exchange with Wonder Woman's Linda Carter. Just days before the launch, Shatner admitted he was nervous despite his years playing Star Trek's Captain Kirk. Now that he's done it, he's giving advice to Star Wars icon Mark Hamill on Twitter over the possibility of doing the same. Put my over-the-shoulder on. There's not much to see. It's just his tweet. Where Mark Hamill said, not sure how to feel about so many people suggesting I be shot into space. Shatner's response was, well, of course we want you to come back someday. Seriously, if you get the opportunity to do it, I'd recommend it. It's not surprising that following Captain Kirk's trip, people would want to see Luke Skywalker do the same thing. It's so great seeing how enthusiastic William Shatner is about going to space, considering he was pretty nervous about it, though who wouldn't be? It's definitely a rare experience, and maybe one that Hamill would enjoy. It would be fun if both actors could head up into space together, so fans could get a Star Trek Star Wars crossover of sorts. Even though William Shatner's trip lasted less than 15 minutes, it seems to have changed his life for the better. The actor became the oldest person launched into space at 90 years old, and he's still doing pretty well. One thing is for sure, William Shatner heading to space at the age of 90 certainly gives the impression that making a quick trip above the atmosphere isn't too dangerous under the right conditions, even if there are no guarantees. Then again, the 70-year-old Mark Hamill didn't actually indicate that he's planning on a trip to space or even considering it. Who wouldn't have some questions if throngs of people start wanting to send you quite literally off the planet? Mark Hamill's legacy as Luke Skywalker pretty much guaranteed that Star Wars fans would encourage him to give it a shot if it was ever possible. And Star Trek fans undoubtedly had fun with William Shatner doing it. Only time will tell if Hamill gives space travel a shot, but the odds seem pretty good that more and more celebrities will at least consider making the journey to space. I don't know. I'm not sure I want to risk Luke Skywalker going up on a Jeff Bezos rocket.
Yeah. Obviously, it seems to be safe, but obviously, just getting in your car each day to go to the grocery store, you're taking a chance.
Sure, yeah.
So I don't know. I'm kind of liking being on the planet, but
yeah. Well, and I'm a Star Trek fan and a Star Wars fan, and I wasn't particularly pleased to see that William Shatner was going to be taking that chance.
Right.
I've read a number of articles about the safety issues. There's a number of people from Blue Origin that came out about some of the shortcuts that were being made and some of the safety concerns that they had in order to accomplish some of the stuff that they're doing.
So quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
To make the progress, because it was really, you had that little mini competition between Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic.
Right.
To see which CEO could go into space first, and both of them were taking chances. In fact, Virgin Galactic wound up getting flagged by the FAA and shut down because they went outside their flight vector.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it was because the pilot had ignored a warning that was visible. I mean, they're live streaming this, and the warning light was visible on the cockpit dash, and the guy was ignoring it because your boss is sitting in the back. You're not going to abort with your boss in the back, right?
Right, yeah.
Although you don't want to be the guy to kill your boss either.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, if you die too, then
Yeah. So, but as a result of that, they wound up overburning one of their thrusters, and they came out of their entry window outside of where they should have been. So I don't know. It's like skydiving. It's like, oh, might be fun, but it's not worth the risk to me.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. But there are people that they are those adventure seekers
I
that,
agree.
they want to take a chance, and if they don't end up with a broken bone, then they didn't have a good time.
Right. See, and I'm very risk averse.
Right.
If there is more than a non-zero chance of me dying, chances are I'm going to avoid it.
Right.
Unless there's a necessity to it. Like, I'll jump out of an airplane if it's going to crash and kill me otherwise. But not voluntarily.
Yeah.
Same with space. I love space. I'd love to go up to space, but it's to the point now where it's not safe enough. I don't like flying on planes, and the safety record on planes is a hell of a lot higher than it is on rocket
Let
ships.
somebody else go and take some really good footage,
Exactly.
and I'll watch
I'll
it
give you my camera. Here's my camera. Go take some pictures.
And I'll watch it in an immersive, 3D thing, and yeah, I'm good with that.
So anyway, if Mark Hamill was taking advice from me, I'd say don't do it. It's not safe.
So what do you have next to talk about?
So let's talk about Star Wars and the Boba Fett special that's coming up on Disney Plus Day. The upcoming Disney Plus Day on November 12th will bring all kinds of treats to mark 2 years of the Mouse House's streaming service. From Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings and Jungle Cruise becoming free to view at home, 2 new shorts from The Simpsons, Frozen's Olaf and Luca's Alberto. Beyond that, we know we're getting some Marvel and Star Wars treats too. One of which is now confirmed to be a special all about the baddest bounty hunter in the galaxy. Ahead of the Book of Boba Fett, a Mandalorian spin-off series which begins streaming towards the end of December, we'll be getting a special all about the guy himself titled Under the Helmet, The Legacy of Boba Fett. The series glimpses, the first glimpses of the episode were teased in a new Disney Plus Day trailer with glimpses of Boba Fett in The Empire Strikes Back, behind-the-scenes footage, and bits of Mando in there too. The special should be a nice primer for the Boba Fett series, which was teased in the Mandalorian Season 2 finale and comes from the Mando showrunners Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, the 2 guys who could do no wrong whatsoever with Star Wars at this point in time.
Pretty much, yeah.
They're kind of riding high. This time they're teaming up with Robert Rodriguez, who directed the Fett-centric episode from the last run of Mando. Together, they've cooked up a show with Tamora Morrison returning in the helmet, alongside Ming-Na Wen as Fennec Shand. What else we should expect from the show is currently unknown. We could learn more about it on Disney Plus Day before the first episode drops on December 29th. And we love our Disney Plus documentaries of
we do.
Show stuff.
They're probably one of our favorite besides, the other content.
Yep.
We haven't watched one that's been bad.
Right.
All of them from the WandaVision to the Mandalorian ones, even the Disney attraction ones have all been so well done.
And what I like about them, they're not your standard, boring documentaries.
I was just going to say
always some interesting perspective, some facts that you would never have found out before, or even just like sneak peeks of some of the concept artwork that you wouldn't see anywhere else.
Right.
There's always gems in there to pick up that make it worth watching, and they do them in such an entertaining way.
Absolutely.
So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more about what the show's about before we get the show itself.
Yeah.
So that's it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So from Variety.com, it seems that History of the World Part 1 is finally getting a Part 2, with Hulu ordering a variety series follow-up to the classic Mel Brooks comedy film. So History of the World Part 2 is described as a sequel to the 1981 film. The film was made up of segment sets during different periods of world history. Among those was the Stone Age, Ancient Rome, and the French Revolution. Like most of Brooks's work, it also featured musical numbers, including one about the Spanish Inquisition and, of course, Jews in space. Brooks is a writer and executive producer on the series, along with Nick Kroll, Wanda Sykes, and others. There's no word yet on which world events the series will cover. Hulu has ordered 8 episodes of the show. The writer's room is beginning in October, with production slated to begin spring of 2022. Brooks had said, "I can't wait to once more tell the real truth about the phony baloney stories the world has been conned into believing are history." Brooks, a comedy legend and EGOT winner, wrote and directed History of the World Part 1 in addition to appearing on screen in 5 different roles. These included King Louis the 16th?
Sure.
16th, and his piss boy doppelganger, as well as the stand-up philosopher Comicus. The film also starred Gregory Hines, Dom DeLuise, Madeline Kahn, Harvey Korman, Cloris Leachman, and many more, and most of those people aren't. How sad is that? Aren't here with us anymore. Brooks's comedy films have constantly ranked among the best of all time, such as Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, The Producers, and Spaceballs. He later adapted both The Producers and Young Frankenstein as critically acclaimed stage musicals, and he also produced several hit films, most notably David Lynch's The Elephant Man. That I didn't realize he had produced that.
I didn't either until I read the article. I thought that was interesting.
He's, definitely a comedy legend.
Yep.
Has thankfully been around and is still very active. So this should hopefully be hysterical, for those that are Mel Brooks fans.
How old is Mel Brooks at this point?
He's in his 90s.
90s,
I
easily,
think.
yeah.
I think we had looked and he was 91 or 92.
Something like that, yeah.
And still sharp as a...
Amazing. Everything that he's accomplished in his time, and he's still producing as he is. It's just it's incredible.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to see what, because obviously at the end of History of the World Part 1, and I think that was always the joke of it, that it was a Part 1,
right,
and that there was probably never going to be a Part 2, and they had these little teasers.
Right, they had a teaser for History of the World the coming attractions for History of the World Part 2.
And it was like, okay, when's this happening? And it was like, no, he went on to do,
he did so many other things afterwards.
And that's fine. And that's the thing is, so many of his things are parodies of other things that you don't even need them to be a parody because they're so good, you know, on
Absolutely.
their own and stuff. So
I mean, the man's a comic genius, and I think
absolutely, and he still has it. So
he does, and he gets the credit he deserves.
yeah, so
So.
definitely looking forward to that.
So, what's our Halloween story for
So
this?
yeah,
one?
this kind of worked out. So also from Variety, it seems that the Munsters, we get the first look at Rob Zombie's new movie. So just in time for Halloween, Rob Zombie had shared some of the first photos of the Munsters cast, confirming Jeff Daniel Phillips as Herman Munster, Sherry Moon Zombie as Lily Munster, and Dan Roebuck as Grandpa Munster. The filmmaker wrote, "Since Halloween is rapidly approaching, I thought it was a perfect time to meet the Munsters. Direct from the set in good old Hungary, I present Herman, Lily, and the Count sitting in front of the newly completed 1313 Mockingbird Lane." On June 7th, Zombie had announced that he would be writing and helming the film based on the 1960s sitcom about a family of friendly monsters, and revealed that he would be constructing all of Mockingbird Lane. The film follows the family of monsters who relocate from Transylvania to the American suburbs. It is set at the Universal Studios 1440 Entertainment Division. For months, Zombie has been sharing photos from the set, and most recently he shared some special effects behind-the-scenes images. Zombie has also shared insight on some of the costume design for the film, teasing sketches of what Lily and Herman Munster might actually wear to bed. While the costume design has not yet been revealed, the detailed look obviously included Herman's nightgown, complete with skull buttons, while spiderweb embroidery finishes Lily's floor-length robe. Zombie wrote, "What do Herman and Lily wear to bed? Perhaps something like this." So if you go to the website, you can actually see a bunch of these pictures, and it's very cool concept art to see, and it'll be interesting to see what of the concept art actually makes it into the film. But it's kind of interesting. You have these spider webs and these skull embellishments that, you know, unless you're looking, you know, at it, you don't notice that it's there. In another post, Zombie shared a photo of the cast from Herman Munster's head. He wrote, "The clay is out and the sculpting has begun on a very prominent brow for the Munsters." Zombie actually began directing horror films in the early 2000s, most notably The House of a Thousand Corpses, The Devil's Rejects, and the 2007 reimagine of John Carpenter's Halloween, as well as its sequel, Halloween 2.
Very cool. Now, I'm not sure what your feelings are on this. I mean, I was a big fan of the Munsters growing up as a kid watching
I was
it.
too. That and the Addams Family also. So
See, now we didn't get the Addams Family for some reason on the networks that we had. I didn't get to see the Addams Family until I was in my teens.
okay. Well, obviously, when I saw the Munsters, it was all reruns.
Well, obviously, yeah. We're not that old.
We're not that old. Just saying.
I don't know how I feel about this. It's like,
Well, and I
does
wonder
a
if
classic
it's
like that really need to be remade?
Well, and I wonder if they're gonna do it. Is it a comedy? Because obviously the show was a comedy.
Right.
Or are they gonna kind of do it a little bit more seriously? Or, you know, because that's the whole thing, is Rob Zombie is known
He's
for
not known for comedy.
right. So
Yeah.
I wonder, but how do you make the Munsters not funny, I guess, is,
Yeah.
you know, I could see it kind of the way that the Addams Family, when they did the movie versions with Angelica Houston and Raul Julia,
Yeah.
you know, that those were big hits.
it was more adult humor at that point
yeah.
than the campy humor that the show had.
Right. So I wonder if
Yeah.
that's going to kind of be where they go with it. But the cast looks, you know,
It looks fantastic.
it looks
I mean,
fantastic.
It looks very classic, like it's the original.
Yeah,
original
and the
series.
fact that, you know, they built the house, they, you know, and that's what I love, is when there's a filmmaker who actually spends the time to really build the set, as opposed to, oh, well, we'll just CGI it and we'll do, you know.
Yeah, practical effects still have a place in television and movies.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, and I think, you know, it's like if honestly, I don't know. Well, like Daniel Roebuck, I know who he is. I would not have known who that was him looking
Right,
at Grandpa, Munster.
Yeah.
Sherry Moon Zombie and Jeff Daniel Phillips. I don't know what they look like normally, but
Well, just
Yeah.
looking at the Herman Munster makeup and the Grandpa makeup, it's obvious that he's trying to recapture the classic
yes,
looks,
the classic look of
which is nice.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's done in such a way as to let the original series stand on its own and be appreciated.
I would definitely be interested in seeing it. So
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. So that was all we had for entertainment news.
Yep.
And we'll be right back with our insightful picks. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is American Horror Story Double Feature. So unlike any of the other seasons of American Horror Story thus far, Double Feature actually had 2 seasons kind of to it. So it was a 10-episode season. The first 6 were based off of one storyline, and then the other 4 were based off of a different storyline. And 2 completely different stories where I think a lot of fans of the show were looking for that commonality, something to kind of tie the 2 together, and they kind of did, but they kind of didn't. So the first 6 episodes were titled Red Tide, and it kind of took place in a sleepy oceanside town where residents pop some talent-enhancing pills, drink a lot of blood, sing excessive amount of karaoke, and all this other havoc happens, like true American Horror Story fashion. It was a very interesting story. It had a very Stephen King feel to it. You kind of had these vampires that kind of came about, and this whole, do I take the pill? Do I not? Do I risk it? Type thing. And it was a very interesting arc that they had. Unfortunately, the finale kind of was like, oh, that's how you're ending it? But it was still good. It wasn't bad. And then the next 4 episodes took on a whole other theme of aliens basically taking over the country, and interesting little conspiracy theories about various things and what presidents knew and what presidents and the government allowed to happen for these aliens to basically come over and be integrate basically take over the world. So that was kind of an interesting look at conspiracy theories of different things with, Area 51 and like, all right, yeah, I could see where you're going with this, where they basically put historical things and historical people in, intertwined with these things. So it was kind of interesting. And again, that season finale just was like, it just ended. It was like, wow, that was the only explanation. A lot of people, I was reading different fans who kind of felt that same way, that they, just give us like 3 more minutes to explain something. But that's what American Horror Story does. Sometimes they just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and that's it. But overall, I was impressed with the season. Definitely better than some of their other seasons. And that's what's so nice about it, is that every season is so different. They always take, a different viewpoint of things, and really mess with your head in certain cases. So if it's something that you like, it wasn't, as gory as some of their past ones, which is kind of nice. So if you're interested, all of the episodes are out and streaming on FX.
All right, cool pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, ironically, and had nothing to do with your pick, is Conspiracy.
See, look at that.
A Netflix series. Who doesn't love a good conspiracy? Maybe it's how the government's hiding the discovery of aliens, or maybe you're fond of the many assassination plots that came out of the 20th century. How about Hollywood and the sordid conspiracies of the silver screen? In this 12-episode series on Netflix, skeptics and others discuss widely held conspiracy theories involving aliens, government cover-ups, secret assassinations, and other intrigues. History tells us that Hitler killed himself in his underground bunker, but maybe, just maybe, he escaped and lived out a long life in some South American country. Did members of the British royal family help the Nazis during World War II? What really happened to Jimmy Hoffa? Is the Vatican the easiest place to commit murder? No conspiracy seems to be off limits to this series. In 12 episodes, you'll explore twice as many popular conspiracy theories. Presented in a documentary-style format with testimony from, quote, experts and actual experts, you'll get a refreshing look at both sides of the conspiracy. While some questionable things are acknowledged in many of these conspiracy theories, when the conspiracy theorists push their point of view, you get an objective look at the various points by accredited academics and historians who provide a grounded perspective and their own conclusions. Surprisingly, it's one of the more balanced conspiracy documentaries I've seen in the past. I'm not a conspiracy nut myself, but I do believe that the truth that's fed to the public isn't quite always the full truth. Sometimes you need conspiracy nuts to scrape the scabs off of history's more gruesome wounds and dig out a little bit more of the truth. I find most times there's some grain of truth to be gleaned from conspiracy theories, though the reality of the situation tends to fall short of some of the more fanciful creations of conspiracy theorists. It's a well-put-together series that asks more questions than it answers, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's not too preachy, nor does it try to cram a particular point of view down the throat of the audience. It creatively puts out theories, surfaces what factual evidence there is, and puts it all together in a neat little package with commentary and reenactments, and then leaves the viewer to draw their own conclusions. So it's one of those things where you kind of get to see both sides of the story and you make your own decision. So, anyway, I thought it was kind of an interesting series. I got through all 12 parts of it. It is Conspiracy, streaming now on Netflix. And we'll be right back with our afterthoughts. So our list is getting short. We're burning through a lot of our shows here. What do we have left?
Yeah, so both actually happen to be on the same day. The one is the Ocean City Comic Con. That is December 11th, only December 11th, from 10 to 5 in Ocean City, Maryland. This will be one that we will be attending. We've been looking forward to trying this one for a couple of years, but they used to be, I guess, earlier in the season, I believe is what it was, and we always seem to be away during it. So this is, I guess, their first time bringing it back since the pandemic, right. Which will be nice because it's kind of the end of the Comic-Con season, and also not much, I'm guessing, is going on in Ocean City, Maryland, right. At the time. So should be interesting. So we're planning on making a weekend of that. For those that are in the Allentown, Pennsylvania area, there is the Pennsylvania Toy and Comic Super Show, which will also be December 11th from 10 to 2 at the South Mall, Allentown. This one kind of popped up. It looks like it's, probably your average size toy show, with comics as well. I don't remember if they had any guests or anything, but it looks like they do other shows as well, other toy shows and things like this. So if you're in that area, you have that one to go to as well.
And that's it. That'll round out the year for us, and hopefully we'll start seeing more conventions show up on the calendar.
Yeah, we were supposed to have Wizards Philadelphia was supposed to be in November. Obviously, because of the change of companies, right. Where it went from Fan Expo, Wizards to Fan Expo. obviously something must have happened with the dates because they were even changing the location of it
Yeah, it was crazy.
as well. So now there's nothing if you look it up. So hopefully it'll be next year. Also, the Greater Philadelphia Comic Con, that one I think is supposed to be April-ish, possibly of next year. And then there was another one
Well, when the dates are
that had
published, we'll
been.
talk
So
about them
yeah,
and we'll go over.
once we find out more, obviously we'll put everything together. So
Yeah, I think that's just about it. Before we do go, I would want to once again remind folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also get video versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. You can also write to us, give us your feedback, give us your own conventions you'd like us to plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
you can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find the video versions of all of our podcasts at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
Or you can get everything on our website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone, and happy Halloween!
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are, in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before. And we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know. I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure. Yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having 3 major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got 3 pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers,
Oh yeah.
where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had 4 major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a 4th competitor into the market.
Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think I don't know. I think about this with mobile companies, especially. Like, there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider, and I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So, say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly.
Right. And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they see monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company, where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. But they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity so they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of, mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation, and the corporation buys it for 500 bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper,
Oh, wow.
just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. They were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utilities sector. Your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into an incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think that's a tough question to answer, because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about like something like Comcast, who's internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if, again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is, if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to...
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
No, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation, do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange because this happened a few years back where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way or an efficient way for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah. And I mean, that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I can see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household, and it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider, or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers? Because right now, cable is not considered a public utility. And there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely. Because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation, because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. That was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forced them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country has done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were
Oil,
locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, two additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman Antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the two antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. The same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws, you've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody, and when you have things like information leaks, and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time, where people's personal data gets leaked, and I think that is a huge problem that should be more harshly punished, and I think that would come with a more modern look at antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy, because it's a social network, right? Yeah. So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in, that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines, because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies, and stuff like that, but I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. They had a philosophy of, well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode. I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called The 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah. And it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video, and Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple, and they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they could make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better and that you're not a monopoly because, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, let's stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in the U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled, to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, it's history in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
And I think that's kind of the point here is that's capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. You know, I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had just in our area probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's
to what's
probably
happening.
would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is being having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening. And as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with a very high IPO. The news. This is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success. And that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they just, when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce. But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about, first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account. I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future, and even to a certain extent, the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge. Yeah. So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, like blew people's minds and they thought it was going to like, give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
If you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first place.
Competition in quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing, because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store, and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up, and they started out selling books at first, and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything.
Mm-hmm.
And now, not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like Walmart out of business because they can sell it cheaper than Walmart.
Yep. And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music.
Yeah.
They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com.
Mm-hmm.
They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they had to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. You know, they could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the U.S. government should step in and then do it, because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, but the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up, I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work, or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, but like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them?
Right. And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, and mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it?
I mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of, we studied a lot of around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's, like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me. And I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question, right? And I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life. And what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet, and probably if you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's true.
You cannot buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us, have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's Wall-E. They're going to become by and large. We're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other. That's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 129, Feminism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my independent and extremely capable co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. So this is your first weekend in quite some time without having marching band activities.
Yay.
What's it like having your weekends back?
Well, it's nice that I actually have time to relax. And, I actually do chores now, so.
That is definitely nice. We're glad that you do chores now as well. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about feminism. Now, this was a topic that you had come up with. And when we came up with the concept of this, we had originally planned on finding a subject matter expert to come in and do this. Unfortunately, we kind of got caught up on timing and lining up guests and stuff like that. So instead of doing this with a subject matter expert, I thought it would be best to get your take on feminism and your thoughts on it and, use the research that you had to kind of drive the discussion. Just a caveat here, total disclosure here. I'm not a woman, so I don't pretend to fully grasp all the concepts of feminism. However, I will say that I am much more aware of it now and much more appreciative of it now and of the treatment of women in general. Thanks largely because of you. I found I am much more sympathetic to the issues that women face now because I don't want you to have to face a lot of these issues that are traditionally out there. I don't want you to face the boundaries. I don't want someone telling you you can't be what you want. You can't earn the money that you deserve. So I'm far more empowered, I think, now in my knowledge of feminist issues. And I'm far more supportive of feminist type movements to help young women like you so that you don't have to face that kind of oppression moving forward in life. So we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about feminism. We'll take a look at what feminism today is and what it's been over its more than 170 years of history. We'll explore the 4 waves of feminism and talk about the advances each has brought and their differences. And then we'll explore some of the problems with modern feminism before we finish up with suggestions on ways to promote feminism. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our audio, our listening, and our viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. We would also encourage our listeners and viewers to write into us, give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions, tell us how we can improve things. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can reach out to us through our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right, let's get this going. So, understanding feminism. So like we normally do in our podcast, we'll take the segments that we have, we'll split them up into different segments, different sections, and then we'll each kind of deal with different sections. So I thought understanding feminism would be a very safe one for me because it's very important that I do understand it. So this comes to us from humanrightscareers.com. Feminism is one of the oldest movements in history, and while there is no single definition for it, feminism boils down to ending gender discrimination and creating gender equality. There are many types of feminism, but instead of isolating all of them, feminism can be divided into waves. This is one of the most common metaphors to describe feminism and explain its movements. However, this system does have flaws, pertaining to the oversimplifying a complicated history of values, ideas, and people in conflict with each other. With this simplification, people can believe that feminism's history was straightforward, but it was really a lot messier. There are many sub-movements that build on and fought with each other. The wave metaphor doesn't tell the whole story, but it's a good start. So why don't you start us with the 4 waves?
So first up we have the first wave. So this wave takes place in the 19th century. While it wasn't the first appearance of feministic ideals, it represents the first real political movement for the Western world. In 1848, inspired by Mary Wollstonecraft's book entitled Vindication of the Rights of Women, published in 1792, about 200 women met at a church and picked 12 resolutions asking for specific rights, like the right to vote. After years of feminist activism, Congress finally passed the 19th Amendment in 1920 that gave women the right to vote. This was almost 30 years after New Zealand became the first country where women could vote. First wave feminism had one simple goal: to have society recognize that women are humans, not property. Unfortunately, this wave of feminism was focused on white women's rights, which would later haunt newer versions of feminism.
So, first wave feminism started, if we mark it with the start of the release of the book in 1792, it didn't really start to see any of its efforts start to bear fruit until 1920. That's an awful long time to have a movement with very little going on.
Yeah, that's like almost 200 years at that point.
Yeah, you're looking at a very long time. And obviously New Zealand was ahead of us on that one. But the one point that they do make here is that they're talking about white women's rights. And nowadays, that's, given today's society, that's a very significant statement to make. But at the time, the way society was shaped, I guess I could say, it was not uncommon. Because, all women had rights issues. But you figure back in 1792, slavery was still legal in the United States. Yeah. So when that movement started, you weren't seeing anybody fight really at all for slaves' rights. You may have had some abolitionist movements start up there to at least look for slaves' freedoms, but to actually fight for equal rights was unheard of until the 20th century. You had some of that in the 1800s after the Civil War, but real civil rights and equal rights for African American women is still a struggle to this day. So the second wave feminism took place in the 1960s and 70s. It built on first wave feminism and challenged what a woman's role in society should be. The activists focused on the institutions that held women back. This meant taking a closer look at why women were oppressed. Traditional gender and family rules were questioned, and the queer theory became more established. There were major victories in this area, including the Equal Pay Act of 1963 and various Supreme Court cases. This wave created three main types of feminism, which include mainstream or liberal, radical, and cultural. Mainstream feminism focused on institutional reforms, which meant reducing gender discrimination, giving women access to male-dominated spaces, and promoting equality. Radical feminism wanted to reshape society entirely, stating the system was inherently meant as a male-dominating and ruling system, and that only an overhaul would bring liberation. It resisted the belief that men and women were basically the same. Cultural feminism had a similar view and thought that there's a female essence that is distinct from men. What are your thoughts on second wave feminism? Did you have any insights or thoughts on it?
Well, I definitely think it was a pretty important step because not only was it hoping for women to get similar rights as men, but now they're starting to get into more male-dominated spaces, and thus people start to realize that, you know, they're able to do similar things to men, so it was a pretty big step in the long run for feminism in general.
Yeah, and they talk about the Equal Pay Act of 1963. That was helpful, but it was not problem solving because even today you still have a pay gap between men and women that we struggle to resolve.
Yeah.
And we've got laws on the books that say you're not allowed to do that, but society still pushes unequal standards like that. Mm-hmm. What was third wave?
So, thanks to the victories of second wave feminism, women enjoyed more rights and power going into the 1990s. They were able to think about other aspects of their identity, welcoming individuality and rebellion. This was an era of reclaiming. Many women more freely expressed their sexuality in how they spoke, dressed, and acted. This sometimes bewildered second-wave feminists, many of whom had resisted traditional femininity. While many ideas and mini-movements swirled around this time, the one rule was that there weren't rules. A woman could choose how she lived her life. Third-wave feminists also became more conscious of race. Don't know why I was going to say conscientious. I don't know why. While mainstream first and second wave feminists had largely ignored or neglected racial disparities within gender, the third wave paid more attention. When the internet became more commonplace, it was even easier to hear perspectives and ideas from feminists around the world. Feminism was expanding.
So that's a very good point. So third wave feminism, you were in third wave feminism. Do you consider yourself feminist?
Well, I definitely do wish for equal rights for all genders. Although I'm definitely not as vocal with it as I think most people are. I definitely do have strong opinions about this kind of stuff and how I do want us to want to see eventually total gender equality for everyone.
And I do as well. And like I said at the start of the show, I don't want you to have to face the inability to do something or be something that you want just because of your gender. Gender discrimination is to me, it's very similar to racial discrimination. And it's the fact that there are differences. There's differences in race, there's differences in culture and religion, and there's differences in gender. For us to stigmatize or to discriminate against someone because they're different than we are is really a flawed philosophy. This country was built on diversity. And that diversity is what made us stronger. You celebrate that diversity. You don't ostracize it. You don't push it to the side. And nobody gains from that.
Yeah.
Having that diversity of cultures and influence makes the society a better place. It's just a shame that it's taking so long to get to that point.
Yeah.
So that brings us to fourth wave feminism. Some believe we're still in third wave of feminism, since this wave isn't much of a shift from the third one. However, with the Me Too movement and the number of attacks on women's rights, many believe we're in a new wave. Social media activism has propelled the movement firmly into the technological age. It builds on the third wave's emphasis on inclusivity and asks hard questions about what empowerment, equality, and freedom really mean. Fourth wave feminism continues to reckon with intersectionality. Critics of, quote, white feminism, which ignores the unique struggles of women of color, expose how non-white feminists and ideas have been and continue to be suppressed. Trans rights are a big part of this conversation, too. Feminism has often been an unwelcoming and hostile place for trans women and others who rejected the gender binary. Many fourth-wave feminists are working to combat this exclusion. As with every wave before, and probably after it, the fourth wave is complex. It encompasses many movements that both complement and clash with each other. The tension is unavoidable. While some types of feminism can have harmful impacts, having a variety of voices makes feminism more inclusive and successful. Let me ask you, and we've done a podcast on, gender equality in the past. Where do you think gender equality as far as the trans community fits into feminism?
I feel that now the people are starting to look more at the fact that feminism isn't really just about getting rights for women, but rights for all genders. Because, a lot of the time, trans people are really having struggles with getting rights. And, just look at the fact of how, schools aren't allowing various trans kids to compete in sports of the gender they wish to be known as, because they're supposed to be in the ones where they were supposed to be in the sports where the gender was assigned to them.
They're biologically assigned gender, yeah.
Yeah, and even the fact that you have to keep women and men separate in sports for school is also kind of something that a lot of people have been discussing, and that's probably if we actually do and are able to solve that would probably also help with trans people. But we're really facing a pretty major issue with that, and I definitely think that that now we should really be including other genders as opposed to just females, and just basically make it so that all genders have the same equality.
So there was one particular event, I suppose, that kind of hit home on this one, and you and Mommy used to go to a annual retreat called Where Women Gather. Mm-hmm. And you'd go away for 4 or 5 days or so and do all kinds of different activities. And it was really a feminist type of empowerment and support type of environment to be in. And it exploded with some controversy when there was some concern about including trans women with that program as well, because it was a women only retreat, and there was a decision that was made that quite forcefully excluded trans women from the retreat moving forward. How did that make you feel? Because I know Mommy stopped going, and a lot of supporters stopped going to the event after that. But how did that personally make you feel? You were kind of young at the time, but I'm curious what your impression was with that.
Well, I definitely realized. So, when I was young, I really didn't know much about trans people or trans women in general. I didn't really know a lot about the movement, and I really didn't know much about the community in general. But when I started hearing it more, I kind of realized that, yeah, the retreat was kind of making some mistakes, because I know one of the people we had met with was a trans woman, and they weren't going to be able to go to Where Women Gather because, trans women. So I definitely realized that I definitely felt that Where Women Gather was supposed to be an inclusive place where, all of us were able to work together and just be just a community on our own. And when I realized it was kind of rejecting certain people from the community, it kind of made me, really not want to go there anymore.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was definitely something that I think you and Mommy enjoyed and benefited from, and I think a lot of people benefited from it. And to sort of take that support system away because of an inability to understand and integrate the diversity. Again, it's discrimination, no matter how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and we're going to talk about the problems with modern feminism, and hopefully I won't get too much hate mail by talking about that as a man. So we'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about feminism. So let's talk about the problems with modern feminism. I didn't write these myself. These come from an article on Medium.com. Today, feminism is known as a very touchy subject. If someone asks you if you're a feminist, regardless of your gender, there seems to be no right answer. The subject can cause conflicts among people in its recent controversies. Let's talk about some of the modern problems with feminism nowadays and the various controversies surrounding it. So what's our first one?
So the first one might be a little hard for me to pronounce, but I'll try my best. Feminism is against femininity.
That was pretty good.
Thanks.
Better than I did. Good thing we switched.
Yeah. So it's somewhat ironic how so many feminists are against all things associated with the term feminine. This is mainly about how these feminists shame other women for making career, clothing, or other choices to something that was traditionally feminine. The thing is that you can make a
couldn't last the whole time, huh?
I'm trying. This is a hard segment to read. The thing is that you can be a feminist and acknowledge that femininity and masculinity, which is much easier to say apparently, exist as concepts and not as exact science. It is hard to campaign for female power and femininity when feminists turn against the same traits and interests that were belittled by men long ago. We could risk going full circle and creating the slippery slope that feminists of the past tried to eradicate.
So what are your thoughts on this? I know you're not a very, and I'm going to get hate mail for this, I'm sure, but you're not a very frou-frou. You know, you don't wear pink a lot. You don't wear what, and I'll just blame society here. You don't wear what society, modern society, refers to as overly feminine apparel. You don't wear a lot of skirts or dresses or anything like that. You don't really like that sort of stuff. You're not comfortable in it. What are your thoughts on women who do that? And what are your thoughts on women who don't do that?
I'm perfectly fine with anyone who does. Like, I don't, like, immediately look at a female who is wearing a skirt and go, like, oh, that's, ugh. I don't do that. I'm not that kind of person. And, like, and I know that there's a term that, like, is basically a stereotype, which would consider me a tomboy, which Mommy doesn't really like to use that term on me, because really, it shouldn't really be a term. It's more of a stereotype rather than describing my fashion sense, really.
Sure, and I think I'm with Mommy on that, is that I don't like labels in general, because labels tend to pigeonhole you into you trying to be what that label is, even subconsciously. But your own ability to wear what you want, dress how you want. Let me just ask you, why do you not dress girly, we'll say? And I know I'll get hate mail for that one.
It's fine. I don't dress in what society would consider girls typically dress in, mainly because I don't really find it comfortable. I always find that dresses just feel weird to me. I don't like dressing, like, fancy. I don't typically like having my hair down or having it done in any fancy way. As you can tell, it's really not all that fancy. I really just tie it back, and that's kind of it. I don't wear skirts because I never really I kind of like the fact of feeling shorts or pants. I don't really like the feeling of skirts or dresses, because I kind of prefer shorts and pants over just feeling like it's a bit more loose than that. Hoodies. I think they're very comfortable. I find, like, extreme comfort in hoodies, and
So you're not trying to make some kind of societal statement or statement against feminism by dressing the way you do. You dress the way you do because it's comfortable.
yeah, and like I don't have any grudge against women who want to dress in what society thinks that women should dress in.
Right.
Like, I don't think that clothing should really kind of define our gender or anything like that. The good thing is, people have kind of started to accept the fact that women start wearing this kind of stuff. And thing is, I don't want people to start shaming women for wearing traditional feminine clothing. And, like, I also don't want it to be, like, just having the traditional role in general, like just wanting to be a simple housewife. I don't think shaming that would be good at all, and I think if we really do want to have gender equality, we're giving them the option, and if they want to be what was traditionally feminine, they should. They should have that option, but like, they shouldn't just have that. They should have other options. That's kind of what I'm trying to get across with this.
I'm with you. Choice and non-judgmental consequences. I'm totally with you there. You should be able to choose what you want, and nobody should judge you for it.
Yeah.
However you want to live your life. As long as you're not hurting somebody else, you're fine.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be the first one to tell you that my number one philosophy when it comes to getting dressed in the morning is what's comfortable. Hence why I wear Hawaiian shirts all the time. I worked at a job where I had to wear a suit and tie for a very long time and did not like doing that, and I don't do that anymore. You know, it's you find the things that you do not do well and do not do them.
Yeah.
So the next thing that we have is gender-neutral feminism. Because nowadays people identify as something other than male or female, a gender-neutral term should represent the inclusivity and intentions of this movement to banish gender inequalities in all forms affecting all people. Many people see feminism as more woman-led and female-promoting movement. Any men a part of this movement are more so known as allies rather than actual members. This is harmful and suggests that it isn't their fight too when it really is. feminism is for everyone, despite what its name suggests. It's banned that this belief is thought to only encapsulate the injustices of women when other gender injustices should be included. Now, and I have to say, I'm guilty of this myself for the longest time. I didn't feel I was qualified to consider myself a member of the feminist movement itself because I wasn't female. And kind of being a male puts me on the outside a little bit because there are certain things that I'll never understand that women have to go through. I'll never comprehend some of the difficulties. I'll certainly never understand the consequences of the injustices. I just, I can read about them, I can hear about them, and I can sympathize with them. But it's the same thing with racial injustice. I can sympathize with Black Lives Matter, and I can get angry at the injustice and the discrimination. But because I'm a white man, I can never really fully appreciate, the feeling that a black man getting pulled over on the side of the street by a police officer, that anxiety that they feel because of society. I'll never feel the hurt or the damage of working in a company knowing that no matter how good I do my job, because I'm a certain gender, I'm never going to make the same amount as the opposite gender that does the same job as me, the same level that I do. I'll never experience that. And I'm of the mindset that it's difficult to be fully invested in something if you can't experience the entire gambit of what's there. So I consider myself firmly in the allies category because of that. And I don't think that diminishes my support for wanting you to be equal. I get very angry when mommy comes home and tells me the things that happen to her that deep down inside, I think they happen to her because she's a female, not because of any competence issue, because mommy is highly competent, probably the most competent person that can do what she does at her job. And I think she gets mistreated a lot of times there because it's a male-run company. And there's gender bias that happens everywhere. And a lot of times that gender bias is not intentional. People don't set out to be biased against women, but it's been so ingrained in society for so long that people just do it by default. So for me, it angers me to see stuff like that, but I can't be a feminist because I can't experience it myself and understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about men that contribute to the feminist movement?
I do feel that it's important for men to also contribute to this because we're gonna make larger differences when men also realize this and realize the injustices done with gender equality and how we need to move forward with it. And I definitely think gaining men's support would definitely help move the movement along.
I agree 100%. I agree. What's next up?
Next up, we have Just a Woman's Fight. Despite the progress the United States has made over the decades, no one country has 100% gender equality. Back then, the task was to elevate women's rights at the most basic level. Nowadays, while the world is still has a long way to go to reach full gender equality, this movement should expand to the full range of gender discrimination in issues with the modern world. From toxic masculinity to the unfair bias against fathers when it comes to child custody battles. The idea that women are the ideal caregivers and not men hurts everyone. Just because the norm is that men are more privileged than women doesn't mean we should ignore the very real issues that men also face. While many women want to step away from the roles assigned to them in the past, like the home giver, men are starting to wish to take up some of those roles for themselves. All genders should be allowed to determine what they want their role to be without judgment.
Now, this is an interesting one here because this is really a very modernist idea of things where men and women are swapping those home roles, I should say. You think of what it meant to be a homemaker. All right. So go back to my parents. My parents had a very 1950s mentality. My father went off to work. My mother stayed home and took care of the house. She cooked, she cleaned, she made sure the bills were paid and everything was running. And really, she ran the household. My father never gave her any credit for that, though. And the amount of effort that she put into it was astonishing. My father thought he did all the work because he was a common laborer. He'd go off to work 5 days a week and he'd unload tractor trailers, which was hard work. You know, I did it myself for a little while. It's hard work to do, and he did it for like 40 years. But he never really appreciated the effort that was required to make sure there was a meal on the table every day when he got home, or to make sure that there was food in the refrigerator when you wanted something, or that the bills were paid and that the utilities weren't getting shut off and that the house was clean and that the laundry was getting done. And what he failed to appreciate, which I saw because I helped my mom, a lot during those years, was that he would go out and work an 8-hour day and come home and be done. And the homemaker doesn't work a convenient 8-hour day. They're always on the clock,
Mm-hmm.
And they don't get weekends off. And it gave me an appreciation for the efforts that were required. And I'm guilty of probably not being as participatory in a lot of those things as I probably should be. But it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the efforts that's involved. And I think part of the irony of today is some of the men today are moving into some of these more, what were traditionally women's roles, and they're finally starting to get an appreciation for what's involved. My father was never exposed to having to do laundry. There was one brief period of time that he had to change diapers for his granddaughter, and he totally panicked and couldn't manage it because he never did anything like that. There was nothing domesticated at all about my father. And he didn't appreciate that until much later in life when, he was on his deathbed and he saw everything that was involved in that because he couldn't go off to work anymore. He was home, he was sick, he was on disability, and he saw everything that my mother did to care for him and to keep the house running. And sadly, it took that long for him to really appreciate what she did. So in today's society, seeing that gender switch is really a good thing, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think it's good that men are really starting to appreciate, how much women really played a part in making sure that they were, ready. And it's nice to see how men are actually starting to take on that role for themselves and are kind of starting to break their gender biases, because men also have pretty hardcore gender biases. I know that there's this whole mentality that this generation of men is weak, and really they're not. Just because they're actually starting to feel things and be less focused on what was traditionally masculine, I honestly think they're getting a lot stronger. A lot emotionally stronger. Not just physically, but they're getting a lot more emotionally stronger. They're starting to open up more, and they're starting to learn the struggles that women originally went through and are starting to kind of go through it themselves and realize that they did a lot, and they're starting to really find appreciation for it.
Very good point. The one thing that I do think is worth mentioning, and that's the fact that there are physical differences and there are intellectual differences between men and women. And I don't mean that as a negative.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, I mean that more as a positive for women. To think of a man going through childbirth is, I can't have a cold without whining like a little baby. I could never imagine myself going through childbirth. And, women from a mental standpoint, their ability to multitask, and that's one thing I give my mother credit for. She could mentally juggle 12 things at once, keep everything in the air at the same time, and still give attention to her kids and make sure that everything was running smoothly in the house. And men just can't do that. And you go beyond that to literally physical differences that advantages that women have. You look at scientifically. One of the documentaries that I had watched was on the Mercury women, the women who actually trained to be astronauts, and how they were able to handle some of the tests that the men who went into space had to face. They did the same exact test. One of them was an isolation chamber. And they were trying to simulate what it would be like floating in a capsule in space for hours by yourself. And the men, they lasted maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes or something like that. And the women could last for hours in there. So it shows a different way of thinking, a different mentality, and how you shouldn't discriminate against those things. Those are the things that you celebrate. Those are the things that make us better as a society. And this is one of those things where men are starting to appreciate what these traits that were traditionally female-led positions require and the struggles. And when you have that appreciation, it makes you much more sympathetic to gender equality. The last one that we have here is body-based feminism, and this is kind of more of an afterthought, and they kind of put it into perspective. They say this new breed of feminism revolves around first world problems like body hair and the inclusion of obese models in fitness magazines, and neglects some of the world's most horrific ongoing gender-based violence, such as forced marriage and much more brutal problems. While these issues do matter, we need to be mindful that other people are facing different battles. So these are definitely issues that need to be acknowledged, but they're definitely not top of the line world impacting problems that we probably need to focus on. That was it for this segment. We're going to take our last break. We'll come back, and then you'll tell us ways to promote good feminism.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about feminism, and now we're going to talk about ways to promote good feminism. And I'm going to try my best to put the source. Never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about that, because we never were able to pronounce that.
Yeah, we'll
put it in the show notes.
Yeah, it's in the show notes. So, first up, we have make use of social, print, and electronic media. Highlight the issue at hand and help your teen understand it better by writing blogs, sharing articles, or perhaps create live videos with meaningful messages. But don't just stop at that. Social media is a very important tool with an impact far more outreaching than we can ever imagine. Challenge and counteract media that intentionally or unintentionally undermines women's rights. Make sure your voice is heard by raising your concern and registering your complaints where they are appropriate. We also have call out inequality. Even small acts of resistance can make a difference. Sometimes people do not realize what's wrong until someone points it out. So don't hesitate to point out and raise awareness in suitable ways.
Support nonprofit organizations working for women. There's a plethora of organizations that are tirelessly working hard to defend women's rights. Many women have fought to give us what we today enjoy as basic rights. By we, I mean women, obviously. Women are more empowered, confident, and bold than they ever were. However, in many parts of the world, women are still being abused, deprived of education, and much worse. Attacks and other horrible acts are done to hundreds of women around the world, and they need support. Recent women's marches around the world clearly evidenced what we are capable of when we organize and mobilize.
Elicit support from men. Hashtag #HeForShe was launched in September 2014 as a movement that aims to inspire and encourage men to take action against gender inequality. While gender equality discussions are mostly surrounding women, to truly gain full equality for women, don't dismiss support and help from men. Encourage them to step up and play their part in the movement. And finally, we have mentor goals and raise their aspiration. No. I said goals, not girls. My apologies. The last up, we have mentor girls and raise their aspirations. It is important to support and empower young girls nowadays. When you empower young girls, you are raising the quality of life for everyone. It's these very girls that will lead children by example, lead businesses, lead communities, and even lead the country one day. By mentoring and raising their aspirations, we're laying the ground for a future generation of women who have the power to crush stereotypes and rise above all challenges. Even little actions count and can potentially make a huge difference. Your one step forward could possibly inspire several others to do the same.
The one other thing that I would add to that we don't have in the script here, and that's give credit to the women that are leading by example. For good example, you're one teacher at school. You had an experience with a substitute teacher in her class, and that substitute teacher had made, again, one of those disparaging remarks that society normally would simply ignore and move on, but it was a gender disparaging comment that was, and I don't want to get into specifics, but it was basically, don't do something that way as a girl because girls can't do it as good. It was basically, that was the gist of it. And it bothered you, and it should. It should bother all of us when somebody says and does something like that. And you came home and we talked about it. We had suggested, letting your teacher know, because she seemed like she was the type of person who would be supportive of you in trying to make a difference. And give us that story. Give us the details of that story.
So I was going to mention this at some point, but in my engineering and my physics class, for the academy, I will say it's not very female dominated. In fact, there's only one other female besides me in the class. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of mainly male dominated, but for the most part I was never really discriminated for it. This was the one exception. Because the other female, Melody, was in the library, I was
Names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Yes. I was basically the only female in the room, and when he did say this remark, I kind of felt uncomfortable. Just because I was the only female in the room.
So what did he say?
Basically, he was talking to some of the other guys in my class, kind of like going about the whole, oh, kind of a similar thing to this generation of men is kind of weak, but he wasn't saying it specifically. It was kind of just like, I don't know what the boys were doing, but he was kind of mentioning how they're not like strong or something, and then he said, the exact comment is, I've seen girls that are stronger than you, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It was like, kind of just saying that, like, one, it was about, the whole talk about men aren't as strong as they used to be, and I kind of already mentioned that, but it also kind of undermined me because, again, only female in the room kind of didn't really make me feel all that well, and it made me very uncomfortable because I know he wasn't doing anything inherently wrong, and the good thing was it wasn't directed directly towards me, but the comment still didn't really sit right with me. So basically, I don't know if I'm guessing it was the next time I saw my teacher. I basically went into a separate area with her and told her about the incident, and the good thing was she was actually extremely supportive, and being a female in the science field, she actually experienced a very similar feeling, and thus had a very strong opinion toward it. And the good thing was, she definitely helped make action to it. She notified the principal, I met with him and told him about the incident, and he was also very supportive about it, and it was really nice. And it ended up with my science teacher actually allowing me to go with Melody to the library if I ever did happen to have that same substitute.
So I guess my moral of the story here is that when these things happen, and they will continue to happen until humans evolve beyond the point of gender discrimination, and I don't know when that's going to be, but when they do happen, you have to have the courage to stand up for what's right. You have to have the courage to say, look, that's not right, that's wrong, that's the wrong attitude, that's exclusionary, that's discriminating, that's insulting. And you have to have people like your science teacher who are there to support you. You can't be expected to do it all on your own. And the fact that you have people at your school that are willing to provide that level of support is very encouraging. So when you see this happen, so if you see an injustice, do something about it. But when you see others that support you and have your back and help you to try to overcome those, give those people credit. They deserve the credit for being revolutionary enough and brave enough to stand up for the right thing. And you deserve credit for having the courage to say something. Because, yes, there's only 2 females that are in the class, but I doubt that's the only class that this particular individual has exposure to. So by standing up for yourself, you are directly standing up for every other female in the school that this person's going to come across. And other people might not have that level of courage, so you made a difference. And I think you deserve a pat on the back for that.
Thank you.
Anything else before we go? I think that was all we had material-wise.
I think we just seem pretty good.
Okay. Well, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up the business of the podcast. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that I believe feminism doesn't just include women, it includes every other gender, and just the fact that we are still trying to reach gender equality. And while we definitely have a long ways to go, we are definitely making progress. And I just want to say, I want to support anyone that is going to stand up against any form of injustice, whether that be for gender, race, religion, etc. Just know that speaking out against any kind of injustice will definitely have a positive impact going forward. And I definitely want people to support total gender equality. And I don't want people to be in the community to be against each other or against original ideas, because all genders should have equal rights and should be able to choose how they live.
Very well said. I could not agree with you more.
Thank you.
I think this went well. I think we presented it in a way that should minimize the hate mail that I get for this now. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. We'd love to get show suggestions and some idea of what you want us to talk about, what you want us not to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can get us at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone!
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
In podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 129, Dusting Off the Old Favorites. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my dedicated and talented co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
Kind of awake, but not really.
We'll take kind of. That's better than average, I think, on most days.
Yeah. It's been a long couple of weeks.
It has. We were off last week, right?
Right.
And then we had a long weekend this weekend.
Right.
Our last band competition.
Yes, we are officially done with this season of marching band.
Yes, we are. So we will kind of
Kind of.
take some time and enjoy it and
Right.
What's it start up again in March? I think
Maybe. Probably.
something like that. Yeah, so
Sooner than we probably expected.
we have a little time
a
off.
little reprieve, and really we're not the ones that are, it's we're more the back and forth,
Correct.
getting her there.
Correct.
So it's a well-deserved break for her and all the other kids.
Although I do have to say I was kind of surprised at the amount of interaction on the parents.
Mhm.
And it was more than I had originally expected.
Well, and not to really get into this because it just so happens that next week
That's true.
on
yes.
Insights into Teens, you're going to be doing a podcast about marching band. And as I was kind of briefly explaining to somebody, I said it's as rigorous as a sport because there's so much involved with practice and things like that. But when you go to competitions and do things, it's very much a family.
Yes.
You're-
It's a very supportive community.
Right, amongst other bands.
Like you have rivals, but there isn't a rivalry atmosphere.
Right. It's like, oh, I want to do better than them. But when they go on, you still cheer just
Yep,
as loud.
yep.
And
even when the bands were coming off, you had the band that was
Right.
coming off was wishing the band coming on, good luck,
luck,
guys,
right.
have a good time.
right. Where when you go to a sporting event, the two football teams or the two soccer teams,
yeah.
where, that was probably the best part of this last competition was one of the moms of one of our seniors. She's all cheering, come on, Cookie, and it was just so infectious
Yep.
that
Yep.
parents from a rival school were like, oh my God, we got to cheer for them too. Just
give her a hand. They win just on team spirit.
exactly. So it is. We didn't know how much more it was
Yeah.
going to be involved. So we need a break too,
Yeah. So it'll be-
from all of it as well. So
We'll be enjoying the downtime. But yes, next week we'll have a
yeah, that
special
should be a
guest
good one.
on Insights into Teens, and we'll go into it in a lot more
So
detail.
there's our little plug for next week's
There you go.
episode for you guys.
But obviously, that is not what we're talking
Nope.
about this week.
Not at all.
Today, in our Disney Detective, Wonder Woman and the Evil Queen, and can the Main Street Electrical Parade solve Disney's problems again?
Probably not.
No. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, an unnecessary origin story for an irrelevant character. It's the camera. The camera's overheating is what it is.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's what the beep is, and it changes the camera angle here, so I have to figure out what I'm going to do to cool that off.
Okay.
Anyway, in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, an unnecessary origin story for an irrelevant character, plus is there an Old Republic movie in the works? And for our entertainment news, Netflix may be coming to Jersey, and the unfortunate passing of Dean Stockwell. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and a few dwindling list of afterthoughts. Ready to get into it?
Sure, let's do this.
All right. Before we start, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to the video version of this podcast listed as Insights into Things. The audio version of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. We are available on Google, Apple, Stitcher, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us some show suggestions, give us some of your conventions that we can plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. On Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at Insights Into Things. We can get links to all those on our website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Go for something that I did not push the button for on this side here because I haven't done this in so long. Go for Disney Detective.
So it seems that Wonder Woman's Gal Gadot will be playing one of the all-time greatest Disney villains in an upcoming remake. So back in June, it was announced that Disney's upcoming live-action remake of Snow White had found its star to play the title lead, as the production hired Rachel Zegler to play the beloved princess. Now, her name might sound a little bit familiar because she's going to be playing Maria in the upcoming adaptation of West Side Story. So the actor had spent the months since then as the only member of the cast, but now that has changed in a major way. As the news broke that Gal Gadot had come aboard the upcoming blockbuster to play the role of the evil queen. The Hollywood Reporter had shared the latest update about the Disney production, which has Amazing Spider-Man director Mark Webb at the helm. The film marks the second time that Gal has been part of a project at that studio, as she previously voiced a character in 2018's Ralph Breaks the Internet. So known for her spectacularly intense vanity, the evil queen in The Tale of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is famous for her regular check-ins with her magic mirror, requesting affirmation that she is the fairest of them all. When her enchanted looking glass one day returns the unfortunate news that the story's protagonist has her beat in the looks department, the wicked royal makes plans to kill her, though those obviously don't quite work out as it's planned. So Gal Gadot will be the third actress in the last decade to take on the role of the evil queen in Snow White in a motion picture, though her portrayal will be the first to specifically be based on the classic version of the character from the animated Disney film in 1937. Charlize Theron had played the part named Raveena in 2012's Snow White and the Huntsman, starring opposite Kristen Stewart. Later that same year, Julia Roberts played the Queen in Mirror, Mirror with Lily Collins. And not to forget about another evil queen, one of our favorites who played the evil queen from television in Once Upon a Time was Lana Parrilla. So it should be a cool opportunity for Gal, as a number of big stars have made an impression playing live-action Disney villains in the past couple of years. Most notably, Angelina Jolie as Maleficent, Emma Stone as Cruella de Vil, Cate Blanchett as the wicked stepmother in Cinderella. So with the production on Mark Webb's Snow White not set to start up until next year, it's probably going to be a while before fans actually get to see her in action as the evil queen. But obviously, there's some good news as well, because she has a couple of other movies coming out beforehand. So Red Notice, which co-stars Dwayne Johnson and Ryan Reynolds, will arrive on Netflix actually this Friday. And Death on the Nile, which is the sequel to Murder on the Orient Express, is scheduled to hit theaters February of 2022.
Very cool. And I think that's probably one of my favorite, and I don't know why, but it's one of my favorite Disney princess movies.
Okay.
And I think it's because it's such a good villain part.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good villain part that's not like a supernatural style, you know,
right,
dragon type thing. And it's just such the evilness is so, it's rooted in human nature.
Okay. I can see that.
It's not like some artificial evil that comes out of it. That's, you know, it's almost like you can see a real person being like that. So that's kind of something that always compelled me about that particular character. But I think Gal Gadot is going to do a fantastic job.
Yeah, it'll be weird to see her as a bad guy, because you know, she's Wonder Woman.
Yeah,
she can't be bad. Yeah. But I could definitely see her playing, you know, like, I'm the fairest of them all, and da-da-da-da-da, and, you know, being that vain character that, you know, the evil queen is.
It'll be interesting seeing her in a non-action role. I can't see her throwing too many people through walls and stuff like that in this role.
Yeah, I could see that not being, you know, thing.
So I think she's gonna knock it out of the park. Though. What else did we have?
So Disneyland, it seems, is bringing back the Main Street Electrical Parade, and some say it's too small of a goodwill gesture. So the optics for the recent developments of Disneyland have not been pretty lately. So you have the sold-out Magic Key annual passes, you have the parking price hikes, you have a new high-priced ever ticket for the most in-demand days like holidays, and then you have at least 2 more months without parking trams, and that's just been the last couple of weeks. But there's one, I guess, bright spot, literally, is that the Main Street Electrical Parade appears to be coming back to the park soon. So the iconic and much beloved parade started at Disneyland in 1972 and ran through 1996 and features what's believed to be approximately 500,000 light bulbs on its floats, which depict iconic scenes from movies like Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. Now, according to the Disney blog allears.net, when it was retired, the parade had been performed almost 3,600 times for more than 75 million guests. Disney had hinted at the parade's return on a TikTok earlier this week with a video of a sparkling snail, which happened to be one of the electrical parade's floats, heading towards a Disneyland truck, followed by a message, "To be continued." So fans on social media have been positive, and many have been wondering whether it's a move designed to sort of have some goodwill towards the company in the midst of such a prolonged bad news cycle, including an ongoing lawsuit which has 25,000 cast members that are suing Disneyland over a living wage. So one person had tweeted, "There are few guarantees in life, but Disney trotting out the Main Street Electrical Parade whenever they're having some sort of trouble at the California parks is one of them." So the move wouldn't be without precedent. So it seems that Disneyland has a history of using this parade to kind of smooth over rough patches at the park. When the park retired the parade in 1996, the company used the idea that it was the last chance to see it and basically to try and boost attendance and profits. And then in 2001, it brought back the then retired parade to Disney California Adventures to combat a lackluster attendance numbers that were at that park. And there it became known as Disney's Electrical Parade, since the park didn't have a main street. So they had said Disney's California Adventure. They said Disney's California Adventure had opened in February 2001, which was quoted from the Disneyland history blog Yesterland, and they said when expected attendance levels failed to materialize, the park went into quick action, and the first thing that they did was they brought back the parade. So they said, if killing the parade could work such wonders, how about just bring it back from the dead? So although the parade was popular enough to be kept around for several years at California Adventure, it didn't solve the underlying issues with the park. If the parade was meant to provide an instant fix to the park's attendance problems, it failed. So the parade, made some reappearances in 2017 and then 2019. So considering that the Walt Disney Company's enormous year-over-year profit and the launch of paid Fast Passes earlier this month, some Disney fans have noted that this parade, using equipment that existed for nearly 50 years and requires no real investment of time or finances that a new show would demand, feels convenient. One person had said, "Is this the new and inexpensive way to get a parade going?" Then somebody else said, "Y'all made your customers angry, so you gotta drag this out again? And finally, somebody said, "I'm in the most toxic, abusive relationship ever with Disney. Raise prices, but wait, I love you. Here's Main Street Electrical Parade."
It's good to see that I'm not the only one that sees these I'll even go so far as to say villainous acts by Disney.
Right.
And then it's these kind of half attempts at trying to resolve things when the root of the problem is
You need to fix the other problems.
Right. You need to stop stealing money from people, and you need to fix the problems that are going on in your parks.
Right. And not like, oh, we'll throw this parade at you, or we'll throw this snack at you, or we'll throw, this at you to make up for all this other stuff.
The one fan that pointed out the fact that basically you're throwing something at us that doesn't require you to invest any money in anything, and you're still raking in profits that are ridiculously above what they should be. It's, this is another sign that Disney, under the current leadership, is going in the wrong direction.
Yep. And
the more stories like this I see, the less inclined I am to go to a Disney park.
I know.
So they don't need my money. I've got plenty of other ways to spend it besides giving it to someone who doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Sad but true.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective this week. We'll be back in a brief moment with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. From our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Star Wars reveals the full origin story for Supreme Leader Snoke, and no one cares. It's been almost 2 years since the finale to the Skywalker saga, Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, debuted in theaters. J.J. Abrams' movie, for some fans, further tarnished the reputation of the Star Wars franchise, leading to a call for a rewrite of the entire sequel trilogy. While some praised the reprisal of the villain Emperor Palpatine, aka Darth Sidious, played by Ian McDiarmid, others saw it as a complete U-turn on the sequel trilogy's direction, especially after Rian Johnson's disaster of a movie, Star Wars: The Last Jedi, killed off its antagonist, Supreme Leader Snoke. Now Star Wars was given an in-depth account of Snoke's origin, which no one cares about. Supreme Leader Snoke, played by Andy Serkis, first appeared in Disney and Lucasfilm's first Star Wars venture, Star Wars: The Force Awakens, in 2015 as the leader of the First Order, alongside General Hux, played by Domhnall Gleeson, and Master of Kylo Ren, portrayed by Adam Driver. It was Johnson's sequel, that disaster of a movie, that flipped the franchise on its head after killing Snoke with a lightsaber and teaming up Ren and Daisy Ridley's Rey in an impressive battle sequence. This shocking moment was just one of the many, many polarizing parts of the sequel trilogy's sophomoric and sophomore Star Wars movie. The Star Wars galaxy hasn't really been the same since that disaster. Projects like showrunner Jon Favreau and executive producer Dave Filoni's The Mandalorian have started to stitch the fandom back together, with new adventures happening somewhat separately from the franchise's trilogies. Which, to be honest with you, if I had a project with Star Wars, I wouldn't want to be associated with the sequel trilogy right now either. One contentious part of the saga, though, is still plot holes and retcons of The Rise of Skywalker. Star Wars often uses multimedia to further explore and explain events in the movies. Just recently, they announced a brand new Luke Skywalker project set in between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens, which is said to include elements of the Sith Order and Exegol, that planet no one ever heard about until Rise of Skywalker, and they had to kind of invent the planet to try to fix the problems. It was the Sith Hideaway, featured in Rise of Skywalker, where Palpatine was located with some mysteriously created fleet that they never really explained, and a bunch of shadow guys in the stands that did nothing while Palpatine was slaughtered, and all kinds of really crazy, questionable things from that movie.
True.
Now, Star Wars has revealed a more detailed account of Palpatine's cloning process on Exegol, the Sith Eternal, and how he managed to coordinate his return to power and control the First Order. For context, it was only a few months ago that Star Wars quietly confirmed that Snoke was, quote, an evil duplicate of Palpatine for the first time in canon. Star Wars fans can rejoice as more information has come to light surrounding the duplicate villain, which no one cares about. Thanks to Jacob's Quest on Twitter, who has shared excerpts from the new book, Star Wars Secrets of the Sith, we now know the full origin story of Supreme Leader Snoke, and still don't care. We can see from the information here, and straight from the source too, that this Star Wars book, Secrets of the Sith, is narrated by Palpatine himself, and that Snoke was a temporary measure at best. The excerpt part of Snoke's backstory reads, should I do it in voice?
It's entirely up to you.
My new body's deformities were severe. Unable to leave Exegol, I would have to spend. See, I can't do it and read the lines too. That's my problem.
I'm so sorry.
Unable to leave Exegol, I would have to spread my influence across the galaxy through less direct means. As part of their genetic experiments, my followers had attempted to create another being that came to be known as Snoke. Although his body proved unworthy of containing my dark essence, Snoke's natural sensitivity to the Force would make him a powerful puppet nonetheless. Through my manipulation of Snoke, I began gathering forces, building an army capable of opposing the New Republic that had risen in my absence. Through Snoke, I would make certain that the First Order would be mine to control. End quote. Palpatine's declaration that Snoke was a, quote, temporary measure is sure to take on a rather meta meaning for Star Wars fans, as the sequel trilogy's muddled storyline perfectly demonstrated what, quote, temporary means. Mark Samarek's Secrets of the Sith also recently gave fans their first canon look at Sheev Palpatine's master, Darth Plagueis, in a new image featuring Darth Sidious and Darth Vader. The section goes on to discuss Palpatine's son and how this cloned subject eventually led him to the heir to the Empire, his granddaughter Rey. Many fans will know the outcome of Rey's discovery of Palpatine, her Force dyad with Ben Solo, aka Kylo Ren, and the reasoning behind her abandonment on the planet Jakku, that nobody goes to anymore. The conclusion was cluttered with unwarranted reveals, but at least now, fans can rest easy knowing the full thought process behind the creation of Supreme Leader Snoke, at least from Palpatine's perspective. Oh, thank goodness we know now, because it makes that movie make so much more sense now that I know that.
I kind of sense a little bit of sarcasm.
Little bit.
I'm not really sure. Okay, just making sure.
Ostensibly, Star Wars has been hinting at Palpatine's survival and his cloning experiments in both The Mandalorian, through the inclusion of Grogu and Dr. Pershing's mysterious infatuation with him, and Filoni's The Bad Batch. The latter saw the Star Wars Legends location of Mount Tantus appear, which has ties to Emperor Palpatine and to Grand Admiral Thrawn's cloning program. And this kind of brings me back to what we had been talking about for quite some time now, and that's the fact that they had the entire storyline laid out in a nice, neat trilogy that, who wrote it? The Thrawn trilogy. Timothy Zahn.
Right.
Timothy Zahn's trilogy of Thrawn and the Return of the Emperor and the cloning and all that stuff. It was the perfect sequel trilogy. And when Disney came in with their strong arm tactics, they declared all that stuff is not real and we're going to make it up as we go along. And they screwed it up royally. And now they're going back to all that original material and slowly bringing it back in.
Right, because they realized they made a huge mistake and they need to fix it.
You know what? Man up, throw out that steaming pile of crap that is the sequel trilogy, pretend that that's non-canon,
Right.
and then bring in Timothy Zahn to write the new trilogy and just do it right and make everybody's world. Anyway, so we know Thrawn's we know Snoke's origin, and it doesn't make me care about him or the movies or the characters anymore. It makes no sense. They're desperately trying to justify the shortcuts and the disaster that they took. And the sad thing is they started out pretty strong with Force Awakens and they could have really done something with it. And then Rian Johnson, for some reason, they let Rian Johnson literally just come in and flush the entire sequence, the entire series down the toilet. And nobody at Disney did anything to stop him from doing that?
Yeah, that's kind of surprising.
Like,
when you think
every
about it.
executive who made the decision to not make a decision on that should have been fired. And you should have threw the movie out before it even hit the press, before it even came out, and started over again and just bit the bullet on it. Instead, you wasted a whole nother movie trying to retcon that,
Right,
and
to
that
fix
turned out to be a
everything.
disaster.
Yeah.
And, poor JJ, who's a very talented individual himself, wound up taking heat for trying to clean up
To try and fix it. Yeah.
Rian Johnson's mess.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You feel better? You
Not really. I
Yeah.
actually feel much worse now that I went through that rant. Because usually I rant on Disney and not Star Wars. But anyway, there is a silver lining in the works here.
Is there?
There is.
Why don't you tell us about it?
Let me tell you about it. So did Star Wars The Old Republic movie, did a Star Wars Old Republic movie replace Rogue Squadron? Well, Den of Geek seems to think so. The big Star Wars news this week, Rogue Squadron, the movie, helmed by Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins, has been delayed from its 2023 release date. The Hollywood Reporter reports, because that's what Hollywood Reporter does, they report,
Is it?
that Jenkins' other commitments, including Wonder Woman 3, will prevent her from being able to film the first post-Skywalker saga Star Wars movie next year. That's too many S's in a row there. Since this was the only upcoming Star Wars film with a confirmed release date, this now potentially leaves the franchise's theatrical side in limbo, which in reality is not that big a deal because their television site on Disney Plus is running so strong now and they got so many projects going on. So I'm not overly concerned about the franchise as long as they don't put Rian Johnson back in charge of anything. So, okay. But if another rumor that spread through social media over the past few days is to be believed, there may be more to this delay than meets the eye. And no, it's not Transformers. On Friday, Twitter user Big Screen Leaks, who has recently scooped details about upcoming Marvel and Star Wars releases, claimed that a new Star Wars movie would film in 2022, but not with that angry camera that keeps beeping. And it wasn't a project announced at Disney's Investors' Day broadcast last year. Adam Frazier at /Film retweeted and responded to Big Screen Leaks' claim with his own cryptic message suggesting that the unannounced movie would be set during the Old Republic era before the events of the Skywalker saga. The Hollywood Reporter confirmed that Rogue Squadron would no longer be shooting next year. As yet, no major news outlets have confirmed the rumors of the Old Republic movie. However, this isn't the first time we've heard that Lucasfilm is making an Old Republic movie. In 2019, BuzzFeed reported that Lucasfilm was developing a Knights of the Old Republic movie. The report followed Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy's own acknowledgement that the studio was thinking of how to do more Knights of the Old Republic. Kennedy said in an interview at the time, "Yes, we are developing something to look at. Right now I have no idea where things might fall, but we have to be careful that there's a cadence to Star Wars that doesn't start to feel like too much." That was before 12 more television shows were announced, obviously. Lucasfilm has yet to officially confirm that an Old Republic movie is in development. Could this turn out to be part of one of Rian Johnson's long-lost trilogy of Star Wars movies that was announced in 2017? God, I hope not. Fortunately for Star Wars fans, he's busy with his Knives Out sequels for Netflix. The pace at which things seem to be moving for the galaxy far, far away right now is at least compelling and making the lead up to all the Disney Plus Day news much more exciting. We'll know what's in store on Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time as we record Wednesday of this week right now, which is when Disney plans to drop all of its big updates on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So what do you think? I mean, you're not that big on the Old Republic side of things.
Right, but I think there are enough people out there. There's enough of a fan base that could definitely make it worth its while. You have the games that are part of that, and the books and the stories and other things like that. And I think this kind of goes along with what you've been saying for a very long time, is that they need to step away from the Skywalker storyline of things like that. And that you saw with The Mandalorian that you can do it and be very successful with it. So you don't have to do a solo story. You don't have to do, all these different backstories to be successful. People want
galaxy. There's a lot of stories out there to work
So there's
with.
a lot out there. So could this be the turning point that they kind of needed? Because everybody else is busy doing other things, and, maybe they've had this script and now, kind of comes to...
And the other interesting thing is they recently announced that they're re-releasing the Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay.
The video game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's getting a remake itself. It's a
Okay.
fantastic story. It's a story that's carried through 2 sequels of video games and into an online MMO. It has several novels associated with it, a whole series of novels associated with it. So there's a ton of story to work with. Maybe this is Disney realizing the error of their ways of, let's stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Let's work with the material that we have and enhance it.
Now, also, what about Taika Waititi's Star Wars? Is this maybe part of it? Like, we really don't know much of his Star Wars movie that's supposed to be coming out. So, maybe...
And he was already, reportedly shooting locations, finding, scouting locations.
Scouting locations. So, I don't know. Maybe kind of combination of everything.
I think it's good news if they go in this direction. And hopefully after we start, because Sunday we're scheduled to start our next role-playing session, which is going to be a Star Wars role-playing that is set in the Old Republic with some original storyline that I wrote there. So hopefully it might even, you might even start to get into it a little bit.
There you go.
So, but there's an entire galaxy, literally a galaxy, and thousands of years of history to play with here.
Right.
Why do they keep playing in the same sandbox? It blows my mind. How many stories can you set on Tatooine? How many movies can go to Tatooine? Like, there's like billions of planets in the galaxy, people. Use them. Anyway.
And that has been our Star Wars rant for the day.
That's it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be back in a moment with our entertainment news of the week. There's a button here somewhere. There it is.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So it seems that Netflix is looking to acquire an old Army base in New Jersey and turn it into a large production facility for film and TV projects. The streaming company will bid on a 289-acre chunk of Fort Monmouth, a 96-year-old Army base that closed in 2011. The property is about 50 miles south of New York City, and the facility would be one of Netflix's largest in the U.S., second only to its hub in New Mexico, according to the New York Times, which reported on the plans earlier this week. So unlike most of its rivals, Netflix doesn't actually own a large Los Angeles studio and has leased or acquired production space all over the world as it has scaled up production. So the company opened a facility in New York earlier this year, but the New Jersey space would dwarf that. So the bidding process actually opened on October 16th and runs through early next year, Netflix had said. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has been courting Hollywood studios for a couple of years, pitching his state as a business-friendly alternative to production hotspots like Georgia and New York. America's first movie studio was in New Jersey, and today it's home to many talented people working in entertainment, Netflix had said in a statement. Governor Murphy and the state's legislative leaders have created a business environment that's welcomed film and television productions back to the state, and we're excited to submit our bid to transform Fort Monmouth into a state-of-the-art production facility.
I think that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I think it is.
It'd be nice to see, because there's, we have a couple of, there's a lot of military bases that were shut down around the country. It's nice to see people be able to go in and reuse these.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only concern that I have, and this is one that companies have run into repeatedly with these older military bases, and that's hazardous material remediation. You got a lot of, this is almost 100 years old.
Right.
You've got a lot of lead paint. You've got a lot of asbestos. You've got a lot of chemicals that were used here that may have been stored in tanks that are leaking and stuff. Mm-hmm. I can't only help but wonder what kind of problems they're going to run into here and who's going to pay for it.
Right.
I could see Murphy basically giving away the farm here and paying for all that remediation just to bring them in. Mm-hmm. And then what kind of bottom line does the state see?
Right.
But
that's true.
But either way, I think it's encouraging to see that one, Netflix is looking in New Jersey. Because it's, the story's right. New Jersey was where the first movie studios were for Thomas Edison.
Yep.
It wasn't until the 1920s or so before everyone moved out to California because of the weather.
Right.
So
yeah, that's really the biggest thing, but you have so much land where you could build sound stages and things like that, so you don't have to worry about
and you look at
the weather.
The article mentions Georgia being
a
spot. You've got so many productions that are happening in Georgia now. You've got the studios for Walking Dead purchased a huge amount of land down there, which I have no idea what they're going to be doing once the
show ends.
I assume that some other studio is probably going to pick all that stuff up.
Yeah, but you figure this is land that's not being used for anything.
Right.
You might as well put some investment in to redevelop it versus building someplace where you have to tear down.
Well, and
you
I'd
know.
rather see a new, fresh industry come into the
Mhm.
state than turn it into condos
Right.
or a shopping mall or
Right.
something like that.
Yeah, because how many defunct shopping malls do we
Exactly.
have all over the place? So,
Exactly.
yeah.
And I think bringing that kind of industry here to New Jersey is good for everybody, especially when you're that close to New York.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think that's good news. What else do we have?
So we had some sad news that was reported yesterday, actually. So Quantum Leap actor Dean Stockwell had passed away at age 85. Actor Dean Stockwell, known for his roles in Quantum Leap and Blue Velvet, had passed away. He was 85 years old, and according to a family spokesman, he died of natural causes at his home in Hollywood, California on Sunday morning. So born Robert Dean Stockwell, the Academy Award nominee, had multiple careers in acting. He actually had started as a child actor. At age 7, he was working alongside Frank Sinatra and Gene Kelly in Anchors Away. By the time he was 11, he had a star-making role in the 1948 anti-war film The Boy with Green Hair. The movie turned Stockwell into somewhat of a star, and he felt kind of ostracized. He had said in an interview, "Wherever I went, I was treated as something different. I didn't feel marked for something special. I felt like I was being treated as something special then, and I didn't like it, and I wanted to get out of it." After he graduated high school at age 16, he changed his name and left Hollywood. He eventually found his way back into acting, notably in Sidney Lumet's Long Day's Journey into Night from 1962, but spent the majority of the stretch of his career in television. By the late 60s, he once again dropped out of acting for a few years, and when he returned, he found work was hard to get. Then he changed careers altogether in the 1980s. He got his real estate license in New Mexico and ran an ad for himself in Variety. Instead, that led to a string of memorable movie roles in Wim Wenders' Paris, Texas, David Lynch's Dune and Blue Velvet, Robert Altman's The Player, and Jonathan Demme's Married to the Mob, and the last, which actually netted him an Academy Award nomination for Best Supporting Actor. Stockwell was perhaps best known for his role as Admiral Al Calvarici on the sci-fi television series Quantum Leap, which ran for 5 seasons. He'd go on to do other roles in TV shows as The Tony Danza Show, JAG, and the acclaimed 2000s run of Battlestar Galactica. After that, he slowed down on acting yet again, but this time to focus on a career in visual arts, working mainly with paper collages. He's survived by his wife, Joy, and their 2 children, Austin and Sophie.
Yeah, this was sad. I actually kind of saw this on, I think, Twitter. Exploded with it yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was a great actor.
Mm-hmm.
Loved him in Quantum Leap.
Yeah. And
Loved
that's
him.
where it's funny because people of our generation, that's where we really know him from. And it was funny how many people were talking about, oh my God, I used to watch that all the time. You know, it was that show where, again, you know, our age group where we were watching it with our families. You know, you didn't have a lot of, you know, you had maybe one television in your house, and whatever somebody was watching, that's what you all watched. And he was such a likable character on it. And that's where a lot of people, you know, first saw him, where he had been acting again since he was 7, you know. So by the time, you know, he became the TV actor, you know, he was almost ready to really retire
Well,
from it.
after that, he was in Battlestar Galactica. He was great in that.
Yep.
And I loved him in Air Force One with Harrison Ford.
Mm-hmm.
He was great in that. I think he was the Secretary of Defense in that. But you know, it's a shame. 85, good year, good career.
Yeah. And it was natural causes. So,
he led a good life.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that was it for our entertainment news this week.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick this week is a show, one of the new shows that is on NBC. And I have to admit, when I first saw the commercials for it, I was like, really? This is it? And I wasn't actually going to start watching it until a friend of mine had started watching it. And she's like, this kind of reminds me of the show Under the Dome. You'd probably like it. So I gave it a try. And that show is La Brea. So when a massive sinkhole opens in the middle of Los Angeles at the site of the La Brea tar pits and Wilshire Boulevard, hundreds of people and buildings are pulled into its depths. The survivors find themselves trapped in a mysterious and dangerous land where they must band together to survive. The show follows one family, father, mother, son, and daughter, who are separated by the events and attempted to reunite. The father has visions that provide glimpses of when and where his wife and son are, and the sinkholes and the sudden appearance of this other group of people has attracted the attention of the United States Department of Homeland Security, who are studying a similar event that happened in the Mojave Desert. So it has a lot of like government conspiracy theories, like they know something's going on but not really sure, and it's kind of like I honestly I don't see it going more than one season, because I don't know where they can go with it, but it's an interesting concept that, they kind of fell through almost like a wormhole. So they've realized that they're still in Los Angeles, but they're just in, millions of years before, humans have arrived. But they're not the first people to fall into this, because there's another tribe that they've found and they speak English, so they've been there for a number of years. So it's kind of like, how many years does this happen? So kind of interesting. Again, I don't know where it's going to go after the one season, so it'll be interesting to see. But if you watched Under the Dome and that kind of concept of government knowing something but not telling everybody, give it a shot.
Okay, interesting pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is another documentary called Third Eye Spies on Amazon Prime Video. For more than 20 years, the CIA studied psychic abilities for use in their top-secret spy program. With previously classified details about ESP now finally coming to light, there can be no more secrets. Two physicists discover psychic abilities are real, only to have their experiments at Stanford co-opted by the CIA and the research silenced by the demands of secrecy. Yet as both these remote viewers and the audience learn, the more you hide something, the more it shines like a beacon in psychic space, and this ancient truth can no longer be suppressed. The true story of Russell Targ and America's Cold War psychic spies, disclosed and declassified for the first time, with evidence presented by a Nobel laureate, an Apollo astronaut, and the military and scientific community that has been suppressed for nearly 30 years, now able to speak for the first time. Targ's understated mantra that the evidence for extrasensory perception is overwhelming and shows a talent we all share and deserve to know about, leaves us not just with a greater understanding of this unique chapter in U.S. history, but perhaps the most important and greater understanding of who we are and our larger connection to the world. The CIA, NSA, and DIA used it, your tax dollars paid for it, and now you deserve to know about it. That's the tagline. This documentary might just be enough to turn the non-believer into a disciple of ESP. Through a collection of interviews, stock footage, and recently revealed documents, it tells a compelling story. While the evidence provided for these remote viewing powers is historical, and there's no contemporary demonstrations of such phenomenon in the program, the viewer must trust the information presented here in order to buy into the reality of whether ESP exists or not. However, there's ample evidence presented here to suggest that the United States government not only believed in ESP, they invested heavily in it. I'm not sure I'm 100% on board with everything in the documentary. They provide a compelling story, and if nothing else, it makes for a great Cold War thriller, the likes of a Tom Clancy novel. But they started to lose me when they interviewed Uri Geller as a purported psychic agent of the Israeli government. Geller, if you don't already know, is a somewhat well-known illusionist, a magician, and a television personality who claims to be psychic. He's famous, or perhaps infamous, for his spoon-bending illusions, which have already been debunked as just simple conjuring and sleight-of-hand tricks. Up until Geller appeared in the program, it seemed to have some legitimate weight, assuming you could believe what they were presenting. Sadly, the Geller arrival kind of killed the possibility of realism for me. But don't let that dissuade you. If nothing else, the program made for an interesting story, and it was kind of almost a scientific presentation of how these types of studies have been done in the past. Whether or not everything is 100% true in the documentary or not, the program is at least intelligent enough to leave that up to the viewer and not make any claims that it can't back up, which, left me at least respecting the producer's perspective on things. But that's my pick this week, Third Eye Spies on Amazon Prime. And we'll be right back with our afterthoughts. So we have a dwindling list here of afterthoughts as the convention season comes to an end.
Right, but we're getting ready for holiday light season, so maybe we'll throw some of that stuff in, for next time. So both of these events happen to be on the same day. So if you are in either of these areas, you're going to have to pick which one to go to. You can't go to both.
Choices.
So first is the Ocean City Comic Con, which will be on Saturday, December 11th from 10 to 5. And that is in Ocean City, Maryland at the Roland Powell Convention Center.
Which we actually plan to be at.
Yes, we will be going to that one. And if you are not in that area, but near Allentown, Pennsylvania, there is the Pennsylvania Toy and Comic Super Show, which will also be on December 11th from 10 to 2 at the South Mall, Allentown, in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all we had, but before we do go, I would once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions, as always, can be listed as Insights into Things for all the network's podcasts. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Buzzsprout, Podbean, Stitcher, Castro, Pandora, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. Give us your list of shows that you'd like us to plug here and tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find video versions of this podcast listed as podcast.insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And for links to all of our things that we have mentioned, you can go to our official website, which is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics, and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on this show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 Al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the war on terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know the risk of what they're volunteering. Is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah. I think you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified. Mm-hmm. But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11. Mm-hmm. So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on at best dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s. You know, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity. So everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the war on terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
war
to
on
think
terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, "Our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear," which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president. But it's worth noting bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, "the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe." It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea. I think
clearly it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you, honestly. It's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. That's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, I mean, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. I mean, and I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect the guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. Yeah. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now again Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted a target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, you know?
And you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
Yeah, that footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right?
Oh,
Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
What makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said you're not going to have another Saigon.
yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other surrounding countries are closing their borders down. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah. And I said it before. It's like for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. I don't know.
I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, We thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, so you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day, and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like, Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. They've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. It's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate, and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring, and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, if they maybe not content, but they were, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. Sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we've run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective. Mm-hmm. In Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or partially paralyzed because of injuries sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, still comparing these two things, because you just can't help it, that was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everyone that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror, and I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous so that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism, we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And
right.
Like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. We've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, one, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right? Mm-hmm. The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just use drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach where it's, instead it's a plane taking out, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is,
And that's a valid point. When people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet, you see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion. Mm-hmm. And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. Let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to defend the land. They're warlords. They're not government officials. Mm. So there's a profit to be made by doing what they do. And I would speculate that perhaps maybe they were bought off by the Taliban, or the Taliban promised them riches or lands or something, but something caused the Afghan military to just collapse. A lot of the Biden administration's planning for this withdrawal was contingent upon the 300,000 Afghans that we trained and equipped to hold off the Taliban. And it never happened. It wasn't even attempted by the Afghan military. And there's been no explanation as to why. So lack of a structured military control by the government and outlying regions was a problem with the Afghan military. Like I said, they were counting on regional warlords to defend the territory. There was probably a fair amount of Taliban supporters already in the military. And some of the warlords were probably paid. The government abandoned the country. The president was quick to flee the country to what he said, quote unquote, avoid bloodshed, which really was avoid his own bloodshed. Mm-hmm. This signaled an overall lack of effective leadership. There were signs of desperation early on as regional capitals fell. And it was, at least in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese put up a fight. Mm-hmm. And they put up a hell of a fight in Vietnam. They were overwhelmed. They were probably not confident enough or equipped enough to do what needed to be done. But once your air support dries up in most of these situations, you're going to lose land to a larger force. So the Afghan military is definitely to blame. But Joe Biden has to take some of the blame himself. We've talked about the fact that there's 4 administrations to blame here. Biden is one of them. He was certainly dealt a bad hand by the deal Trump struck with the Taliban. His intelligence agencies failed to plan for the contingency of the complete collapse of the Afghan military, which you would have thought you would have had reinforcements or at least airstrikes available to support them. That overall lack of air support really killed any chance that the Afghans had of supporting it. It almost struck me as the Bay of Pigs invasion, where the United States the CIA trained up these Cuban refugees to send them over to Cuba to invade, promised air support, and then none of it happened, and they all were captured. Biden has consistently dropped the ball when attempting to address these issues. Getting by on the fact that he's not Donald Trump just isn't cutting it anymore at this point. He's failed to properly plan, he's failed to properly lead, and he failed to provide remedies to resolve the issue. Now, a lot of people at this point in time are kind of jumping to conclusions and calling for his resignation, and I think that's grossly premature. There have been a lot of mistakes made by presidents over the years, none of which are impeachable or worth resigning over. I don't think the Afghan withdrawal is one that we should be demanding his resignation for. And there was reports that there were some Republicans that were preparing articles of impeachment, which, given the political theater we went through during the Trump administration, I'm not surprised by that. But Biden definitely was not doing his best during this. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that no matter who would have been president, someone was going to have to bite this bullet eventually. If this withdrawal was ever going to actually happen, I don't think anybody, no matter who was in office, would have made this look like a victory. Just like in Vietnam, was peace without, or victory without defeat, or something like that, or whatever we called our
Peace with honor.
Yeah, that's what it was. So we can make ourselves feel better about it. But in this case, there isn't any of that. I think it's a really, really bad look for him as a president. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but the image where he's up on the podium sort of for his moment of silence.
For his moment of silence shot, yeah.
I understand what he was going for in terms of wanting to be compassionate and those things. And I think that is important for a president to be. But I think his opponents, and even people that voted for him, are already looking at him and seeing him as weak. And I think that this is definitely contributing to that image. And I think, obviously, there's lives being lost here, but I think for him as a president, he's really got to step up and really look like a leader that the people that are still trapped in Afghanistan can hope and trust that they will actually receive some assistance.
You're absolutely right. And I can't help but think, regardless of who did the pullout, they were going to have a tragedy on their hands. Mm-hmm. It's something that should have happened after bin Laden was assassinated. So you've had 3 presidents drop the ball so far on this. Biden really was the first one to say, all right, enough is enough. Let's get this done now. So I have to give him some credit for having the intestinal fortitude to draw that line in the sand. So I give him credit for that level of courage. I ding him on the competency in which he did it. There's some areas that need to be worked on. But I can't help but think, how would Donald Trump have handled this? And the first thing that comes to mind was, as soon as this became a graphical issue for him, an image issue for him, he would have said or done something else controversial to deflect away from this, and everyone would be talking about that. So you'd be talking about immigration now, or he'd be tear gassing protesters somewhere, and you wouldn't be thinking about this anymore. And Trump was a master at that. Trump was a master at taking bad press and then distracting you away from it. And that's one area where Biden is just not doing a very good job with it.
No, we're just sort of wallowing in this unfortunate news cycle.
We're muddied down in this quagmire of news now, and the images keep flooding in. And the terrorist attacks are going to keep happening at this point in time until we get everyone out of there. I hate to say it, but he could take a page out of Trump's book and learn how to distract a little bit from this. Smoke and mirrors did wonders for Trump. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take our last break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about what the future of Afghanistan and the United States looks like. We'll be right back.
Insights Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the future of Afghanistan and the United States. So immediately, Afghanistan will once again fall under the oppressive regime of the Taliban. There will be no democratic system of government at all. The restoration of harsh Sharia law includes a body of religious rules to guide day-to-day lives of Muslims, a stringent code of punishment, Islamic personal laws governing marriage, inheritance, and child custody, a big emphasis on the limited women's rights, forced to wear head-to-toe face-covering garments, beatings if they step outside without a male guardian, no schooling at all, public executions, whipping or stoning for the violating of the law. There will also be economic sanctions. This is most likely going to be the next step from the U.S. in order to try to resolve the issue. This will also ultimately lead to hardship, and deprivation for the citizens of Afghanistan. Ultimately, they will be the ones that suffer. This might even hamper international relief efforts and attempts to clean up the country after 20 plus years of war, including the disposal of landmines.
So, yeah, I mean, you're really seeing a country set up for hardship, more hardship than they've seen in the past, from being war-torn and from having an oppressive government. How do you think that's going to affect the rest of the world?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a bad look for the U.S. for sure. I mean, and people talk about, the U.S. on the world stage embarrassing ourselves, and we definitely are. And I think that, economic sanctions are going to maybe make us look even worse, because it's going to be ultimately the civilians that are going to be suffering from this. And it's just, we dropped the ball, and there's not a whole lot we can do.
Yeah, and you're going to see that there's going to be extenuating circumstances to the pullout. You're going to see that the only thing the United States is going to be able to do is economic sanctions. We don't want to stay mired up in this, And the other thing that you're going to see come out of this is it's going to be a haven for terrorists. Excuse me. Again, you're going to see people, because of us trying to impose our will on another country, there's more hate. You couldn't ask for a better recruiting pitch than the United States doing something like this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a win for the Taliban, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to embolden any group remotely like them.
Right. The Taliban have historically proven to be supportive of terrorist organizations and to a certain extent practice terroristic activities themselves. They terrorize their own people. You're going to see the rise of this ISIS-K movement that's responsible for these couple of bombings. Now, ISIS-K is an extremist branch of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The K stands for Khorasan, which is a historical province which once stretched across Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Iran. They've launched multiple attacks on refugees already at the airport and claimed credit for them in Kabul. They killed over 170 civilians and 13 service members, which is what the United States is reeling from right now. In retaliation to that, within the last 24 hours, the U.S. launched drone strikes. Again, our sanctioned form of car bombs, really, at this point in time. They launched drone strikes on the Nangarhar province in Afghanistan, targeting one of the suspected planners of the attacks. And the Taliban also have a history of supporting al-Qaeda. The Taliban already sheltered Osama bin Laden during the American search for him after the 9/11 attacks. And the Afghan leaders, the current Afghan leaders, have made recent statements in support of bin Laden, raising questions of their continued support for the terrorist group. So they've pretty much signified the fact that they're going to be a home for terrorists. Anybody who wants to learn how to build bombs and kill people and terrorize the United States, you can come to Afghanistan. The Taliban's going to help you. That's what we have to deal with now.
Yeah, and this speaks to the damage to America's reputation, which I already mentioned a little bit. This is going to weaken the United States on the world stage. Our reputation with our allies is going to suffer when they see how poorly we treated our Afghani allies. We're creating yet another refugee crisis that the rest of the world will have to shoulder the burden of. Speaking of refugee crisis, some of those refugees are arriving in local military bases, where they're hopefully going to have some peace. The Afghan Civil War. It's hard to imagine this not ending with a bloody civil war among the Afghans. It wouldn't be the first or the last time. A civil war is an opportunity to have a proxy war, which we already mentioned, between other less involved countries. Ultimately, the region's going to continue to be war-torn for years to come.
So, again, we're going to end the show on a positive note here, and it's doom and gloom again for another region of the world. I think our involvement in Afghanistan is something that is going to cost us well beyond the numbers that we've talked about here for years to come. If you look just at the human toll here on the Americans that serve there, the people that live there that are now displaced, the people that are living there now that are living under a repressive regime, 20 years later, nothing's changed. All that money spent, all those lives lost, all the bullets, all the bombs, and you're literally back to where you were 20 years ago. Was it worth it?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. For my closing thoughts, I'd say if you're gonna take a look at this, try not to get mired in the teams of it. Don't take sides. There's fault in terms of politics, fault on both sides, and ultimately the people that are losing are the people of Afghanistan and any other country that is caught in a situation like this, and the people that are winning are the people making money off of this. Follow the money, right? People that are making these the missiles for the drone strikes, people that are funding these armies and profiting off any resources that are gathered in the process. I think that is really the takeaway from this, is that this is just the way that, wars are going today. The profiteering off it, and ultimately the lower, the less enfranchised people getting the hit.
No doubt. So that was all we had. Before we do go, I would invite our audience once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothethings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can be found on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram listed at insightsintothings, where links to all those can be found on our website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 130, Marching Band. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my musical and talented co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. Today we are joined by special guests, the directors of Madison's marching band, Mr. John Porco and Amanda Lakis Porco. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thanks so much for joining us for this. I know we wanted to do this early on, and things had just been so crazy with the band and everything else. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to talk to us today.
Of course.
So in today's episode, we're going to talk about what marching band is. We'll explore what's involved as far as time commitments. We'll talk about what skills are honed in marching band, not all of which are musical. We'll also take a look at some of the less obvious benefits teens gain that will stay with them for a lifetime. Are we ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right, let's do this. All right, so let's first get to know our directors. So tell us a little bit about yourselves. What's your personal marching band history? How long you've been involved? How long you've been directing? That sort of thing.
So I'll get started. I've been involved for 15 years in marching band performing and instructing. I went to Lenape High School, so I was a freshman just marching for the first time, and then taught at Deptford as well as Absegami High School. I realized at the end of the season that I just wrapped up my 10th year directing, which is kind of crazy. Those years fly by.
That is impressive.
Yeah.
I've been in the activity since 2003, and I started instructing in 2009. So since then, I have worked with Cherokee High School, Absegami High School, and most recently Deptford High School, where I've been the assistant director, I guess, for three years now.
3 years, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That is great. So what do you guys do? Do you share the same duties? Do you handle different aspects of, the musical side, the creative side? Can you kind of explain sort of what you guys are both responsible for?
So this is an ongoing work in progress for us on sharing duties. We definitely have our own strengths. There's some things that we share and we kind of butt heads with, but we always prevail with the greater one on top. But generally, I'm the music director. Amanda is our visual director. We'll obviously cross over in those aspects occasionally. Amanda's obviously a music teacher. I've done visual for many years, but we try to stay in our lane for the most part. And then administratively, we split up a lot of stuff. I mean, Amanda is the most organized human being I know. So I try to defer to her with as much as I can. I try to be organized, but she always outdoes me. So we do split our duties pretty evenly.
And I have to kind of speak a little from experience because I was there for the one practice and I got to see how you guys interacted with the band, and it was almost a synchronicity the way that you guys, as you were making corrections here and there, you have one person that was up in the booth, one person down on the field, and it was a very cooperative feel to it. So it was very interesting.
Definitely.
What motivated you guys to become band directors?
I would say it would be my experience in high school marching band. There's so much to take out of that experience, not just, as a musician, as a performer, but, life skills, discipline, the relationships that you build are really unique and special. And I was inspired by my director, who provided me that experience as a student. I was really inspired to kind of, explore what it might take to become a music educator.
That's actually a really interesting way to look at it. What, obviously without giving away any trade secrets, what's the secret sauce? What do you guys have together that makes you different and makes your band special?
I don't know if we figured that out yet.
I know. I guess something cool that we do, at least, is we design our own shows. I know a lot of programs you can buy like music, you could buy arrangements, you could buy drill. But we try to keep everything in-house. I think that's important because not saying we're like the most creative directors on the circuit. Like, I think there's a lot of really awesome directors that are creating some really cool shows out there. But when you're designing your own show, you're really designing it for the students that you have specifically. So you're able to kind of gauge throughout the spring and summer, where everyone's at and what level you think that they can get to. And you could really max out each student to their abilities.
Oh, that's great. That's great. What do you guys get out of it? What's the most enjoyment that you get out of directing bands?
I would just say, watching where the kids start in the beginning of year and where they can end, and just, to see that success repeated, over and over again. It brings us great joy because, you're being very, very demanding, but you're asking for the best from these kids. And that, you're building such an outstanding experience and outlet for them. It's a ton of work, but it makes it worth it. And it's, why we keep coming back every year.
And actually a great lead in for the next question is, what kind of impact do you see marching band having on these members? As a parent of a new marching band member, I've seen non-musical impacts. What kind of impacts do you guys see?
Well, I think the most important thing that we like to look for in our programs is character. We want to make sure that we're creating an environment where, the students can just see on a regular basis, whether it's an instructor or, a fellow marching band member, of like how you want to present yourself every day. And that goes, like you said, beyond music, beyond marching band, just a way that you carry yourself. And I think another big thing is like confidence. That's where you're going to see a lot of growth from your child, if you have a child doing marching band. They're out there all the time. They are in situations like band camp and these competitions where you look back like 12 months and you probably would have never put yourself in that situation. But the level of confidence that you gain through the activity is unbelievable, and that carries over for anything. Yeah,
and I would definitely agree with that. I wasn't in band myself. My musical talent could probably fit into a thimble, unfortunately. I was a choir boy, so I was in choir. But there was a lot of kids that were in choir that were in marching band. And I knew from that it was such a tight-knit group. And I didn't really appreciate that until we were exposed to it. And it's, even though it's a competitive environment as you go up against other bands, just the fact that we were coming back for the one competition and you had one band passing the other, wishing them good luck, go out there, knock them dead, that sort of thing. And just that overall support and encouragement just blew me away. I've never seen anything like that in a competitive environment. And it was really touching to see.
Absolutely. It's a whole community, and you see it between the students, but you also see it between different programs and directors. We have friends who do the same thing that we do with other schools. And we couldn't be bigger fans and more supportive of each other. It's a really cool community to be a part of.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the biggest benefit that I think I've seen so far. And Madison was fortunate enough to experience that early on because she kind of struggled early on there, didn't really find her place right off the bat. And just the band members that stepped up and gave her that pat on the back or helped her get over one of those little problems she had. It was just fantastic to see the support all the way across the board.
Totally. Yeah. Because we try to tell the upperclassmen, you've been there, you've been a rookie.
Yeah.
And those first couple months are the hardest. They really are. There's so much new stuff being thrown at you. And I think our upperclassmen this year did an outstanding job in being that support system for the rookies throughout the summer and fall.
So do you guys, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said I'm sure Madison can attest to that as well.
Yeah.
Support system that she was able to find.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
So do you guys have former members come back after they graduate to keep in touch and help out and stuff?
Yeah. I mean, pretty much any student that is going into the field of music, I stay in touch with. I'm always there as a resource if they need help or, any paperwork or anything that I can do to like make their lives easier. I'm there. And then we have a lot of alumni coming and working for us. This past season, Brian was a graduate of mine. But even before that, it seems like almost every year we have alumni coming back on, and it's really cool to see them
That's great.
at that level. Yeah.
That's awesome. So Madison, you had a couple of questions to ask.
Yep. So the first one's kind of vague. So what is marching band? What's involved? What should a new member just joining need to know? Kind of like the basics.
It's a lot.
Sure. So the style of marching band that we do here is a competitive style. So a little bit more involved, a little bit more demanding, a little bit more athletic than what some other programs might get into. But I guess the summary of it would be musicians and performers putting together a production on the field that is both musical and visual simultaneously.
Okay.
Sums it up, right?
I think that doesn't give away any secrets with that answer.
Yep.
And the second part of your question, Madison, you said what would a new member need to know getting involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We say pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
Actually, we have taken kids who have never played an instrument before, kids who are learning something new right off the bat. If you think about the color guard element of our group, spinning the flags and different equipment, there's no outlet for that before marching band. They didn't have a previous experience. They may have danced. So that's a brand new experience. Most people don't have experience coming into. We've taught people instruments. We've switched people from one instrument to another instrument. And while it certainly helps for kids to have a little bit of background in music, they learn a little bit quicker. But we would never turn anybody down who wanted to be a part of what we've got going on here.
That's
I think
great.
that was great. I'm going to add just a quick thing outside of that was like the perfect answer. But the big things we do look for is someone that has like a good work ethic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't need the experience, but it is, as Madison can attest to, it's a big time commitment. And if you're there, you're ready to work, you're ready to better yourself every single moment of the day, you're going to be extremely successful in this program. And then, like I said, the other thing is just the time commitment, just understanding that, you're working with us through the summer and fall. A lot of people get surprised when the fall comes around. They're like, wow, I didn't know these competitions were all this stuff. And like, yeah, this is what we do this for, these performances, these competitions. So just want to sneak that in there.
Okay, fair enough.
So how is marching band different from other band electives?
I think what we talked about earlier, it's that family vibe that takes place in marching band, which you kind of get in the other ensembles. But I think when you're around some people so much like you are in marching band, especially band camp where you're there Monday through Friday for 12 hours a day, you get to that weird feeling towards like your friends and stuff where you like hate them and you like love them at the same time. And it's just
So it's like family.
it really, yeah, you just like, you could like want to like strangle someone and then wake up the next morning and you're just like best friends again. So it's a really cool thing in that sense. And then obviously the visual elements that Amanda was mentioning. This is such a great outlet for students that are interested in dance or even just like into like trying to advance themselves as dancers, you can really get a lot out of this program that really isn't offered in really any other aspect of the school other than maybe like theater or drama. So that's a cool element that's added in.
The one thing that I did notice, and it was very obvious going to see the other competitions and seeing the other bands, and it was the diversity and the acceptance. It didn't matter what shape, what size, what color. You had kids that were out there that had disabilities that were able to get out there on the field and perform and be a part of something special. And it was just so nice. And it was a relief to be able to see that level of acceptance out there. It was very, very surprising, very enlightening.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I think that's another thing with marching band. Marching band is usually a custom like design, a custom experience. So we make the show work for anyone who wants to be a part of it.
Yeah, I think that's great. What else do we have?
So let's discuss instruments. So what instruments typically make up a marching band?
So marching band instruments are pretty much the same as the instruments that you would see in a concert band or wind ensemble. However, there are a few instruments that are specific to marching band that are kind of modifications of instruments you might find in a concert band. So you will find piccolos, flutes, clarinets, saxophones, trumpets, trombones, and tubas. But a couple of unique instruments for marching band. Instead of using a French horn, there are mellophones, which we didn't have a mellophone this year, but we might in the future. And they're kind of like a bigger flared out trumpet that sound kind of like a French horn. But you can carry it much better than you would be able to carry a French horn. That would really work. And there are also marching euphoniums and baritones that are typically instruments that sit in your lap in a concert band setting. So they have marching band versions of those instruments that work better on the field.
And then the other big thing is the percussion section. I think students that are involved in percussion, drums, all of that, marching band's a great outlet for them to explore so many more instruments than they would ever play in a concert band setting. So you obviously have the drum line, which is pitched basses. So you'll have generally anywhere between 3 and 6 basses that are pitched from high to low. And then you have snare drums, which are pretty common. They're a little modified for the marching band setting to cut all the way up to the box. And then we have the marching tenor drums, which is kind of like toms on a drum set, but obviously in one, compact little unit that you can carry around. And then the final sections are front ensemble section, which has a whole bunch of different keyboard instruments, electronics, color percussion. Sometimes in marching band, we just like invent things to make sounds because we need them. So you'll see a lot of weird stuff in that section.
Is that the pit you're referring to there?
The pit, yeah. We like front ensemble is like the fancy name for it, but pit is like the casual when you don't want to say the whole word.
Nice.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about practices. So how often do they typically occur?
So generally for our program, which again, it's different across the board. Everyone rehearses differently. But we'll do basically 2 practices a week during the summer. Generally, we get started around 4th of July. We'll do like some pre-stuff in the spring just to get, students who are interested, but that's usually the start of our rehearsal season. Then, like I mentioned earlier, we have a band camp, which is crazy, and it's a whole week, 12-hour days. But it's fun. We don't just rehearse the entire time. We do a lot of team building activities, eat some great band parent food and weird skits. And then during the fall, we'll keep that same 2-night a week schedule, but then you have your Friday night football games, which generally will stay after school, do sectionals. And then Saturday is our competition day. So we'll probably come in like a couple hours early to get a little bit of a practice in before we head out to a competition.
So the one thing that I did notice that struck me is, I don't know, don't want to say but it's a little surprising, was your practices were later than I expected them to be. Was there a reason for that?
Yes. One of the reasons is for the students who want to be, athletes as well as band members. So we have a number of students who are on, soccer team, field hockey team, who also participate in marching band. So they're able to, finish their practice, eat, wind down just a little bit, and then head to marching band. The other thing is staff. That's actually probably the biggest thing. Most of our staff members, and this kind of is across the board in all marching bands, where, well, at least in our state, where the staff members are not working at the school during the day. We find, former drum corps members, music majors or educators who maybe are teaching at the elementary, middle school level. And we need to wait for them to get off work. A lot of them don't get off work till like 5 or 6 o'clock. So if we did an after school practice, it would pretty much be, I guess it would just be me.
Just be you.
Yeah. That's a lot of responsibility for
That's funny.
a person.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes perfect sense then.
Yep.
What else do we have?
So now let's talk a bit more about performances. So typically, how often can members expect to perform?
Ooh. Take this one.
So during the heavy part of our season, they can expect about 2 or 3 performances a yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and that probably starts usually like the end of September
Mid-September, end of September.
until like usually the first week in November.
Mhm.
And then we'll probably do a couple like parades and stuff during the year. So there might be like a parade in the spring or summer or something. And those are always nice, different performances. But generally, yeah, the competitive group, like Amanda said, like 3 times a week.
Is that sort of what the kids get psyched up for, is to go out and do these performances? Because I know I played football and you tolerated practice just for game day. And if game day wasn't there that week, you couldn't get through practice that week.
Generally, that's the vibe. I think this year, the reason the kids did so well is because our practices were generally really, really strong. You probably hear this from coaches all the time, but we like to preach, you practice like you perform.
Yeah.
And we just try to make sure that those practices, the kids are putting out that same level of intensity that they would for a competition. But yeah, the big thing is the competition that they perform for. And the main one is our championship at the end of the season, called the Atlantic Coast Championships. It's kind of the creme de la creme of competitions.
Awesome.
So speaking of competitions, roughly how many competitions are there in a season?
So there's a lot on the schedule, right? There's probably like...
So you can compete. I'm sorry, my dog's creeping in the bottom here. You can start as early as the second week in September, and certain circuits will go all the way up until, I know a circuit that just ended last weekend. So not the one that we were involved with. So, you can pick and choose which weekends you want to participate in. You kind of have to schedule it for what's best for your program, how many times you want to go out that year, pacing, you want to get a couple good Saturdays without shows so you can have really long rehearsals. So we did 4 shows this year, 5.
I don't even
It's
know.
kind of all
They just
over.
like fly by. Usually
Yeah.
it's like anywhere between 4 and 6
Mhm.
competitions for us. But yeah, there are some bands that do a lot. Like there's some bands that
Yeah.
do like 2 or 3 competitions a weekend,
Yeah.
not just performances.
Double up and do a
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday. It can get heavy at times.
That's crazy.
So we haven't really talked about a certain aspect of the band, which is the color guard.
Okay.
So what is the color guard, and is it really a part of the marching band?
So if it's the musician's job to show what the story is by sound, the color guard's job is to represent that visually. So anything that we are trying to portray within our theme is really going to be centered around the color guard. They're going to do the storytelling for us. And they are, absolutely a pivotal part of the whole band. It would be really hard to read a lot of the theming that we do without their level of performance. So absolutely, they are huge. So they do a number of things. They dance, they spin flags, they spin rifles, sabers, sometimes oddball equipment that we just come up with that might fall into the theme. Like, in the past we've used these like wooden lightning bolt kind of things.
Bolts,
and,
yeah.
you'll see them doing all sorts of stuff out there. And they're truly talented performers. It's a very unique skill set. I'm always jealous of the guard. I wish I got a chance to perform in a color guard before.
Yeah,
but
and
they
they're
have
super tough. That's the one thing. It's crazy. I mean, especially when the weather's getting colder, like you're tossing these things like so many feet up in the air and you have to like just catch it. And it's just like, it's painful. Sometimes it hits you in the head, like, and they just like keep on working through it.
Yeah.
They're a very impressive
tough.
group. Yeah. They're nice, especially like for like a rehearsal. It's always good to point out the color guard and be like, how come you're not working as hard as them?
That was one thing that I had noticed going to all the competitions was the how the story was depicted. You know, the color guard was basically the stage. They were the actors on the stage.
Yeah.
And it was almost like everybody else was there to support them telling the story, is what it seemed like.
In some ways, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was really, really interesting to see, especially across the different bands, to see some of the props that they had and some of the outfits that were done. The last game that we went to, and it was exceptionally cold, we all had sympathy for the color guard for the outfits that they had because it was very cold. What was the last question we had for this one?
So the last one is just basic, like how long is a marching band season?
It never ends.
It feels like it never ends. We're 2 weeks out now, and him and I will be sitting on the couch watching TV and be like, well, what do you think about this theme for next year? What can we do? What kind of songs could we like layer into? So we never really stop.
For us, it doesn't. Yeah. This is like design season.
Yeah.
Usually this is when we like get the staff together. But this is like one of the rare years where all the staff members, as of now, are coming back. So it's
that's good.
Almost like a break for us. But then comes design season where you get the whole storyboard together. You do all the music arrangements. And then we start there's usually a little bit of off-season training. And it always depends on the group. We usually leave that up to the kids. Depending how crazy they want to go that year. I've had groups that started off season training in January.
Wow.
They started coming in like once a week and just like worked on visual and music stuff. But then sometimes it doesn't start till May. So it all depends on what the student leadership wants to do. I never want to push them in that sense, just because you really want them to want it, basically,
right.
For that kind of thing. So yeah, it really doesn't stop.
It never.
Even when you're out, you're never out, right? Well, that was great. I think that was all the questions we have for this segment. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about what's required for marching band. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about marching band with our guests, Mr. John Porco and Miss Amanda Lacus Porco. So now we're going to be talking about what's required for marching band. So I think now's a good time to talk about uniforms. So are uniforms required for practice?
So we usually only use the uniforms for performances. In a couple of rare occasions when we're getting ready for some early performances, there may be times where we call for students to wear their helmets or gloves just to get used to those different accessories. But we typically will not use those during practice. We do have a practice uniform in the sense that we require students to wear athletic clothing, sneakers, things like that. We do have a little bit of a dress code for what is appropriate to wear to rehearsal.
Okay.
That's a good example. That explanation.
Okay.
Sorry, not doing too well with my English today. So our next question is, how much time do kids need to put into marching band?
So we require them to come to the rehearsal. So yeah, in the summer, it's 6 hours a week. Nothing too crazy. And then in the fall, that probably gets almost doubled, right? Probably 12 hours a week. It's pretty similar to any varsity sport, probably less than what the varsity sports are doing. But we also ask that, you practice outside of the activity. We always have like sectionals happening, before practice or on an off day with our student leadership. But generally, like any instrument, you need to play it pretty consistently to improve at it. And especially even with color guard, with it being, new equipment to a lot of these members, it's something that, the more you do it, the more times you rep it, the more comfortable you are. So other than our practice time, obviously, as much as you need outside.
Fair point.
Yep. So is marching band something that happens in or out of school?
So marching band is an extracurricular activity. So it's pretty much 100% outside of school. I'm trying to think if there is. I know there are programs in the country that have like marching band classes. Like you go out to the Midwest or even Pennsylvania, there's like schools with a color guard class that you sign up for, like instead of gym. Some schools' concert band program is marching band. But mainly, at least in the South or even in the state of New Jersey, marching band is generally an extracurricular after-school activity.
Okay.
All right. So is there a cost at all to be in marching band?
There isn't a upfront fee to participate. There are a few things that families will have to purchase along the way. A couple of uniform parts like gloves and shoes, and things that come up
Stuff that you grow out of.
Yeah, things for personal use. And we do require kids to participate in a number of our booster fundraisers. So a lot of what we do within our program would not happen without the support of our parent booster organization. And, part of the way that they help us achieve what we need to achieve in the season is by running a number of fundraisers, that families can take a part of in different ways, whether that be, selling things or helping out at different events, different ways to bring some income in to help, support the program. And that offsets costs for all the students as well.
Okay.
So what are some of the challenges most of the kids face in marching band?
I would say if you're new to it, time management can be a little bit overwhelming. When you come back into school or you're starting high school for the first time and you're layering that in with a pretty intense fall rehearsal schedule. I see kids swim a little bit with that from time to time.
I think the physical element, because a lot of the students we recruit are band kids. There are, there's, in a school, there's athletes, there's band kids, there's a couple mixes, but generally a lot of these band kids that are signing up, the physical element can be a lot up front. They're like shocked that like, wait, I'm coming to a band practice and I'm running laps. Like what is happening right now? The physical element isn't too great. Like anyone really can do it. But it can be a shock, coming into the summer.
In all fairness, it is marching band, not standing band.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've mentioned that multiple times.
Yes.
absolutely.
Should get a shirt with that.
Yeah, that'd be funny. So, how about stage fright? Do members experience it, and how do you help members overcome stage fright?
You know what? The whole thing can be really intense. Those first couple of performances where you've never done anything like that can absolutely be overwhelming. So we always make sure that our first performance is a football game, which is kind of like our, warm-up performances in a way, like little dress rehearsals.
Yeah, you definitely want a football game before your first competition.
And I think a good way for kids to overcome that stage fright is to realize that, you're operating as a unit. You are a band, you are a whole group out there, and, very rarely are you even going to be able to be singled out. You're dressed in uniform. You all, look the same. It's hard to even say like, oh, is that Madison out there? Like, who is that behind that? So, the fact that you're going out there with a group and you're a part of something, I think can kind of mitigate some of that stage fright. Cause, we're not asking you to, step out and play a solo all by yourself. A few kids do, but, as a member, you can find, some peace in the fact that you're performing amongst many others.
Totally. I think something else we do, we'll always do like a preview performance too with the parents to, fill the stands with people that they know. I know during rehearsal, especially for like run-throughs and stuff, we always like to get in people's faces to kind of freak them out a little bit. I think having your director stand 2 inches from you is scarier than, a football audience. But like Amanda was saying, like you have that power in numbers, but you also have, power in preparation. The more prepared you are, the more times you do it, the easier it is. And you're just eventually you get to like the end of the season. And it's almost like we talked about leading into it. Like, this is your job. Like, this is something you've been doing all season. You just go out there and you do your job. And you do it well. And you try not to do anything more. You try not to overthink it. You don't make it anything bigger than what it is. And that's led to some really successful performances, some really special moments. And that's like a big thing for us.
Yeah. The closest parallel I think I have was having been in choir. We would practice, we'd have 2 concerts a year. You never did more than 2 concerts a year. And when you went out there with an entire audience. So you didn't get to ramp up to it. You didn't get to ease into it. You didn't know if it was a friendly audience, and you only did it once, and then you did it, 4 months later. So it could be kind of overwhelming sometimes.
Definitely.
So
I can't even imagine our first performance being like ACCs.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You guys have played in front of some significantly large audiences this year.
That is a really cool part. Yeah, that's a big thing with marching band compared to, I know, circling back to like, how's it different than other ensembles? You do play in front of the biggest crowds. I mean, we've played, even just through the years, we've done parades in Washington, D.C., where you just like couldn't even see like where the people ended.
Yeah.
We performed at MetLife Stadium where the Giants play to like a packed like stands right in front of us. Like, there's been some pretty wild performance opportunities through marching band.
That's crazy.
So really cool.
So we kind of touched on the benefits of marching band, and we know a lot of it's not musical. What does marching band mean for the kids that join it?
For a lot of kids, I see it as an outlet for them. There's a lot of kids that do marching band that's like their moment to kind of get away from all the stuff that's happening like in school and in their lives. And they're able to see marching band as this escape from everything. And being out there performing, like letting yourself go, is something really important for them and really got them through high school. So that's really big. I had friends that had that. I always loved being in marching band. Students, just like that's the big thing for me that at least stands out from kids.
So it's a huge confidence builder moving through. That's awesome.
Community, the best friends that you'll ever make are the people that you did marching band with. We have lifelong friends who will be close with forever. Who we grew up performing with.
Yeah. So we talked about the physical demands. They're not overly demanding, but they're somewhat demanding if you're uninitiated. What are some of the physical benefits that kids actually get from dealing with these demands?
We get fit. we focus on, flexibility and, range of motion and, endurance. There's a lot of endurance involved with, playing your instrument and executing the physical and visual demands of the show. So that's where a lot of that, early summer training comes into place. How much can you knock out to be able to handle, a 7-8 minute show in all conditions, to meet the demands musically and visually.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, we already discussed how color guard, is such a physical activity. The level of strength and coordination they need to do that is incredible. But looking at the musicians, it's like, I'd like to challenge anyone to jog for 8 minutes straight, right? That's pretty easy. Now try doing it with a 40-inch bass drum on you.
Yeah.
Or now try jogging while just blowing out the entire time. There's levels to it that definitely add to that physicality.
Mm-hmm.
And then as a musician, I think the physical needs of a musician, like lung capacity, support, the muscles that you're developing. I see it all the time, especially now that I'm at the middle school during the day. It's like the students that were in marching band and had that experience and played that much just take such a huge leap as musicians compared to the students that did not participate.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. That's interesting. Now, you did touch a little bit about student leadership in the band itself. What does marching band do as far as teaching kids leadership? How does it help them with that?
You want to start, or?
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned in a couple of other prompts about the character and level of discipline that you build in your early years of marching band. Really enable some kids to thrive as student leaders. There are so many kids who you can look up to because they march really well or because they play really well, but it's the kids who start demanding that high level of personal character. We almost think of them as like mini staff members because they're just like mini extensions of us. You know what I mean? They have the same goals in mind for the program.
Yeah.
And we entrust the student leadership to kind of instill the values and like the traditions that we're building within our program, and they're really what kind of keeps everything alive. They're the liaison between the staff and the student body.
That's great.
Yeah, I think that was spot on. Just so we mentioned earlier, the support system that student leadership does. But one of the big things that we try to be pretty hands off with student leadership. I mean, we want the upperclassmen to kind of create the identity of the program. We'll chat with them. We listen to them all the time, even when they don't think we're listening to them. We hear what they're saying. And I think, again, not to harp on this year, but I think the message that student leadership gave this year was awesome. I was so impressed at our end of the year banquet that the student leadership, speaks to the band, and the message that they gave was very consistent and correct. It was just spot on, which is a really cool thing to see. But one of the big things that we deal with student leadership, I'd say, is problem solving.
Yeah.
I think students will bring their problems to leadership way before they'll bring it to us, or they'll even witness something going on way before we get involved. And a lot of times it's one of those situations where they're like, well, we don't want them to know that we told you, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
We have the opportunity to discuss with these students and work with them on how to problem solve and diffuse situations and work with students who are having issues with each other. A lot of the time, obviously, we do get involved if we notice that it's at a certain point that, we need to kind of get in there. But it's such a cool thing for students to be able to work on, talking out their problems and really listening to each other and handling things.
That's great. That is great. You talk about character and work ethic. I happened to be at practice at one point in time. I think it was when Madison had lost her cell phone, and there was one of your drum majors was off at soccer practice, got hurt, and shows up at band practice with both of her knees taped up with ice on there. She's like, I can still direct. Just to see that passion in there was just incredible. That energy, and it speaks volumes to the leadership that you guys provide. So that was great. That really moved me when I saw that.
Yeah, there's definitely some crazy ones.
Yeah.
The student you're talking about is very special. She's awesome. There's definitely a bunch of kids like that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We had a student that had double foot surgery in the off season, planned the surgery around marching band, and then just literally was in pain all season and just had a little when I got to a certain level, like he'd like hold up be like, I might have to sit like once.
Yeah.
But it
that's
bothered
great.
him so much that he even had to do that. Like,
Yeah.
That's
there's
great.
very passionate members.
So I think we can certainly make an argument for the benefits of marching band. Are there detriments? Like, what kind of effect does it have on the kids' grades? Do we keep an eye on that sort of thing?
I think one of the big negatives I see is just, I guess maybe like the parental responsibility, like having to, bring your kid to all these practices, all these events, basically not having a fall kind of is crazy to think about. Like when that competition season starts, we need everyone there for every Saturday.
Yeah.
I know no one's not going to be as committed as us. I mean, we've like missed weddings, we've missed like births of children because of marching band. But so is life. But I think that level, when that fall season comes around and the level of commitment that's required, can definitely be challenging to a lot of people.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. So where do you guys see kids? I mean, you've been doing this for enough years now that you've seen kids work through the program, graduate, go on to professional life. Do you see this affecting their professional life and providing career paths for them?
Yeah, I think the, experience in marching band is not what's going to make you, a symphony level, professional musician, but the life skills that you take out of it most certainly will. I believe big in, the way you do anything is the way that you do everything. And, when we build that level of discipline and, what it is to be committed and what it is to, go full in, that starts to show up in other parts of your life. There are things that you will learn in marching band that will absolutely, stick with you for the rest of your life.
That's awesome. So if you guys could give a sales pitch, a one-line elevator pitch for why you should join marching band, what would it be?
I don't know. One-line sales pitch.
I mean, it'll change your life.
It will change your life. Yeah.
That's the pitch right there.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the pitch.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't think you need to add anything else to it. It'll change your life, and I think it definitely will.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that's a great place to stop. We'll take our second break, and we'll be back to talk about the actual creative process. We'll be right back.
Easy dog.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So this is the part of the show that we get into the nitty-gritty and we break down those barriers and actually talk about how you actually go about creating things. So how do you go about selecting what program you're on, and how far in advance do you typically start that process? You talked a little bit about it, but what's the meat and potatoes behind it?
Definitely want to start after the season's done. Sometimes staff members are very excited and they're like, the season's going well. They're like, I have an idea for next year's show. And I'm like, no, that cannot happen yet.
1 year at a time.
Yeah. But generally, we'll start at the end of the season. We'll just start collecting ideas. Everyone on the staff is open to submitting some ideas. And then one of the big things we look for is who we have going into next year. Who are our strong musicians, who are our strong performers, what are their strengths, and what's a show that can really bring that out. And then selfishly, it's kind of what I'm feeling. If I'm not feeling a show, I'm not going to do it. So That's the beauty. That's the benefit of being a director, I guess. I get to make the final say on that one.
That's great. So are there licensing challenges? So now I've sat through a number of the competitions, and there's restrictions on what you can record and what you can't record, and there's copyright issues. So when you guys go about putting a program together, do you have to purchase rights to certain music? Is there a pool of music that's available? How do you manage that?
Yeah, so there's definitely music licensing that you have to deal with. Generally, we try to get some music from public domain, which is just music that's old enough where the copyright has expired. I think it's something like 75 years after the death.
Thanks to Disney, because they were protecting Mickey Mouse.
Yes. And that's one. Disney music is off limits for the most part. John Williams, you can't really touch. I'm trying to think what else. Am I even allowed to say those names right?
Yeah, they're probably going to take my podcast down now because you said that.
Beatles, yeah, some of them are just like really expensive. Like the Beatles used to be untouchable, and then this drum corps a couple years ago did a Beatles show, which was like, it was awesome. But I just was more in awe of how much money I must have spent on those arranging rights.
Oh, yeah.
But generally, like to arrange a piece of music, it's going to cost you anywhere between like $200 and $1,000, depending on how popular it is. If you're doing some more modern music, that's gonna put you back some money. So that definitely goes into the design process. Sadly, I've been bitten before where I jumped the gun and arranged a song, and then I was like, "Oh, this band did it last year," and then I got denied arranging rights. And I had to rewrite it so it didn't really sound like the song, but kind of still was.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's an interesting road.
So can you talk a bit about the crew and other instructors who are part of the process and their involvement?
There's a lot of talent within our staff. It is certainly not a job that can be done by one or even two people. We have to have people who are specialized in color guard specifically and drumline specifically, even front ensemble, which is very different than the drumline, even though they're both percussion. Like we mentioned, he'll focus on the music element of things, but keep in mind that's only like the horns. If we wanted to get more specifically, he's a woodwind player, so we need a brass person. And it's like you need to find people who can specialize and serve, the student body. So
and complement our skills.
Yeah, absolutely. So they all have, a really important role, and there's a hierarchy within the staff about how things, get decided. But like he mentioned earlier, as far as theming goes, we're always open to different ideas, and we really respect the experience from a lot of our staff members and what they have to offer. Really. From design, instruction, we let them do what they want to do.
Oh yeah, definitely give them that creative freedom. That's why we're bringing them on. They are the experts of their field. I always will ask questions. I'll ask, what their process was and why they're doing what they're doing. But for the most part, I mean, we hire these people, so we should trust what they're doing. One of the big things I look for in staff members is their like calmness. That's like because I get a little crazy. Addison knows. I get a little off my rocker sometimes. So I need like a staff that can like mellow me out a bit. That's always a nice thing.
Some control rods in that reactor.
Exactly.
So are there specific elements you look to include in your performance that are required for competitions?
There are certain restrictions within circuits as far as how long your performance has to be. You can't be out there for, more than 15 minutes, dragging your props and equipment off the field. There are things that you can incur penalties for if you don't stay within. But as far as, the creative process, the way I kind of think of it, at least from a visual standpoint, is there's like a little checklist, of things that you want to hit, are we using dynamic movement versus static movement? Are there levels? How are we, showing what we're hearing, things like that I'm constantly running through as the visual designer. I say checking the boxes to make sure the judges like it. But I wouldn't say that those elements are necessarily required, just if you want to, be competitive.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll just say for like a musical standpoint and an overall, I think when you're going into, the elements of a performance, you want to have moments, you want to have impacts. So you kind of start there. You want to have these, where do we want our huge, like, whoa or wow moments? And then how do you get there? How do you develop that? And then how do you move on from it? Something that I always like to do musically as well as from an educational standpoint is I'm looking at the kids throughout the year. I'm like, okay, what do we need to work on this year musically? Like, are we struggling with articulations this year? Are we struggling with coming in on like strange beats or strange entrances? And generally I like to sneak some of that. It's kind of like sneaking like your vegetables into mac and cheese or something like sneak that in there. So they're getting stronger at the things that they need to get stronger at. And then making sure that they're getting the credit. This is kind of like, what the circuit's looking for. Making sure the students are getting the credit for the difficulty that they're doing. So a lot of times, like young designers, like especially when we were early in our careers, we'd put these like crazy shows together, and so much stuff would get lost, and be like, well, the kids are doing this, they're doing this, they're doing this, and you're not noticing it. And you realize these judges have one moment to just see everything.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to make your wild moments like in your face, like these kids are doing something crazy right here. Check it out. And that takes a lot of finesse. That takes a lot of coordination. It's not easy to do. And it's something we're still continuing to develop. But
and to that point, I can say from doing the videos from the very beginning throughout the season and seeing how the show evolved, those points came out very obviously from midway in the season and on, where when I was, I tried to do a multi-camera approach and I look for transition points, and those gotchas are the transition points, and they started popping up more and more frequently as the season went on. So it gave the show a much more dynamic feel by the end of the season. So
yeah, if you look closely, I mean, week to week from show to show, it's never exactly the same. You achieve a point of cleanliness and like, here are our staple moments. Here is the drill. This is the basic, setup. But then, when we dig further and further into the theme, we're adding little visuals left and right. The color guard becomes, a little bit more dynamic and expressive. And, when the props get layered in and things like that, the show itself is never really done.
Yeah.
It changes.
There's still stuff we could have added to the show.
Yeah, and that was what I noticed. Every show was slightly different. Like it was almost like an organism that was evolving and growing up throughout the whole season. And it made it very interesting to see every performance like that.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So,
it's also cool. I love it sometimes when like a kid will just do something like on the field and it wouldn't be like a planned thing we wanted to add or do. And I'm just like, wow, I like that. We just like, yeah. So the kids probably don't even realize it, but they even play a part in the design process through the season.
Yeah.
Madison's going to be like secretly doing it.
So how do you digest the input from the judges and relay that in an actionable form to the band to make corrections?
You could tell I wrote the script. You didn't write the script.
Leave me alone, please.
The judge input, I ignore all of it.
I would say you take it with a grain of salt. They are experienced in their field. Different judges come from different generations of marching band. This activity is not the same as it was even 10 years ago. And it's constantly evolving, what is new, what is modern. And depending on their experience and where they came from and their background, we, may or may not agree with the feedback that they give.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You want to respect as many, reads on the show. It's great to get eyes on the show and get that feedback. And sometimes we're like, yeah, they're absolutely right. And other times we're like, I don't think you're right.
Yeah.
And sometimes it depends who it is too.
Yeah.
Like when we were at our old school, we would do competitions where some of like the top drum corps instructors were judging us. And I remember sitting down with the cadets horn line instructor and he's telling me something and it's literally the opposite of what I was doing. And I remember thinking like, wait, am I an idiot or is he an idiot? Like what? And I completely changed my approach and it was so positive. So you definitely do have to take everything in some way into account, but you can't, like Amanda said, you can't take it like everything completely 100% seriously, or you'll be changing your entire show every single week.
Well, I had the unique experience at the home show to be sitting up right at the booth, and I had the one judge in my one ear, and I got to listen to him critique each and every show. And it was interesting because he was incredibly consistent in his critique of what he was doing. I think it was the visuals judge. Then I had a judge on the other side, and the same thing could happen 5 times on the field, and he'd call it a different way each time. And I'm like, that's very confusing to me. I don't know how he's seeing that.
It can be. It can be. There's sometimes we've had judges where had a judges meeting, which would take place like after the show. And this guy will give his big spiel, and we'll then go to the next table, and I'll listen, and he'll say the same exact thing to the next band. I'm just like, I was like, come on, dude.
Dug that script back out and read it again.
I know. Yeah. But there are some excellent judges. Like, we got fortunate. Like, I remember this past year, the music judge happened to see us at our home show, chapters and ACCs. And he was like calling out moments that he called out the week before and recognized the level of quality that we got to, and was really on top of things. And there's judges like that you're just like really, fortunate that they're in your circuit, and they're, they're the ones that kind of are in your fate is in their hands, basically.
Yeah. Let's take a kind of a sidestep here. Let's talk about, we gave credit to our student leadership already, but what goes into choosing the student leadership? What qualities do you look for? Is it a new leadership every year? How does that evolve?
Well, it starts their first day of marching band. It really does. I mean, we do a full, interview process, audition process, every single year. So even if you were a drum major this past season, you have to reapply. But we watch everything. We see everything. We hear everything. You could come in and tell us that you're the most wonderful person in the world, but we've watched you every single rehearsal, and maybe you're telling the truth, maybe not. So the interview process does take into account, but we're always looking for student leaders. And we tell the kids, even if you don't have a leadership title, you can still be a leader on that field. So there's kids that kind of, I'd say, force us to make them leaders. It doesn't even give us an option to choose.
That's great. So what about the support that the band gets? We talked about the band parent association, and how about the school? Do you feel the school supports the band sufficiently?
Totally. I think we have an excellent, as far as administration goes, athletic director, administration. It's so cool because I've been in situations where it has not been as supportive.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to be in this district. There's teachers always coming up to me after a competition saying oh, we heard you did well, all this stuff. So obviously it's out in the community. It's a very supportive arts community, Deptford. So it's just really nice to have that support. That's something that kind of drew me to this position, definitely. But yeah, it's a really nice situation here.
They have to be supportive. I mean, they made that beautiful field for you guys that you let the football team play on.
Right, the marching band field.
Yes.
That's been awesome. I mean, getting to rehearse on that new turf field, basically every single practice makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Madison got to experience our parking lot a couple times.
Unfortunately.
It's a slight downgrade, I'd say, from the turf stadium.
Well, that's great. I think we're all looking forward to next year's season, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. I didn't think I would be. I'll be honest with you. I was very overwhelmed early on at the time demands and just what was expected of the parents, but you see the end product, and after you see that, there's a level of pride even that I have in what limited I've committed to it, and seeing how she's evolved throughout the whole time and what she's learned and become, and at the end of the whole thing, it's worth it. I couldn't endorse it more strongly than I can at this point. So,
That's
and
really great to hear.
Yeah, appreciate it.
and you guys have done a fantastic job, and the kids look up to you guys. I didn't hear a negative word about any of the staff, from my daughter or anybody else that I had interacted with, and I think that's a great.
You're hanging with the right people.
So I think that was all we had. Did you have any other questions that you wanted to throw out there?
I guess all I really have to say is you think we did good this year?
Yes. Yeah. I would have to say, generally, Amanda knows at the end of a marching band season, I like to go into hibernation usually, where I don't want anyone to talk to me about marching band for at least a month. And sometimes this happens, but this year I'm like, this day after ACCs, I was ready to go for next year. So
That's great.
Awesome season.
Is there any message that you guys want to leave us with before we go?
Amanda, you'd leave the great message.
I don't know if I have a good
You had that great one-liner.
For the sake of this, being informative, and if this could reach, any audience and, inform anybody about the activity, I encourage you to, give it a try. It's certainly something out of, many people's comfort zone. It's a weird thing to get involved in, but it's a lot of fun. And there's so much that you can take from it. You'll grow and you become a better person.
That's great. You're right. That is a great message to leave the kids with.
She's good.
She is good.
Yep.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back. We'll get Madison's closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with show plugs and go from there. We'll be right back. Go with your closing thoughts.
Okay, so to everyone out there, I just want to kind of mention that, yeah, marching band has a lot of benefits. I've certainly benefited a lot from it. There are definitely ups and downs to it. I've experienced both. And, going into it, I really was that kind of scared person. I thought that there was a lot being expected of me. There was a lot of anxiety going into it at first, but once you realize that you start getting those really good performances and you hear how the instructors, how proud the instructors are of you, how much you've improved, and you can just, it just ultimately makes it worth it in the end, just to see how much you've improved, and overall, I can't recommend the feeling enough.
Okay, that was very well said. I want to thank our guests, John and Amanda. You guys were great. I appreciate all the time you gave us tonight.
Thanks for having us.
We'll have this probably posted up on Monday for you guys to see if you want to go back and see how bad we flubbed our lines on this side here. But we're ready to go for our next season of marching band. I hope you guys get a good turnout with students as well.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks so much for your time. Before we do go, I did want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things, or available anywhere you can get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Full podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 130, Pluses, Contracts, and the Final Frontier. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my dedicated, talented, and somewhat fatigued co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Wow, thanks. I appreciate that.
At least I didn't describe you as energetic today.
Right, because then I would have been like, yeah, no.
So besides being tired, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm fan-freaking-tastic.
So glad to hear that.
Yeah, well, I can pretend, right?
Sure. We can fake it till we make it.
There you go. Anything to talk about before we get to what we're talking about?
No.
Okay,
Quiet week, and
makes it easy.
Thanksgiving is next week, so I'm guessing we'll probably...
We will be broadcasting around the clock,
Really?
24/7 for the holiday. No, we're not.
Yeah, I
Really.
didn't think so.
Are we doing a podcast next week?
I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
Eh,
depends on how much turkey we have.
eh.
Couple days off, might as well.
True. We could. Maybe we'll do something special.
Or not.
Wink, wink. Or maybe not.
we'll just have screaming goats.
Don't make me. Don't make me get my screaming goat. Because I can.
Anyway,
Today
in our Disney Detective, the big reveals from Disney Plus Day, and the boys troll Disney Plus Day with their own Vault Plus updates, which was actually kind of clever.
Mm-hmm.
In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Kathleen Kennedy has officially re-upped her Lucasfilm contract, and Patty Jenkins and Rian Johnson's Star Wars projects may have been shelved for something other than scheduling. Did they finally realize that Rian Johnson can't make a Star Wars movie? Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Then for our entertainment news, action news anchor. He's not an actor.
No.
He's an anchor.
right.
Action news anchor Jim Gardner dials back his schedule and prepares for retirement, which was not really an entertainment thing, but it was a story that kind of hit close to home for me because I grew up watching
Right. It's
Jim
a
Gardner.
local story for,
Yeah.
for those of us in this area.
Yeah, he deserves a little shout out.
Sure.
Not that he's ever going to watch the podcast, but still, it's
We could tag him.
we certainly could. Also in entertainment news, Paramount is building a Star Trek theme park in China.
One that we'll never get to.
So there's another interesting thing that I'll talk about when we get to that too that's making certain Star Trek fans very angry.
Oh,
at
okay.
Paramount right now.
Oh, okay.
Then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and a few afterthoughts. Not a whole lot left until the new year, I think, but some interesting ones.
Right.
Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening audience and our viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the network's podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, Buzzsprout, Podbean, etc., etc. I have Stitcher on there twice, don't I?
Yep. You
It's
say
really,
that. And you say that every time, too.
it is that good that you should subscribe to us on Stitcher. We also would invite you to reach out to us, give us your feedback. tell us when I have something, doubled up on my screen here and
Right.
where my mistakes are.
Do some proofreading for us. Yeah.
Yes, please do.
Maybe we need an editor.
You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. On Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, do we still post on Instagram?
It's been a while.
Yeah, we're negligently on Instagram at instagram.com.
I was going to say, I think I post more on Instagram than I do on Facebook. So.
Well, Facebook, I think it automatically posts. So
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, I have to actually physically do that.
Okay. Well, then don't look for us on those. We're always on Twitter, though.
We're always on Twitter.
Always on Twitter.
Well, you can go to those and you'll find a link to everything else.
That's true. Or you could just go to our official website,
which is really where you should probably just go.
At insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Oh, sure. Let's do this.
Let's start. Go for Disney Detective.
So Disney Plus is going big on Marvel. So last Friday, the streaming service announced several new animated projects and confirmed others that had been rumored to be in development. Disney Plus also showed off the first footage for upcoming live action shows Moon Knight, She-Hulk, and Ms. Marvel, as well as the Marvel Studios special that debuted on the service to celebrate Disney Plus's second anniversary. So among the newly announced projects are X-Men 97, Spider-Man Freshman Year, and Marvel Zombies. So X-Men 97, which is due out in 2023, continues the story of the beloved 1990s animated X-Men series, which ran from 1992 to 1997 and was praised for its sophisticated serialized storytelling that has been cited as an inspiration by such creators as Loki director Kate Herron. Beau DeMayo, known for his work on The Witcher, is going to be the head writer. Spider-Man Freshman Year is an animated show exploring Peter Parker on his way to becoming the MCU's Spider-Man. It's described as celebrating the early comic roots of the character. Jeff Trammell will serve as the head writer. Tom Holland, who first played Peter Parker in Captain America Civil War, which was established to be a sophomore in Spider-Man Homecoming, which occurred 2 months later, so it's likely that the series will kind of take place before Civil War. And then Marvel Zombies, which was from director Brian Andrews, reimagines the Marvel Universe as a new generation of heroes fights the zombie plague. What If recently explored the concept of Marvel Zombies, which The Walking Dead creator Robert Kirkman tackled in the pages of the comics 15 years ago. Zeb Wells will serve as executive producer and head writer. Additionally, we found out that Marvel had renewed What If for season 2, with Andrews directing and AC Bradley returning as head writer. The studio also confirmed a number of series and specials which were already known to be in the works, including the Hawkeye spin-off Echo, which will star Aqua Cox as Maya Lopez. Marvel also revealed that the Catherine Hahn WandaVision spin-off is titled Agatha, House of Harkness. In addition to the news of these upcoming shows, Marvel unveiled the first footage of Moon Knight, which stars Oscar Isaac. Woo! She-Hulk, which is starring Tatiana Maslany, and Ms. Marvel, headlining by newcomer Iman Vellani. Marvel's next series, Hawkeye, will debut November 24th. So Disney Plus Day came 2 days after Disney earnings revealed sluggish growth for the streaming service. But Marvel closed out Disney Plus Day with the types of reveals that fans had been hoping for regarding Star Wars but did not receive. While Lucasfilm has a number of series coming up, such as the Diego Luna's Andor, no footage was actually shown. However, Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is starring Ewan McGregor, had just some, were just featured in a little bit of a sizzle reel with director Deborah Shaw, and basically just included concept art.
So yeah, they went pretty heavy on Marvel with Disney Plus Day, but we kind of figured that. We knew the number of these were coming already.
Right. There wasn't anything that was kind of a surprise, but it was nice to get the first looks at a lot of the different things. But like you said, definitely heavy on the Marvel, and maybe because of they didn't tell as much with the Star Wars because they've been talking about the Star Wars for a lot of it, I guess. But it was definitely, and I think interesting to hear and see.
Some of that Star Wars is getting ready to drop right now, too, where some of the Marvel stuff is a little bit further out.
Most of the stuff is, some of it's for 2022, some of it's not even until 2023. So who knows with everything else that's going on, what else will get, pushed out or what got pushed out to make room for these things. But it's nice to see, it's a nice collection of different things kind of sprinkled.
What's
throughout.
Interesting is this comes a day or two after Disney had announced that their growth for Disney Plus subscribers has been rather sluggish.
Right.
So I don't know if this is one of these things where they're kind of taking a shotgun approach of, okay, here's all the stuff that's coming out. We've got more. We know you've liked these shows here.
Right.
So we're getting spinoffs of everything, which is exactly what they did last year with The Mandalorian.
Right.
They wound up announcing all these spinoffs for Star Wars. It didn't bring the numbers in that they wanted. So now they're doing basically the same thing with Marvel.
Right.
Is that going to bring the numbers for them?
And that's the thing, too, is that you have you have a couple of different types of subscribers. You have the person that I'll just pay the full year, whatever, they pay the lump sum and they do it. Or you have the person who, I'm just going to wait till the series drops and then I'll just get it for 2 months and watch,
binge everything.
And that's the thing too, is what Disney does is they don't necessarily drop a whole season.
Right. They don't Netflix it.
They, so you have to wait a month or 2 months for everything, if that's the way you want to do it.
Yeah.
So those are the people that they have to schedule their time
the other thing,
to make sure they cancel it, in enough time.
The other thing to keep in mind is they've tried the scattershot approach in the movies with Star Wars.
True.
And didn't get buy-in. Where they do get buy-in from the Marvel side.
Right.
So maybe having all these Marvel shows will be a key. And you also have to take a step back and realize Marvel already went through and had a whole bunch of series out in the television land with the Netflix series.
True.
And they were insanely popular there.
Right.
Now, the fact that they didn't bring any of those over to Disney Plus is kind of puzzling. It makes you kind of scratch your head for a bit there. But I think they already have a formula right now that's successful with the Marvel, series. That might work
I know there
better.
was some article, or I remember seeing some headline. I don't remember if I actually read the article, but it was kind of talking about, is Disney Plus going to move towards more non-family?
Right.
And that's where you could bring all of those, because the majority of those Netflix,
they were not
family shows. So that's so how do you bring those unless you have, so they're probably trying to figure out the parental controls and everything.
That was what Hulu was supposed to be.
Right.
They were supposed to put all that stuff on Hulu, and they never really did.
Right.
Then they talked about having the sectioned off area on Disney Plus with the parental controls.
Right.
They haven't done that yet either. So it's given the direction that Disney's going at this point in time, it almost makes me wonder is, okay, are they going to come out with another network you have to subscribe to get that kind of content?
Right. Yeah. Who knows?
But anyway, Disney Plus Day was not marked just by Disney. It was also marked by Vault from the Amazon show, right?
Yeah, this was kind of funny. So while Disney was rolling out the virtual red carpet for Disney Plus Day, the boys celebrated Vault Plus Day and the plusness of it all. So Friday's Disney Plus Day came with first looks and trailers and announcements on various movies and shows across the Disney brand, but it also brought out the maniacs behind the boys for their own version of Disney Plus Day. Inside the superhero-centric world of Amazon Prime's Video's Emmy-nominated satire, Vought is the big corporation on the block with Vought-themed theme parks, cinematic universe of movies that they actually call the VCU, and a Fox News parroting news network. So in response to Disney Plus Day, Amazon announced Vought Plus Day. And Vought rolled out its premiere soups from the 7, including Homelander, Starlight, A-Train, Black Noir, Queen Maeve, to showcase all of the entertainment coming to the fictionalized Vought Plus streaming platform, each of them ending their presentations by emphasizing the plus of it all. So with Vought Plus, you have the power to control the greatest content in the world, Homelander says in a promo. There are movies and shows from Vought Studios. Titles like Terminal Beauty, starring Popclaw, the Invisible Force movies, starring Translucent, and the Mesmerizer series, starring Mesmer. Also, there's fashion, news, sports, and pop culture coverage. Programs for women that tell the stories we want to see, says Starlight and Maeve as they riff on corporations promising diverse and inverse storytelling. From urban beats to city streets, shows that put diverse voices front and center, says A-Train. Vought Plus was previously discussed on 7 on 7, which the boys' in-world news segments that have been released online every month to prep viewers for Season 3. So now all that's left is for Amazon marketing team to launch a working not Disney Plus, but Vought Plus website.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny, and I'm reading over the article and going down that list of names. I'm thinking, okay, he's dead, and he had his head blown up. And
They brought back all the dead characters.
yeah, thinking, wow, okay, I guess they got stock footage. Okay, sure, that works. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we expect from
Oh, absolutely.
the creators of that show.
Yeah.
It's a very, very well done, very, very tongue-in-cheek look at superheroes. We're very interested in when that one comes back.
Yeah, that's definitely on the watch list.
I think that was all we had for our Disney Plus, right?
Disney Detectives.
Disney Detectives.
Plussing it.
That's right. A lot of pluses here. That was it for Disney Detective. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Plussing it.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. This week on our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Kathleen Kennedy has re-upped her Lucasfilm contract for 3 more years. StarWarsNewsNet.com tells us Matthew Baloney's latest op-ed for Puck newsletter casually revealed that Kathleen Kennedy would be extending her tenure at Lucasfilm for another 3 years. Quote, Kennedy has a lot of good things happening at Lucasfilm, and I'm told she recently re-upped her deal for another 3 years. This matches her latest re-up back in 2018, which extended her contract to 2021. I had to put my over shoulder on.
I was like, what are you doing?
Sorry, I got distracted there. I lost my spot. The current deal will now keep Kathleen Kennedy in charge until at least 2024, at which point she'll have to weigh out her options once again. While the theatrical side of the Star Wars franchise has run into setbacks, including a recent decision to delay production on Rogue Squadron to allow the script to receive the necessary amount of polish, things are moving relatively smoothly on Indiana Jones and the many television series that Lucasfilm are developing for streaming. This move to re-up her contract is relatively unsurprising in the grand scheme of things. Kennedy spearheaded the revival of a film franchise that has averaged over $1 billion per movie since she became the head of the company. She's also given Disney one of their biggest streaming hits in The Mandalorian, which is one of the most popular originals on Disney Plus that carried the service in its first year. It was also fairly obvious that she'd stick around after 2021, considering she's been involved with every Indiana Jones movie, and the fifth and final one is currently filming and won't be released until 2023. Disney CEO Bob Chapek, not that Bob, the other Bob, previously stated that Kennedy will continue to be involved with the company for years to come, and it's unlikely that she will be removed from her position or encouraged to leave with this in mind. So they're not going to invite her not to work there anymore. That's nice. As of yesterday, Lucasfilm has confirmed the validity of the contract extension, as has Kennedy's husband, movie executive Frank Marshall, who retweeted a tweet about the news of her extension. Kennedy's slate of movies include A Droid Story, which is a Disney Plus film, Rogue Squadron, several untitled Star Wars films that are being developed by Taika Waititi and others, the fifth Indiana Jones film, and Children of Blood and Bone. And her slate of shows for Disney Plus include the Star Wars series and miniseries The Mandalorian, The Bad Batch, The Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Andor, Ahsoka, The Acolyte, Lando, and Rangers of the New Republic, currently not in active development, along with a television sequel to the cult classic fantasy film Willow. Now, we give her a lot of credit for all this stuff here, and I'm really curious because we don't hear a lot of news about what her involvement is on everything.
Right.
So I'm curious just how hands-on she is with all these projects, because that's a lot of projects.
Right. Is it more like she's just kind of the overseer of it?
Right. And then
and then she just kind of signs off on things, because that, again, that's a lot. And that's a lot, it's only a 3-year contract. That's more than 3 years worth of stuff right there. So
exactly. You're talking about multiple seasons of shows. You're talking about multiple movies. And I can almost believe that she is hands-on, given the other reports of the creative differences and the micromanaging that happens. Mm-hmm. So I can totally see her being that hands-on. But, I can only look at what Star Wars has been in the past, and they've never had this many projects burning at one time.
Right.
And even with Filoni and Favreau, they had to kind of split things up. They couldn't both be working on The Mandalorian full-time with Bad Batch out and Book of Boba and all this other stuff. Mm-hmm. Even Filoni had to step back into a different role now. So I don't know. I'm okay with her.
Right.
I don't want to see her go.
Right.
But I'm just curious how valuable she is to the company that they're making such a big deal about it.
Or maybe there's, other people that are kind of underneath her.
Right. If she goes, is she taking an entire staff with her?
Right. Or is it where she's training to get people ready for, what? I've been doing this a while now. I want to, step back.
Is there an exit strategy? Is that something that a Filoni would move into, or do they have other people lined up for it?
Right.
I'm curious if the 3-year contract is really a transitionary period or not.
Could be. Like, hey, in this 3 years, we're going to start moving things, from you to you.
So, time will tell.
Yeah.
Time will tell. Anyway, they also mentioned in that article about the Patty Jenkins Rogue Squadron film that has been shelved that we talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
So they're also speculating that there's reports that Patty Jenkins and Rian Johnson's Star Wars projects were shelved because of creative differences. This comes from IGN. Following the news that Patty Jenkins' Star Wars movie has been delayed indefinitely, reports have surfaced suggesting that the move was made due to creative differences between the director and Lucasfilm executives. The former Hollywood Reporter and editor, Matthew Belloni, once again reports that the issues between Jenkins and the studio caused the film to be taken off Lucasfilm's production schedule. Specifically, Belloni reports that the issues have revolved around the film's script, stating that Jenkins and studio executives couldn't agree on how to move forward. Belloni states that this is a laughably, quote, laughably recurring problem, unquote, at Lucasfilm. According to the article, a number of agents have previously reported that top filmmakers are often keen to sign on for a movie with the franchise, but find themselves hampered by issues of micromanagement and plot point by committee processes. Belloni cites that similar experiences were held by Game of Thrones showrunners David Benioff and Dan Weiss, who, quote, bailed on creating a Star Wars trilogy, as well as Rian Johnson's own trilogy having been shelved, thankfully. Jenkins' Star Wars film was originally announced in December of 2020. Disney revealed at the time that the film would be called Star Wars Rogue Squadron, and that it would be the first title in the franchise to feature a female director. While the title shares its name with a franchise-based video game, Disney confirmed shortly afterward that Rogue Squadron would not be an adaptation and instead would feature its own original story. While little else is known about the film's plot, the future of the film now appears to be far from certain. If production does resume again in the future, it's likely that fans won't see anything from the film for some time yet. Now, with that in mind, it does open the possibility up to some of these other projects taking on more limelight and getting more resources.
True.
We reported a few weeks back that Taika Waititi was actually out doing location scouting for his movie.
Mm-hmm.
So we may see that move forward. We already know that principal photography for many of the shows is already done for Andor, Obi-Wan, and a few others. So there's not a lot of resources tied up with those at this point. We reported that Mandalorian started filming a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that one's under production. So I'm curious how shelving these other projects is going to affect this shotgun effect of projects again.
Right.
They've got a lot of irons in the fire right now. And even, operating as Lucasfilm and Disney, there's a finite amount of resources.
Right.
I was reading an article today, actually about the unfortunate shooting accident on the Rust set.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the industry insiders had talked about the fact that movie sets are becoming progressively more unsafe because the amount of professionals to do all the filming is being stretched thin with all these new sources of all these new studios that are demanding content for streaming platforms.
Okay.
They made an interesting point about the fact that we're producing more content than ever, and as a result, they're cutting corners on a number of these things now, which was a testament to the unfortunate accident on that set. But it also speaks to all these projects that Disney has. I mean, we reported a few months back about them creating 2 more versions of the volume, the virtual set for them to shoot in,
to be able to do it
in different parts of the world to do it. So, they're ramping up their production itself, but you're adding so many new projects that several have already been shelved.
Right, and that's the other thing too, is kind of going with the oversaturation of things. You have to, think back to when, a show would come out September, October, and it would run for a couple of months, and then they'd go on hiatus for, a couple of months, and then they'd come back and, they'd finish up in May. And then you didn't see the show again until, the following year.
Yeah.
And then if you talk about like British television, they'll do a season and then it's like 3 years before the next season, comes up. But now we've gotten so accustomed to this. Okay, when's the next one? When's the next one? And because there's so many, like you think about like shows like Stranger Things, okay? And how long it's been since the last season of Stranger Things. It's been like 2 years, almost 3 years. And like the next season's not even coming out until next year.
Yeah.
And then you get other things that, like the Karate Kid, that Cobra Kai, it comes out a little bit more frequently. And it's kind of like, unless you put it on a calendar and really see how it is, and there's just so much out there because again, you have all these different streaming services where back in the day you had 3 networks and that was it, and you didn't get anything else unless you went to a movie. And even then, you still didn't have
you had your
as many movies out.
3 months, 4 months of first run, and then you went in the reruns, and all the networks went in the reruns.
Right, and and then you had your Fox or your syndicated station, and that's where you saw your reruns of things, and that was it. Now, every station, I've lost track of how many different streaming services there are now. And obviously there are the ones that have the more reality base. So that, but all these other ones like Paramount has a plethora of stuff, and you have, Discovery, and you have Disney Plus and, Amazon and Netflix and all of these, and they all have so much. So, it's like, okay, we're going to put this now. We're not going to do it now because we can. But it totally makes sense, along with all of the supply chain issues.
You have to feed this beast. You have to feed this content-consuming beast.
Right.
And there's only so much content that you can churn out because there's only so many people that you can hire to do full productions.
To do the jobs, yeah.
I mean, you look at some of the stuff they're producing on Disney Plus, and you're looking at producing, half of a feature film for every episode that you're doing.
Right.
Like, that's a lot. You do an episode of The Mandalorian, 2 episodes, and you got a feature film.
Right. And you figure there's usually 8 episodes per season.
Yeah.
So that's, 4 movies that you just made for that.
Yeah. So I think they need to be a little bit more picky and choosy about what they're releasing here. I think this idea of, okay, we're going to announce 15 shows and maybe 4 of them make it to press.
Right.
That's the practical approach to it. But when you announce 15 of them and you get everybody's hopes up, you're going to have very
I want to see. Right. Exactly. It's better off to just not say anything until it's actually in production.
Right. And it's almost like, so do they announce these things to see what kind of reaction they get, to see which direction they should be going in? We didn't do Rangers of the Republic. Was it because we got rid of, I can't remember her name now.
Cara
Dune, yeah. Was that it? Or was it because we didn't really get the reception to that title that we were hoping to get?
Right.
Like, are you using your audience as a focus group?
Maybe, even though there should already be a focus group.
So, I don't know. Some of this doesn't make a lot of sense, but the fact that you're still getting creative differences with people like Patty Jenkins is kind of terrifying at this point.
Right, because again, it's not like she hasn't worked with you before.
Right.
Talking about the micromanaging, and everything with
it's funny
Kathleen Kennedy, and
they've had nothing but director issues with Star Wars.
Right.
They've had some director issues on the Marvel side of things, but they're Solo. They switched directors literally 75% of the way through the movie.
Right.
And it shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, trying not to take anything away from Ron Howard. He did the best that he could with it.
With what he got.
But when you come in and you're handed 3/4 of a show and you have to finish the rest of it, there's only so much that you can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, hopefully the they'll pick that back up because I did want to see that.
Yeah.
That was it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So, Action News anchor Jim Gardner is going to be dialing back his schedule as he prepares for retirement. So, longtime 6ABC WPVI TV veteran Jim Gardner announced that he'll be dialing back his schedule with Action News and plans to retire at the end of 2022 after more than 4 decades in broadcasting. So earlier last week, Gardner had informed his colleagues of his decision to reduce his schedule by continuing to anchor the 6 p.m. newscast, but no longer anchoring the 11 o'clock newscast. His last late newscast is scheduled for early January. The network will announce his replacement in the coming months. He said, "It's hard to imagine that I have had the opportunity to spend a professional lifetime with colleagues so committed, resourceful, and wonderful. They have taught me so much about television, journalism, and about myself. I am profoundly grateful." He said, "I have spent almost my adult life at Action News, and many of our viewers have grown up and experienced life along with me and the on-air team that I work side by side with. I've been blessed to raise a family here, and I have been a member of this community for over 45 years. I feel I have a special relationship with our viewers and the communities we serve, and I plan to continue to enjoy every minute with them over the next year." Gardner has held the long-tenured position of anchor of Action News at 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. since May 11th of 1977, after joining WPVI as a reporter and anchor during the noon broadcast in June of 1976. The president and general manager of PVI had shared his thoughts and said, "For many of us, Jim is the last news voice we hear before ending our day. He has guided us through the good and with the bad with calm confidence for more than 40 years, often reassuring us that tomorrow will bring a better day. His presence will be missed by our viewers and by all of us at 6ABC. Thankfully, we have another year with him during the 6 p.m. newscast, and we look forward to his continued presence and leadership." Gardner had received his Bachelor's of Arts degree from Columbia University in 1970, and following his graduation, Gardner worked briefly on the radio at the all-news WINS radio in New York and later WFAS radio in White Plains, New York. He began his television broadcast career at WKBW TV in Buffalo before joining WPVI, where he has remained for more than 4 decades.
So I had to put this one in here because to say that I grew up with Jim Gardner is an understatement.
Because you did.
I literally did. My parents only watched Channel 6.
Okay.
And from the time that I can remember, the first time I ever watched a news broadcast, it was Jim Gardner. Mm-hmm. That's the news channel that I watch.
Right.
And again, that's one of those things that just sort of left me, with fond memories of my sitting down and watching with my parents the news and stuff like that. And the one thing that I can certainly say is that you don't have, like in the 50s and 60s, you had these definitive news people on network news. You went from Walter Winchell to Walter Cronkite.
Right.
And that's who people trusted.
Right.
You look to these people during the most pinnacle times of history. And Jim Garner was that for our area, for the Delaware Valley. All these other networks that we have here, the local affiliates, have gone through different anchors and different personalities and stuff. And so is Channel 6. Channel 6 has cycled through a lot of people since 1977.
Right.
No one's been around like Jim Garner's been around. And he's developed a rapport with the audience that you can trust him as being impartial. And that's something to be said in the caustic news environment that we have today that is over-biased, oversaturated with political, I don't want to say corruption, but political contamination.
Okay.
Where you can't watch any news network now that doesn't lean one way or the other. But every time that Jim Garner comes on the TV, you're going to get an impartial, unbiased account of whatever it is that he's reporting on. And it's a breath of fresh air. And it's unfortunate that we're losing that in an industry that needs it more now than it ever did before. So he's not retiring yet. He's just dialing it back right now. So hopefully we'll have another year or so with him before he actually does decide to finally sign off the air for the last time. But I thought it was significant enough, certainly for our area, to talk about it. And it was, one of those things that kind of personally hit me too. What else do we have?
So it seems that there is a Star Trek theme park section being built right now. The story comes from giantfreakingrobot.com.
You put ads in, articles in for them just because you like saying that.
That's why I say it. So obviously in recent years, more theme parks and theme park sections have been opening up. So you had the Avengers Campus section of Disney's California Adventure Park, which opened up this year. Nintendo also debuted a theme park this year in Japan. The Super Nintendo World Park is inspired by the company's flagship game franchise, Super Mario Bros. However, there's another theme park from a big corporation on the horizon. So the Paramount Park is in development and it'll have a Star Trek area. So get ready to boldly go where no theme park person has gone before. In China, though. Set to release in China, the Star Trek theme park area will be the perfect destination spot for Paramount and science fiction enthusiasts. The theme park will be in Kunming, which is the capital of Yunnan province. It won't be the only interesting theme park that's in China. The country already has Shanghai Disneyland, Hong Kong Disneyland, and Chimelong Paradise. Although it remains to be seen if the Paramount theme park will be as popular as the rest of these, but it does have the potential to be just as big of an attraction. So according to TrekMovie.com, the park was announced 2 years ago and more news has now been released. The theme park will also have a resort and it's estimated to be 643 acres. Beyond that, though, it'll have a Star Trek area entitled The Final Frontier. Apart from Star Trek, another brand that'll get its own area in the Paramount Park will be the Peanuts. The franchise has iconic characters such as Charlie Brown, Lucy, and Snoopy. TrekMovie.com states that other areas included would be a Paramount Boulevard, Adventure City, and Wonderland. So according to Variety, some of the rides and attractions in the area will be based on the Italian Job movie and the Mission Impossible film franchise, which are other Paramount properties. What exactly they'll take from the movies and make into rides, we'll have to just wait and see. However, with Peanuts and Star Trek, fans of the franchise can kind of speculate on what those areas will have. For example, obviously with Peanuts, you're going to have Snoopy walking around. And since he's the most famous character from that franchise. So obviously maybe they'll have different attractions based on some of their animated specials like The Great Pumpkin or Charlie Brown and Snoopy the musical, which could be turned into attractions. And then obviously for Star Trek, you're going to probably have some sort of iconic ship in the park. Obviously, you'll have a plethora of aliens walking around, Vulcans and Klingons. So who knows what, each of the areas will have. So Variety reports that the theme park's resort will cost $8 billion to make. And it'll be a while before we see it because the estimated debut date isn't until 2024.
So I guess the biggest question that should be asked here at this point is why China? Is Star Trek big in China and I'm not aware of it?
Maybe. Well, there are some really cool theme parks in like Dubai also that are there. Well, I think there's and
I get that, and I understand why Disney wants a presence in China. It's the most populous country in the world, and I think an argument can certainly be made that they can make money off of that.
Yeah.
I don't know how popular the Star Trek franchise is in China. I mean, you kind of need to go where your customers are, right?
Right. Well, and the other thing, too, is it's not just a Star Trek theme park.
Oh, no, because I'm sure Peanuts are very popular over there, too.
It's a whole, it's Paramount is doing a whole thing together. So, yeah, it does seem because that's the other thing, too, is like with Paramount, they're so all over the place.
Right.
Like, The Italian Job, wasn't that like kind of a hit movie to like, mafia hit people? Like you're going to do a ride like, ooh, let's, it's almost like a Fast and the Furious, I guess,
right.
Or Mission Impossible. Like, I don't know. I don't see doing a ride like that.
So,
I don't know. It just seems like a very odd culmination of things that you're going to mix together to do.
So some of the obvious complaints that I've seen from Star Trek, some of the feedback I've seen from Star Trek fans is great. You're giving us a theme park that we'll never be able to go to.
True.
Which is true, but you kind of have that with Disney where you have a hotel that you can never go to because it's too expensive. So it doesn't matter where you put that, right?
Right. True.
But just to kind of flame the fire a little bit with Star Trek fans and Paramount. Paramount is their season 3, I think, of Discovery is coming out on Friday.
Okay.
And they've announced that their Paramount Plus network is only available in the U.S. So people who wanted to get the Paramount shows were able to get most of those on Netflix around the world, Europe and so forth. You can't get those now effective immediately. So the new season is dropping and you can't get them outside the United States.
But we're going to have...
They're putting a theme park.
They're going to put a theme park
China.
there.
So someone kind of has to explain...
Someone's not planning so well.
Yeah, one side's not talking to the other there. Someone has to explain what the logic is there.
Oh, goodness.
So anyway, that was all we had for our entertainment news. We'll take a quick segue and we'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick this week is a Netflix limited series, which just 7 episodes, 1 season, nothing else. Watch it while you can before they, take it away. And it is called Midnight Mass. So Midnight Mass sees Riley Flynn, a man haunted by a drunk driving accident, return to his hometown on Crockett Island, where he struggles to find purpose in life. Enter mysterious Father Paul, and what are the intentions that he has? While this charismatic young priest brings glorious miracles, ominous mysteries, and renewed religious fervor to a dying town desperate to believe. It's a very interesting take on, the classic horror. You have this sleepy town that they talk about, people are getting older. There's not new blood coming in to the town. And, you have some people that are kind of moving away. And all of a sudden, their local priest goes on sabbatical. And now, he's this 80-year-old priest, and this young 40-year-old priest comes back and kind of revitalizes things. And now everybody seems to have more energy and more joy. And what's going on with this? And then you kind of find out that there's a quote-unquote angel that's helping out with things. And then it kind of turns on its head and everything goes up in flames, literally. So it's the writer of it has done a couple of other horror type shows. So where he had ghosts and other things in his other shows, now he's kind of going on a different angle. So it's, it's a little slow pace to kind of start, but it definitely, picks up towards the end. I binged it in one day on a day that I had off. So if you're into that genre and you like, it's also an interesting commentary on religion and, how much faith you have in something, and do you put all of your faith in one person, or do you, kind of let yourself be open to everything? And also about forgiveness and how the consequences of your actions lead you to where you are.
Interesting. Good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, I decided to go kind of cheesy on it and picked Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Zhu Shang-Chi is the son of Zhu Wenmu, the founder of the Ten Rings. Since his childhood, Shang-Chi underwent a brutal training regimen that turned him into a formidable martial artist. However, on a mission to avenge his mother's death, he chose to abandon the Ten Rings and leave his family past behind. Seeking to start a new life outside of his father's shadow, Shang-Chi fled to the United States, maintained a peaceful life under the name of Sean with his friend Katie Chen. Eventually, the Ten Rings targeted Shang-Chi once again, so he joined forces with Chen and his sister Zhu Jiling in order to oppose Wen Wu in his quest to breach the Dark Gate of Ta Lo, which unleashed the Dweller in Darkness and the Soul Eaters. Unlike with most other Marvel characters, I had little to no exposure to Shang-Chi from the comics myself, so I didn't know much about the original character or backstory, which was kind of refreshing going into the movie. Having come off the relatively formulaic and disappointing show that was Black Widow, my expectations were exceedingly low. The high point of the MCU these days, ironically, isn't the cinema, it's in the serialized stories told on Disney+. I was pleasantly surprised when Shang-Chi surpassed those painfully low expectations. The character seemed more genuine than the typical cookie-cutter character served up in the MCU. There was a general feeling of sympathy, even for the villain, by the end of the movie, something you don't often find encouraged in the typical black and white world of the MCU. As expected, the special effects were top-notch. What was a refreshing surprise was the actual fighting. As the main character grew throughout the movie, his fighting style changes to reflect his mindset, which gave the character a truly metamorphic quality. The fight scenes themselves were spectacular. They showcased a plethora of fighting styles and an intricate choreography similar to that of a ballet, and were artistically done. We skipped the corny love interest line, which was nice, and saw that people could be motivated by family and friends entirely. It was probably the best MCU film I've seen since Endgame, and I almost feel bad I didn't go see it in the theaters, but I don't think I'm quite there just yet. So my pick this week was Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings on Disney+.
Good pick.
and we'll be right back. So I think that is largely all we had for the show this week. Before we do go, you did have a couple of afterthoughts, right?
Yeah, we have the two Comic Cons and Comic Con and a Comic Super toy show that are both on the same day. One is in Ocean City, Maryland, and that is the Ocean City Comic Con, which we will be attending, and that is December 11th from 10 to 5 p.m. If you are in the Allentown area of Pennsylvania, there is the Pennsylvania Toy and Comic Super Show also on December 11th, and that is from 10 to 2. So it looks like those will probably be the last convention-y type things for the end of the year, but we also have a lot of holiday stuff that's going to be in the area, so we'll probably include that next week with all the different light shows and different things to go and see. And I'll do some research and find some of the other ones in the area. So we're not just talking about our area. So for anybody, listening, where they can go and find everything.
That would be nice. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all podcasts can be listed as Insights into Things, and you can find them anywhere you can get a podcast, Apple, Spotify, etc.
Stitcher twice.
Stitcher. Sounds like a law firm.
Yeah.
We would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your shows. We would love to showcase any things that you have in your area there. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook when I decide to post something there at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find us on Instagram also whenever I post things on instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Video versions of the podcast can also be found at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
And for video version, nope, you did the video versions, didn't you?
I didn't do YouTube.
YouTube, that's it. I knew there was a video thing somewhere around. So if you find us on YouTube for all of our videos, it is youtube.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can get links to all that on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And that is it.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week, we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7